Chapter 44-28. Stomp, Clank. A boundless sword intent could be felt even though he didn't summon a sword. It took the form of numerous divine rays spreading outward, seemingly sealing heaven and earth. He hovered in the air like the Lord of the Swords. Just one hand wave could release a torrent of sharpness capable of obliterating everything. Spectators found themselves insignificant like specks of dust. Not to mention an actual slash, just the remnant sword intent could take them down. Just like a heaven's favorite. A commenter stated while not daring to look straight at the monarch. Most understood why Five Sun King took dragons so seriously. Peacock Monarch was weaker than ancient ancestors such as the three demons present. However, he still had untapped potential and could become a cultivator comparable to a Tao Lord. Clank! A metallic hymn could be heard. You will not act wantonly in my presence. His dignified voice echoed across the region and intimidated the listeners. Fine. I'll let you accompany your son down on the Yellow River. Li Qie smiled. This line made Peacock Monarch's anger go out of control. A while ago, he endured because the sect was more important than his personal vendetta. Alas, these words pricked his heart since his only son was killed by Li Qie. Li, don't think about leaving Dragon alive today. I will flay your skin and cut off your head to show the world the might of Dragon. We will take you down today to appease my son's spirit up above. Oh, bringing all of Dragon into this as well? Li Qie chuckled. Peacock Monarch lost his cool and shouted, We will pay any price to kill you today. We'll also destroy your sect, clans, and all of your descendants. He could no longer keep his cool and confident demeanor in public. This was unbecoming of a sect master, but unfortunately, the only thing on his mind was killing Li Qie. However, he couldn't finish his threat before a large foot came straight for him from above. It carried absolute suppression and astounded the crowd. They were immediately forced to the ground, unable to get up. Resistance was utterly futile. Waiting to be reduced to mincemeat was the only path. What the hell? Some screamed while feeling despair. Their merit laws and treasures were no longer effective. Activate! Peacock Monarch felt the incoming danger and sent heavenly rays upward. They pierced the sky vault and intended on stopping the foot. Alas, this was still far from enough. The foot destroyed the heavenly swords and continued downward. He panicked and performed several merit laws. Runes filled up the airspace above him and carried the immensity of the earth. His impressive Grand Tao was still crushed by the foot. It didn't stop until it stomped on his back and forced him down to the ground. Ugh! He spat out a mouthful of blood and suffered grievous injuries. Up! He became radiant one more time and mustered all of his energy to lift the foot off him. The master of the foot simply added a bit more strength and fully immobilized the monarch. This sudden development caught everyone off guard, especially the members of Dragon. They all witnessed the monarch's power just now. He was absolutely a top cultivator capable of sweeping through the world. Yet, that foot still crushed him as if he was a mere insect. Once people calmed down and looked up, they noticed that someone else was present. Initially, they thought that the foot was Li Qie's technique. This newcomer was unknown to them. He wore a royal robe that was meticulously tailored. Each thread was embroidered to perfection, a sign of its value. He had fair skin, starry eyes, and sharp brows, a truly handsome man that clearly came from nobility. They were also shocked to see how young he was. It was one thing for an ancient being to defeat Peacock Monarch. However, this person looked so young. Who is he? They were frightened. Just Li Qie's devilish abilities alone were dreadful enough. Now, there was another mysterious youth. Forefather. The three ancient demons immediately bowed after seeing him. Forefather. The members of Dragon became confused. Nonetheless, they also got on their knees. They had no idea who he was, but since their ancient ancestors addressed him as Forefather, the guy's status was rather obvious. Chapter 44-29. Nine-tailed God. All members of Dragon have prostrated. Meanwhile, outsiders exchanged glances, wondering about the youth's identity. Of course, the disciples of Dragon had the same question. Alas, they had to follow their ancient ancestors' lead and kneel. Only an apex existence can make the three ancient demons kneel. An ancestor became emotional. Who? So young too? A big shot asked. There is one person in Dragon worthy of this treatment. He has to be their strongest ancient ancestor, nine-tailed god. An old ancestor speculated. You're right. That's who he is. Another knowledgeable ancestor observed for a while before reaching this conclusion. That's nine-tailed god? Those nearby became startled. Both regular disciples and ancestors took a deep breath after hearing this title. If the three ancient demons were renowned, then nine-tailed god was the sound of unexpected thunder striking everyone's eardrums. Nine-tailed god was the strongest ancient ancestor of dragon. In fact, he was one of the strongest demons altogether. He had competed against three Truth Tao Lord, entered Evil Flame Ridge, and obtained a special flame from there. Ancient ancestor. The young ones from Demon looked up with nothing but reverence in their eyes. They never expected to be able to see this legend one day. It was truly an honor. Why is nine-tailed god so young? One expert wondered. Yes, isn't his age up there? Another responded. Many believe that this ancient ancestor should have white hair and wrinkles. Of course, an aged appearance wouldn't deter his awe-inspiring aura in the slightest. However, he looked so young and didn't have any intimidating presence. If he were to claim to be nine-tailed god in a different circumstance, some might start laughing and tell him that he was tired of living, pretending to be nine-tailed god. Wait, I recognize him. On the other hand, the members of Little Diamond became astounded because they had seen him before. He was none other than the youth who sold them the old box back in the wonton restaurant. Wang Xining. They couldn't believe that they had an interaction with this legendary character. Moreover, some of them were disrespectful as well. Thinking about this made them break out in cold sweat. One ancient ancestor from the same generation became sentimental. Time spared no one, but this man was still as vigorous and youthful as before. I can't believe he's still alive, and look at how young he is too. A younger ancestor commented. This being has been gone for so long now. The members of Dragon had no idea about his current condition and location. Because of this, there were rumors of his demise. In fact, even the three ancient demons had no knowledge of this. Nonetheless, all of them heaved a sigh of relief. Their guardian was still around. This was the best of news possible. Boom! Peacock Monarch eventually gave up on struggling. He knew just how strong nine-tailed god was, so struggling was futile. Due to the suppression, he was reverted back to his true form, a magnificent peacock. Impetuous and impulsive, careless and unobservant, I sentence you to 5,000 years of reflection. Nine-tailed god waved his hand and banished Peacock Monarch to isolated confinement. The scene fell into a hush. The crowd didn't dare to breathe loudly in the presence of a supreme being. Though he spoke in a calm fashion, each word carried immense weight and affected the mind. Demon God. The ex-sect master of Five Sun was ecstatic and asked him for help. This heinous villain is out of control. Please destroy him. Eyes darted between Li Chia and the demon god right away. They thought that no one would be able to stop the latter since he was on a different level. Does Li Chia have a chance? A youth asked. Impossible. Nine-tailed god is one of the strongest demons in the world. An apex existence. Li Chia might be unfathomable but still can't stop him. An expert shook his head. I agree completely. Another said. Most watched with bated breath. Some eagerly awaited a battle since they wanted to see the demon god in action. They would then get a taste of invincibility. However, the demon god stared at the ex-sect master and said, Dragon will not interfere with this feud. This answer caught everyone off guard since this place was a ceremonial square of Dragon. Absolutely their territory and jurisdiction. The ex-sect master turned pale and staggered backward. He thought that the demon god would be able to destroy Li Chia. Alas, the demon god refused to help him. Featherhat Paragon joined in. Demon god, please uphold justice and destroy this evil man. The demon god didn't bother answering. Featherhat might be influential in this generation but was still only a junior. Chapter 4430. Horrified with his comment, Dragon was no longer involved in the feud between Li Chia and the ex-sect master of Five Sun. This choice was rather perplexing. A top existence such as the demon god shouldn't allow anyone to cause trouble in his territory, let alone kill an esteemed guest. In fact, he should be siding with the ex-sect master and protecting him. Of course, no one dared to criticize him. He was a dragon and they were mere insects. Speaking up was akin to seeking an early death. Done tattling? Pick how you want to die. Li Qie stared at the ex-sect master. This prompted him to stagger backward even more while trembling with fear, a stark contrast to his bravado in the beginning. Now, he could see a death god coming for him. Dao brother, be benevolent when possible. If you drop this issue, our Majesty will show his gratitude, Featherhat Paragon shouted. I've given you all a chance several times but you refused. Li Qie said, I'm more interested to see how he will avenge his father now. Featherhat Paragon couldn't respond to this. He didn't dare to make a reckless move since he couldn't gauge Li Qie's true power. After all, he was only working for Five Sun King, not a servant. There was no need for him to risk his life. The time is ripe. Let's do this. Li Qie played with the saber again. Everyone started thinking about the future. If Li Qie were to kill the ex-sect master, would his son seek revenge? What if Li Qie was actually unbeatable? Would Five Sun King pay any price for this goal? Most thought that the best option for Five Sun King was to endure, focus on the Grand Dao, and become a Dao Lord first. It wouldn't be too late for him to try afterward. Far easier as well. You! The ex-sect master noted that the other ancestors had no intention of protecting him. This was understandable since the ex-sect master was considered a junior and they weren't from the same sect. The only reason why they even cared about him was his son. If you dare to touch me, you'll become the enemy of Five Sun School, my son, and all of the East. You can run to the end of the world and my son will still hunt you down. The ex-sect master tried to quell his fear by threatening. Correct, and I can't wait. Li Qie smirked. The ex-sect master's face turned red as fear began to take over. Make your move. Li Qie insisted again. Don't be insane. The ex-sect master stammered since he could see death's door right now. Fine, don't blame me for starting first. Li Qie no longer wanted to waste time and raised his saber. Just this alone commanded everyone's attention, even the strongest ancestors. From the beginning, Li Qie had performed 3 moves. The first was extreme speed, killing 3 elders in the blink of an eye. The second was a casual swing that injured the ex-sect master. The third easily repelled Featherhat Paragon. None doubted their power. It's just that they had no idea why the slashes were powerful with the exception of the first. They thought that they could duplicate the second and third slash without a problem. A new cultivator could certainly learn these saber arts. However, these so-called ordinary arts defeated veteran cultivators. The current action lacked vitality and energy channeling. There seemed to be nothing empowering it, rendering it difficult for spectators to learn. Normally, crowd members would be singing praises of top techniques, telling their friends about how invincible they were or the profundity behind the Tao. In this case, no one had anything interesting to say because it looked like a mortal raising a saber. Nonetheless, they were still trembling inside before the slash is delivered. Some were certain that the ex-sect master was about to be decapitated. Stop. The ex-sect master felt the same way, no longer daring to take Li Qie lightly like before. He didn't dare to confront this technique directly. My son, save me. He threw his reputation away during this crucial moment and roared. With that, he took out an old talisman created from valuable parchment and impeccable calligraphy. It pulsed with boundless radiance. Buzz! A Dao portal appeared behind him, opening a different dimension in order to help the ex-sect master escape. Chapter 4431. Dao Obliteration, Buzz. Light flowed within the portal and caused spatial ripples, creating a pathway spanning billions of miles. The crowd became emotional and exchanged glances. Is he going to run? One expert said. This dimensional portal could take him from Dragon all the way back to Five Sun School. The talisman capable of opening this long-range portal was indeed impressive and could be considered a top treasure. However, the crowd didn't focus on the talisman but rather, would the ex-sect master escape? Though he had retired, he still represented his sect and his son. Running right now meant besmirching the reputation of both. In this case, others would always bring up this unsavory story when talking about Five Sun King. Many cultivators would rather die in battle, lest they be known for their cowardice. The ex-sect master naturally struggled with this as well. He would set a terrible example. His son's supporters and fellow sect members might copy him and run during precarious situations. Moreover, he came as an envoy of the East. This would destroy the alliance's morale as well. Thus, He gritted his teeth and crushed the talisman. Pop! The portal behind him immediately dispersed. What? Many were surprised by his choice since he took the time to open the portal. They thought that he would escape since that's the whole point of the talisman. Alas, he had changed his mind. Junior, we'll see who will win. He roared and released all of his energies and vitality. Rumble! 7 halos emerged and rushed towards Li Qie. The ex-sect master chose a reckless and direct strategy, using his halos to attack. They represented his 7 Grand Dao empowered by his energy and vitality. This was a move widely known as Grand Dao obliteration, using one's power without holding back in the slightest. However, it also carried significant risks since the user's Grand Dao could be damaged. Sovereigns have worked their whole life in order to reach this point. Having their halo damaged meant losing everything and becoming a cripple. They have grown used to being dominating masters. Becoming weak was a fate worse than death. Alas, the ex-sect master no longer cared about the consequences. He thought about taking Li Qie down with him because escaping was not an option. The latter would ruin his son's reputation and diminish morale. After all, if 5 Sun King's own father would run in battle, why would anyone else risk their life for him? Rumble! The 7 Grand Dao came crashing down and destroyed numerous buildings nearby. Even spatial fabrics started disintegrating. They destroyed everything in its path while encircling Li Qie. The area turned dark as a result. Get back! The 3 ancient demons warned their fellow sect members. They could tell that this ex-sect master might blow himself up to kill Li Qie. Clank! Li Qie raised the saber horizontally in front of him and slowly pushed forward. Everyone could see his action clearly this time, even the weakest cultivators present. Boom! The incoming halos seemed to be hitting an invisible wall made of saber energy. It couldn't move 1 inch forward, let alone touch Li Qie. He stopped it. The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. Li Qie only pushed his saber forward, yet he managed to stop a Grand Dao obliteration. No one would believe this without seeing it in person. Whoosh! He then fully swung his saber. The slash cut through the halo as if they were blocks of tofu. The size didn't matter since they would be cut down eventually. He'll be crippled at the very least. An ancestor from the east shouted. Activate! The ex-sect master didn't seem to care. He became shrouded in a bloody radiance. His chaos energy and Dao obliteration became red as well. Chapter 4432. Bowl of the World, boom! The crimson light encompassed everything nearby. Shit! It's a self-detonation. Many experts shouted. Run! He's exploding! Everyone immediately ran to a safe distance. Meanwhile, the ex-sect master was burning his vitality. His power increased dramatically along with the temperature. The world was being boiled into a red hue. He's ready to die in order to take down Li Qie. The crowd understood his intent. Burning one's vitality and true fate was a last-ditch effort. He saw how ineffective his Dao obliteration was and decided to drag Li Qie down with him. At this crucial moment, a loud explosion could be heard from an unbelievable distance. A beam shot to the sky and illuminated the world. An aura of a great genius swept through the regions and made everyone shudder. The target of this aura was none other than Dragon's territory. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the source came from someone capable of becoming a Dao Lord in the future. Both the young and old felt suffocated. Weaker cultivators dropped to the ground. Eastern Desolace. Ancient Lion took note of the direction. It's 5 Sun School. An ancestor from the east had a better grasp of the location. It's His Majesty's aura. Feather Hat Paragon shouted. Everyone knew that 5 Sun King was not here since he had undergone isolated cultivation. However, his aura was still so suppressive despite the distance. They had felt his power during the Dao lecture. Of course, this took it to the next level and frightened them all. Something crushed space itself and crossed through the dimensions. Its speed couldn't be described by words. This treasure arrived and poured down torrents of Dao laws. It was a divine bowl with an oceanic level of radiance. Bowl of the Worldle. His Majesty's treasure. Feather Hat shouted again. The crowd felt time stopping or at least becoming a million times slower. Every action stagnated in slow mo. A supreme power fixated on the ex-sect master of 5 Sun. It suppressed him and stopped him from burning his vitality. At the same time, A heavenly hand manifested from the bowl's rays, reaching for Li Qie. Everything beneath this hand withered instantly. This divinity was strong enough to intimidate some of the ancestors present. The suppression of this treasure assaulted the soul, not the physical body. The heavenly hand could bypass physical defenses and crush the soul and true fate. This feeling alone horrified everyone. They felt inferior like specks of dust while being subjugated by this treasure known as Bowl of the World. Five-Sun King was still in training, but he couldn't watch his father commit suicide. He sent his treasure and performed a two-pronged technique to save his father and attack Li Qie. The crowd was certainly impressed by the effectiveness of the bowl, even though Five-Sun King wasn't here in person. They gained a good sense of how frightening and mighty he was. His potential of becoming a Tao Lord was known to all. He had proved himself in Dragon as well. Nonetheless, witnessing him in action was still enlightening. The power of an heir couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, an heir was already this strong. What about an actual Tao Lord? Clank! Their rumination was interrupted by a saber hymn. They felt their heart being sliced by this sound. As the power of the bowl descended, Li Qie simply changed his swing to a reverse vertical slash. Time started flowing right away. The suppression and offense of the bowl were instantly severed. Splash! Blood gushed out of the ex-sect master and caught everyone off guard. Next, his body split into two halves and the internal organs poured out. His eyes were wide open as he fell down to the ground. He didn't expect his son to stop his detonation, nor Li Qie's slash being able to bypass the bowl's suppression. He didn't even have the chance to stop the slash. Chapter 4433. Unstoppable slash. This was the end of the ex-sect master of Five-Sun despite the protection of his son's treasure bowl. Boom! A deafening explosion resulted in considerable pain in the eardrums. The slash continued and left behind a lasting trail. The visual of the trail painted an empty feeling after actualizing the physical distance. It seemed to be feeble and powerless, yet it easily cut down the Tao laws emanating from the bowl. The laws contained the power and understanding of a potential Tao Lord. Alas, they stood no chance against the seemingly unimpressive slash. Boom! Finally, the slash made it through all the Tao laws and struck the bowl itself. The bowl immediately lost its radiance upon contact. Its immense power was not enough to stop a weak slash seemingly coming from a mortal, one that wouldn't be able to cut down a tree branch. In reality, it had the opposite effect: total destruction. The weakened bowl was sent flying like a meteor and disappeared into the horizon, leaving behind complete silence. Li Qie's single slash still managed to kill the ex-sect master and defeat the bowl of the world. He didn't need to perform a top saber art of channel energy. Just the swing of his blade was more than enough. The crowd thought that the whole thing was inconceivable. Anyone else doing the same thing would have been killed, since the opponent was none other than Five-Sun King, a renowned genius. That attack was enough to injure most heavenly sovereigns, let alone a simple slash. Not again. One expert calmed down and murmured. Everyone was utterly confused, since no one could account for Li Qie's sorcery. How could they try to fathom the Tao mysteries behind the slash when it had none? Even ancestors couldn't spot any transformation or saber Tao. Thus, the only conclusion was that he simply swung the saber like a mortal. What the hell did he do? An expert said. How do we even name it? Ordinary slash? Casual slash? A cultivator from a big sect joked. Some wanted to give a name to this amazingly effective technique. Alas, this proved to be a difficult task due to the stark contrast between its nature and effectiveness. Others turned their focus towards the east, especially Five-Sun School. Night has returned again and the bright radiance was gone. Will Five-Sun King attack again? A clan member wondered. Though the first exchange was clearly Li Qie favored, Five-Sun King didn't come in person. Thus, it couldn't be considered a defeat. The question was, would this great genius let it go like this? He must avenge his father no matter the price. This is what must be done. The feud is irreconcilable. An older expert said. No matter the price. Some shuddered after hearing this. Five-Sun King was both powerful and influential. If he were to go all out, destruction of several sects might be possible. Putting his father's death aside, he has lost to Li Qie today. If he doesn't defeat Li Qie, how will he prove his Tao and become a Tao Lord? Li Qie has become an obstacle that he must surpass and kill. A fight is inevitable. One ancestor said. Can Li Qie handle it? One expert glanced at Li Qie. Hard to say. Five Sun King isn't alone since he has numerous supporters. They will definitely lend a hand in killing Li Qie. A big shot from the east said. Looks like Li Qie will have a tough time finding safe haven. In fact, it'll be worse for him after Five Sun King becomes a Dao Lord. Another speculated. I disagree. Li Qie won't just be sitting idly. In my opinion, he'll be the killer, not the victim. A supporter of Li Qie claimed. Are you sure? Five Sun King has mighty Dao protectors. Can Li Qie overcome them? The big shot from the east said. This didn't surprise anyone. After all, top geniuses normally had capable Dao protectors, let alone an heir like Five Sun King. Chapter 44-34. New sect master. The conclusion of the battle left many questions for the audience. None sympathized with the ex-sect master due to his imperious and arrogant attitude, especially when he kept on bringing up his son. The big shots would snort at him if it wasn't for Five Sun King. After all, he wasn't exceptional at all among his contemporaries. His great achievement was siring Five Sun King. This allowed him to walk proudly among the ancestors and rulers. Due to the lack of respect, Featherhat Paragon and his peers didn't want to risk trying to save him. Furthermore, this battle also displayed Five Sun King's power. Though he wasn't here in person, that attack intimidated even high elders and ancestors. He showed that he was qualified to compete for the Dao Lord position. Of course, the main topic was still how bizarre Li Qie was. Is he invincible? This thought briefly flashed in everyone's mind but quickly dispersed. His common appearance made it hard for people to consider him a true master, and his ordinary slash confused them. In terms of aura and divinity, Five Sun King completely crushed Li Qie. However, people would always remember Li Qie's triumph over the bowl of the world. This ends here. Nine-tailed God spoke and interrupted their rumination. He stared at Featherhat Paragon and the others from the east and said, Fellow Taoist from Eastern Desolace, we welcome your return on another day. This comment surprised all the Eastern ancestors. This was the same as telling them to leave, no longer discussing the alliance and absolutely not the marriage alliance. The group consisted of famous ancestors. Alas, there was a great gap between them and Nine-tailed God. After all, few in the world right now could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. We shall obey. Featherhat Paragon bowed and said, Our Majesty also sincerely sends his regards. He hoped to give Nine-tailed God a good impression of Five Sun King. After all, no one would want an opponent like him in the future. The other ancestors also bowed and said goodbye to the big shots of dragon before leaving. They didn't say anything to Li Qie because escalation might end with their death. Let's leave too. The crowd members saw that it was over and also left. Only the disciples of dragon stood still respectfully, not daring to utter a single word. This was a glorious day for them since they got to see the elusive ancient demons and most importantly, Nine-tailed God. The regular ancestors felt the same way, that they were extremely lucky to see their demon god. The demon god's eyes swept through the crowd. He then said with a dignified tone, You all have let insignificant accomplishments go to your head, arrogant enough to compete with Lion's Roar. Who gave you the confidence? The juniors trembled with fear after hearing his dissatisfied tone. Be smart demons, not idiots. He added. None dared to retort. From now on, the gates of dragon shall be closed in order to cultivate the heart and nurture the character. He went on. This declaration was truly a big deal. Normally, sects wouldn't close their gates unless there were massive issues, internally or otherwise. Moreover, dragon had great ambition as well. Such a sect wouldn't close its gate. Now, his command made them feel as if someone had just poured cold water over them. It meant that they would no longer compete with Lion's Roar over the South's dominion. They would just focus on self-improvement instead. Peacock has not fulfilled his obligation. Thus, the new sect master shall be Goldbird. Any objection? His eyes narrowed as he spoke. Many became emotional and exchanged glances. This position was usually decided by the ancestors. Nonetheless, Nine-tailed God could certainly change the direction of dragon right away. We have no objection. The three ancient demons spoke first. We have no objection. The other ancestors followed suit. In just a short time, Goldbird Monarch took over as the new sect master of Dragon. After all, no one would dare to oppose their strongest ancient ancestor. Goldbird, you are the sect master starting today. Nine-tailed God spoke. Goldbird Monarch stood there in a daze. Do your best now, Goldbird. Ancient Pheasant laughed and cheered him on. Chapter 44-35. Beseech the return of Nine-tailed God brought unity back to Dragon despite the sudden change of their sect master. The conflict between the branches has been quelled. This was a pro in having an ultimate ancestor. They served as unshakable pillars, capable of saving their sect from sure destruction. His appearance brought morale back to Dragon and gave them a clear direction for the future. If it wasn't for him, Dragon would have fractured. After all, Peacock Monarch had plenty of supporters. If he had insisted on opposing Xueqi, he would have gained the support of many ancestors and disciples. Putting this feud aside, it would have been difficult for Goldbird to take over as well. Even if Goldbird had the support of all three ancient ancestors, Peacock was still the rightful ruler due to his talent and contribution. If the three ancient ancestors were to make Goldbird the sect master, he would have to deal with many dissenters. This group would think that his position was not earned. This wasn't the case with Nine-tailed God's involvement. He successfully stabilized the situation and suppressed all dissidents. This stability actually increased morale and unity. Because of this, though the only change was in the sect master, Dragon was actually undergoing a revolution. The three branches became less divided than before, something truly beneficial for the future. Nine-tailed God then invited Xueqi to stay for a bit. His reception was completely different. Whenever members of Dragon saw him, they acted with nothing short of reverence. Sir, our young miss isn't bad at all, right? Nine-tailed God spoke with a smile. Are you looking for a disciple? He shamelessly suggested despite his position in order to help Jian Qingzhu. As for the latter, she didn't say anything but had an expression of eager anticipation. I don't recruit disciples that easily. Xueqi said. Then do you need a maid? That works too. Nine-tailed God took one step back, changing disciple to maid. Jian Qingzhu didn't mind the change in status either. Staying with Xueqi was obviously a grand fortune. Those lacking information would think that she was crazy, refusing to marry a potential Dao Lord and becoming Xueqi's maid instead. In this case, both Nine-tailed God and Jian Qingzhu weren't fools. Xueqi stared at the demon and smiled. You can take her as your disciple, no need for her to follow me. The demon shook his head and said, How can I compare with you? Staying with you will benefit her for a lifetime. Her talents are just so-so, but her wisdom and intelligence are excellent. She'll be able to shine here. He said, not taking her opinion into account. Dragon will just be dragon, no matter how resplendent, only a path before the Dao Lord level. Moreover, 8 decimalaces are so tiny compared to the vastness of the world. The demon smiled wryly. You want to leave this tiny land? He asked. Unfortunately, my cultivation is limited. The demon shook his head. Even if I have the chance to leave, I won't achieve anything special since I am but a worm compared to the countless overlords. Anyone else listening would become startled. First, putting aside the comment about 8 decimalaces size, Nine-tailed God's disparaging self-comment was unbelievable. He might not be unbeatable, but as a top ancient ancestor and an unsurpassable mountain, it would be hard to find him a worthy opponent. Alas, he still considered himself a worm? Regular cultivators wouldn't possibly fathom the beings he was talking about. Though Jian Qingzhu has been exposed to many things recently, she was still shaken because it came from a mighty demon god. In fact, for many generations now, the disciples of Dragon viewed him as the goal of a lifetime. If they were to hear this, they would become emotional and stricken with despair. It seemed that the path of cultivation was so hopeless. Their goal turned out to be nothing more than a worm in the grand scheme of things. Nonetheless, she took a deep breath and calmed down. Instead of despair, she viewed it as a different starting point and became even more eager than before to embark on this path. Xueqi noted this and smiled. A strong heart can still find success on the arduous path. She has gained the right fortune. Now, she needs to weather the storm herself in order to learn instead of wasting it under my protection. Thank you for your guidance. The demon god understood the point and bowed. Jian Qingzhu also did the same to show her gratitude. Sir, please let us know what you want. Nine-tailed god then got to the point. He knew that Xueqi didn't appear in dragon for no reason. I want the bone left behind by your progenitor, Xueqi revealed. That thing. Nine-tailed god was startled for a moment but still agreed. As you wish, sir. This legacy was considered the priceless heirloom of their sect. Nonetheless, the demon god still agreed right away. First, he knew that no one would be able to stop Xueqi from obtaining it. Dragon might be the casualty in this process. Thus, why not just give it to him and let him view it as a favor? It would earn his good grace. Chapter 4436. Tiger Pond. A sunken city existed in the ancestral ground of Tiger Pond. It was a place filled with fortunes and potential Tao enlightenment. It produced numerous ancient ancestors and top cultivators for Tiger Pond. Of course, only the most brilliant disciples or mighty ancestors could enter since it was too important for Tiger Pond. Phoenix Ground's inner region was similar. However, this city was underground, laying in ruins for many eras now. The scale was clearly grand and the workmanship impeccable. Alas, not much was left outside of broken walls and tiles. The remnants were heavy and large, stripped and sculpted from mountains. It maintained its aged appearance because no disciples were allowed to live here. It had survived numerous eras and the destruction of great sections. It wasn't created by Dragon and already existed as a home for demons before Dragon's foundation. Space Dragon Emperor later came and brought Tiger Pond and Phoenix Ground back to Dragon. In the middle was a dried lake. There were steps leading down to a smaller pond, hence the name of this area. Only the pond had water left in it. The clear and cold water seemingly stayed the same for so long now. Nonetheless, there were no foul smells or growths. The water was the primary reason for its value. It could heal serious wounds via immersion. Of course, fatal wounds were a different story. It had other effects as well, soothing the body and mind, quelling anger and evil, and boosting meditational efficacy. Most importantly, it contained the mysteries of the Tao. Those meditating in this place could benefit greatly. There were 4 people standing next to the pond right now. Nine-tailed god and the 3 ancient demons. They stared at the water with a solemn expression. Xueqi sat in the water and gently waved his hand through the water once, creating ripples and waves. They seemed to be alive and waking up something underneath, similar to a flood dragon yet not. This process continued even though Xueqi's hand stopped moving. Nonetheless, spectators would be nervous from thinking that something could leap out of the water at any moment. This applied to the 4 demons as well despite their prowess. Something is coming out? Ancient Treant asked. Nine-tailed god shook his head. No, this is an eternally indelible Tao accumulation. He paused and then added, one left behind by a supreme. Eternally indelible? Ancient Lion became emotional. Old Lion, you've meditated here before. Did you have the same phenomenon? Ancient Pheasant asked about the waves. No. Ancient Lion shook his head. I've immersed myself here for who knows how long. I certainly benefited and found myself in a different place, becoming spirited and learning more. The Tao just poured into me, truly a magical feeling. Ancient Lion was qualified to meditate here due to his achievements. Moreover, he benefited greatly as well. However, I didn't produce this phenomenon. He smiled wryly. What about you, Your Majesty? The 3 ancient demons stared at Nine-tailed God. This is not a simple phenomenon. Nine-tailed God stared intensely at the waves then said, back when I meditated, I saw Grand Tao and a spirit. Spirit. The 3 ancient demons became emotional. It wasn't our progenitor, right? One of them said. Space Dragon Emperor didn't leave behind this pond, so it must have been a different supreme existence. Yes, someone I've never seen before. Nine-tailed God said seriously. Who is it? Ancient Treant was curious. I'm unsure, but it might be the legendary Jiubian. To which Nine-tailed God responded. Jiubian. Their astonishment only grew. They knew that Tiger Pond was rumored to have deep ties with Jiubian. Alas, there was no concrete evidence. Fengqi and Jiubian. Ancient Pheasant murmured. Bringing up Jiubian made him think about the connection between Fengqi and Phoenix Ground as well. Was it really Jiubian? I've heard that Jiubian might have been born here. Ancient Lion questioned. They're all speculation from the ancient records. Ancient Treant responded. Whether Jiubian was born here or not, it certainly had something to do with Jiubian. Nine-tailed God said with confidence. Chapter 44-46. Rock pile. Li Qie didn't take the water or any of the grass. His focus turned to a pile of rocks. After fully gathering the grass, the demon god came over and stood next to Li Qie. He stared at the rock pile as well. There was nothing special about a bunch of white rocks stacked randomly in this manner. However, he eventually noticed something weird. The rocks were connected with each other. It seemed as if after the pile was made, they were burned by an unbelievable flame, resulting in the surface melting and fusing together. In other words, contrary to their appearance, they have become a single entity. Each individual rock was crucial to the whole and couldn't be missed. He then crouched down in front of it and tapped gently. There was a heavy echo, a sign of calcification. He started pondering that this rock was actually a bone. Take out your item, Li Qie ordered. He immediately took out the treasure box with an incredible seal. The power stemming from it was ancient and seemingly unbeatable. The content inside must be nothing short of amazing because the seal itself was rather precious. Only a top master could do something like this. He had a respectful expression, not because of Li Qie but rather, the box. This was something left behind by Space Dragon Emperor. An heirloom of dragon. It wasn't quite a treasure because no one in Dragon has been able to understand the thing inside. Nonetheless, they still revered it due to its prestigious origin. Space Dragon Emperor personally sealed it in dragon platform. How many treasures were worthy of this? Li Qie demanded it a while ago and he yielded, accepting all responsibilities. He knew that they had no chance of stopping him in the first place. The only difference between handing it over and fighting was the number of dead disciples. Dragon might turn to ashes as a result. Li Qie accepted the box and formed a mudra. A pulsing light manifested and opened the seal on the box. The demon didn't know what to say after seeing this. The seal required a special incantational mudra to open. This was a secret from Dragon only known by a few. Without this mudra, no outsider would be able to open the box. This wasn't the case for Li Qie at all. He did it faster and easier than some of Dragon's ancestors while not knowing the special incantation. He took out the item inside and this made the demon realize something. I see, I get it now, the latter said. The thing inside was hard to describe. It had a long shape with random warpings and a white hue. He didn't think that it was a bone until now with the rock pile in front of him. The heirloom turned out to be something similar to the fused bones, consisting of dozens of rocks being melted together. Li Qie sat down and pressed the heirloom into the pile of rock. It turned out that this thing was a perfect match and made the rock pile complete. So the progenitor came here before. The demon understood the use of his sect's heirloom. It wasn't a treasure but a part of this rock pile. Perhaps this was the key to the more important part. This was the reason why they couldn't figure out the item. Its incomplete nature. Not just your Space Dragon Emperor, others have visited this place too. Li Qie said. Others? The top Dao Lord such as Sword Queen? He asked. From his knowledge, top Dao Lords such as Sword Queen and Nine Wheel were the most likely to come here. Li Qie only smiled and didn't answer. I'm guessing our heirloom is the key. How come he didn't open this place for a chance at immortality? He was curious about this issue. If top beings have come here, they certainly noticed the biggest clue as well. Most importantly, his progenitor might be the first one here after the battle between Feng Qi and Jiubian. He even took away part of the rock pile and removed everyone's chances. Why did he do it? And what about the others? All of these top beings desired immortality. Why didn't they take advantage of this opportunity? If they had done it, the world would have known of their wondrous tale and legends would have started. Chapter 44-47. Open. He then focused on the rock pile with his heavenly gaze. This left him with an indescribable feeling. He forced himself to find something special about it only to fail. In fact, he was paying attention to it due to prior knowledge. Otherwise, he would have dismissed it after a quick glance. There was no point in worrying about it when the valley had pinnacle life water and the three leaves grasses. He believed that a few masters before him might have fallen into this trap, completely enthralled by the obvious treasures. After all, they were peerless and the word immortal has been used to describe them. Alas, this didn't mean much compared to actual immortality. Thus, he focused everything he got on the rock pile. As a peerless demon god, he was mighty enough to defeat virtually everyone. With enough time, he finally figured out some clues. In terms of appearance, most wouldn't be able to figure out anything regardless of the angles and methods. As for him, he ignored the actual rocky parts and focused on the missing gaps and holes. He deconstructed and reassembled in his mind numerous times and finally saw a faint outline. However, it remained complicated and he wouldn't be able to move on to the next step in a short time. At this time, Xueqi finally started. He pointed his index finger at the rock pile and started moving it around with lightning speed. It was as if he was playing the zither. The musical notes coming off his finger were woven into a Tao chapter. The Tao mysteries were just like composing a song for him. Thus, the demon god stopped his calculation and watched Xueqi in awe. He tried everything and wasted a considerable amount of energy and effort only to see a faint outline. However, Xueqi was acting as if he was the author of this chapter. This was a difference between a grand scholar and a student who had just learned how to write. The latter was still learning characters and experimenting, unable to accomplish much. As for the grand scholar, he would be able to form a poem in no time at all. This disparity shocked the demon god. He didn't think that he was unbeatable. Pride was not one of his weak points either because he knew about stronger existences. Nonetheless, he was not one to be unduly humble. He has been a genius his whole life and reached a height many could only dream of. Yes, there were stronger masters than him, but this number was tiny. Nonetheless, he knew the exact gap between him and these cultivators. This was akin to a new cultivator looking at their sect master. The disparity was still perceivable. On the other hand, the demon couldn't gauge the difference between him and Xueqi in the slightest. He felt as if he was a mere drop of water in the ocean. "Stand behind me." Xueqi interrupted his stupor. Anyone else would feel their pride being hurt. Why would a demon god need protection? Of course, Nine-Tailed God was different and immediately followed Xueqi's direction. Buzz! The entire pile lit up as Xueqi waved his hand. Minuscule yet detailed runes could be seen. They must have been carved by a supreme being using all of their efforts. Each was in tune with the worldly Tao and has proven itself. As Xueqi moved his hand, the myriad Tao of the world were moving with him. This was the demon god's impression. He didn't have the chance to take a clear look before Xueqi finished deriving all the runes. A portal was instantly opened and a mighty power rushed out. No, two different powers. He became astounded by the incoming power. Nonetheless, he still activated his 9 tails on time. Rumble! An inferno rushed for him. He thought at first that this was a type of solar flame. However, he gasped after realizing what it was after the first contact. Phoenix flame! The inferno seemed to be heralding a new world of destruction, melting everything in its path. However, the other power was unpredictable. It kept on morphing and changing while maintaining a similar level of destruction. The phoenix flame was clearly felt due to its scorching nature. The other was actually more difficult to stop, capable of killing the unaware victims. He became frozen due to the elusive second power. Screech! He then heard the hymn of a phoenix, one loud enough to injure his eardrums. Chapter 44-48. True Invincibility, Poof! A phoenix manifested into reality, looking wondrous and dignified while soaring in the air. It spread its wings and released a sky-blotting inferno, capable of refining yin and yang along with a myriad Tao. The aura of a phoenix engulfed the valley. All living beings trembled before this apex creature. Though the demon god was hiding behind Xueqi and activated his 9 tails, his barriers were melting and couldn't be rebuilt. It seemed that the flame of a phoenix made recovery impossible. The worst part was, the demon felt an instinctive urge to prostrate, akin to peasants seeing the emperor for the first time. He activated his vitality and true chaos energy in order to suppress this primal urge. It had nothing to do with his power, just his background as a demon. A phoenix was divine and loomed above all demons. The bloodline of the fox, albeit prestigious and high-level, was still not enough to contend against the phoenix bloodline. Boom! The second power suddenly took over his mind and immobilized him. He felt an invisible power gripping his throat, intending on crushing him to a pulp. He couldn't breathe. This was a fear he had forgotten. Fortunately, Li Qie finally took action and stopped it. The phoenix power alone was horrifying. Nonetheless, it was direct, so he could come up with a plan to stop it. On the other hand, that mental attack was impossible to assess. Once he realized that it was there, he had already become helpless. Rah! The shadow of a strange hybrid crossed through the sky. Its power was invisible yet fatal. Li Qie retaliated by becoming resplendent. He raised his hand and appeared to be the only immortal in existence. All Tao and affinities circled around the tip of his finger, and were subjected to his rule. Back off. He waved his hand and exerted his dominance. The demon trembled in horror since he felt severed from his grand Tao. Li Qie seemingly took over his own power. Boom! Boom! Li Qie's targets were the phoenix and the mysterious shadow. The two immediately retreated. Their power also disappeared from sight. The demon god heaved a sigh of relief. Alas, this was a little too early. Boom! A cataclysmic force came next. He looked up and saw the stars in the sky exploding into pieces. The attack this time reigned above all else, containing a might capable of sweeping through everything. He was but a speck of dust before it. Fuck dash! He bellowed in horror because this was helpless. A while ago, his nine-tail defense could last for a long time against the attack of the phoenix or even the mysterious power, as long as he was ready for it. However, his barriers collapsed in the blink of an eye, akin to an ember being extinguished by a tornado. It seemed that the reason why Li Qie told him to stand back was because of this attack, not the ones prior. What is this? He thought that he was witnessing the strongest force in existence. True invincibility. He once believed that he could last 5 moves even against the strongest cultivator. This was rather erroneous. Boom! His protector, Li Qie, chose to stop the attack with his body instead of turning resplendent like before. It immediately engulfed him. Shit! He bellowed because peerless weapons wouldn't be able to stop this attack, let alone the flesh. He was scared out of his mind, but in the next second, he found the invincible power nullified. This resembled a reef at the bottom of an ocean. It could withstand the waves forever without being swept away. Peace returned with haste to his astonishment. The roaring storm subsided without warning and the ocean became calm again. As he stood there in a daze, Li Qie gently pushed forward and the unknown power receded like the tides. If he didn't witness this in person, he wouldn't believe it. Chapter 44-49. A grave. The demon god had met many top cultivators before. He even faced the terrifying danger looming in Evil Flame Ridge. Alas, none of them could hold a candle to the attack just now. He was able to struggle against Evil Flame Ridge, but in this case, he knew that he would be reduced to dust without Li Qie's protection. He realized that the apex was not actually the apex. There was an even greater height, one above his comprehension and scope. The last few events have shaken him to the core. Most importantly, this overbearing power suddenly became gentle in front of Li Qie. The latter treated it as his own, capable of giving commands. Thus, just a hand wave from Li Qie sent it away. In his opinion, no one in all of 8 Desolaces could have endured that historically unstoppable attack. The strongest characters would barely be able to block it. Therefore, the attack was a tyrannical dragon instilling fear into all living beings. Alas, it felt like a docile puppy before Li Qie. It took a long time for him to calm down. Cold sweat streamed down his back. He eventually asked, what was that attack? It wasn't here from the start, nor was it a heavenly tribulation. This meant that someone purposely left it there, meaning that the source was even more impressive. Not to mention him, even Dao Sanqian of Sky Border would be nothing more than an insect against this being. A true immortal actually exists? He murmured, since this was the only life form he could think of capable of leaving this attack here. Of course, top masters have unanimously said that true immortals did not exist. Dao lords believed that they were far from reaching the mythical characteristics of a true immortal in the legends. However, Dao lords were already unbeatable. So how could there be true immortals? If immortals are around, they won't be there. A shallow pond can't produce a qilin. Li Qie smiled. I see. The demon pondered and agreed with this logic. 8 Desolaces couldn't handle the existence of one. For example, his world has plenty of top geniuses in every generation. However, only one Dao Lord could be produced at one time. Perhaps there were exceptions of 2 being around, but this would be extraordinary. Thus, it meant that 8 Desolaces couldn't accommodate 2 Tao Lords. As Li Qie said, a small pond wouldn't be able to birth a Qilin. Or, a Kuan would only appear at a great ocean. So who left behind this power? He asked if an immortal wasn't the right answer. Li Qie only smiled and didn't respond. The demon god was smart enough to not pursue this matter. He turned his attention towards the rock pile and became speechless. This situation was akin to a treasure seeker being filled with anticipation after finally opening the vault. However, they only found rocks instead of gold nuggets. In this case, he only saw a stone tablet, nothing else. There wasn't any engraving either. He initially assumed that opening the rock pile would show them the mysteries of immortality. He believed that there would be billowing immortal energy or the rays of everlasting life. Perhaps an immortal grass with a fragrance capable of delivering ascension. He regained his wits and came closer, hoping to see something else. Perhaps it was hidden well and required time to ponder. The slab seemed to be made from bluestone with shoddy workmanship. It hasn't been polished either, seemingly removed from a cliff and was taken to this place. The craftsman didn't leave a signature behind either. His heavenly gaze didn't spot him anything new. No runic lines and symbols. They didn't exist at the start and weren't added either. Thus, this was just a regular slab of bluestone. The lack of hints made it impossible to even start pondering any Tao mystery. "What is this, sir?" He asked for help. "A grave." Li Qie gently touched the tablet. "A grave." He was only surprised for a moment before realizing how much sense it made. He was too focused on the chance for immortality and didn't read the situation normally. He then used his heavenly gaze and looked down, but there was nothing buried underneath. "This is an empty grave?" he asked again. Those who died with their corpse missing could still be remembered in this manner. Chapter 4450. Nameless Tablet, Yes and No. Li Qie had a strange half-smile on his face as he answered. His eyes appeared profound, seemingly remembering and thinking about something. The demon didn't understand Li Qie's expression. The guy seemingly turned into a statue and was traveling elsewhere. He got the impression that the Li Qie earlier no longer existed. This man before him had turned into someone else. One that has lived for countless years dating back to the start of time. Despite a lack of tyrannical aura and energy ripples, this form was rather impressive in the demon's eyes. He believed that the current Li Qie had the cosmos within his grasp. Gods and devils would tremble in fear before the ruler of all. Naturally, his knees started buckling as well. He felt a strong urge to kneel and prostrate before a superior being. A while ago, Li Qie released his energy and it was truly unbeatable. Now, this mortal form frightened the demon god even more. He started imagining Li Qie activating his energy in this state and couldn't come up with anything. This was simply beyond his imagination. He took a deep breath and channeled his merit laws to calm his Tao heart. The trembling finally stopped. He then turned his attention to the slab instead. Time passed by and only failure awaited him. "Where is this opportunity for immortality?" he murmured helplessly. He wasn't foolish enough to think that it would be so simple. Nonetheless, the manifestation caught him by surprise. He could see that the mysteries would be hidden in a perfect manner. However, this unique opportunity should have released a special phenomenon. For example, the image of an immortal world, the mysterious reincarnation cycle, the transformation and derivation of the yin and yang. In this case, there was only a nameless slab and zero visual phenomenon. "I'm too weak." He sighed and gave up. After all, even peerless existences couldn't obtain immortality. He was nothing compared to the wise sages in history. In the present days, others worshipped him as a great demon god. Alas, he himself knew that he was just an average cultivator when compared to the brilliant Tao lords and matchless historical cultivators. His self-awareness allowed him to give up and be at peace. There was no need to force the issue. As for Li Qie, he started rubbing the tablet in a slow yet rhythmic manner, akin to the flow of the waves or the tapping of the Grand Tao. His hand released sacred rays as a result. They were primordial and reversed space back to a chaotic state. They seemed to be there at the start of the world and have witnessed history. They traveled through time to reach the present and didn't change in the slightest. Time and external changes had no effect on them. The slab reacted and released identical rays. Buzz! The rays from two different sources started twisting together as if this was their destiny. The demon god felt his grand Tao resonating with this phenomenon. His Tao laws appeared and were out of his control. Something greater was summoning his power. This was naturally not pleasant, losing control of one's own grand Tao. Enough rays came out to engulf the entire tablet. The area around it appeared to be the mysterious primordial chaos. Next came a loud yet distant explosion. Perhaps this was the explosion that started the world itself. Now, this sound finally came to the present day. With this explosion, the primordial chaos was split open and primordial energy poured out like mercury. In just the blink of an eye, it took over the entire valley. Primordial energy was the most basic type of energy for cultivators. As a demon god, he had accumulated an impressive amount of energy in his life. Alas, it was only a drop compared to the flood coming out of the explosion. "Is this the chance?" he blurted out. Alas, the dense primordial energy suddenly disappeared. He thought that the slab had absorbed it completely. Everything became normal again outside of one change. A diagram finally appeared on the nameless tablet. It was the image of a crow, depicted with awfully few lines yet looking animated. The crow seemingly wanted to fly away from the slab to reach the 9 heavens. He could even feel its aura and the gales from its flapping wings. Simplicity didn't diminish the vividness of the effect the diagram had on him. He could see wings large enough to blot out the sky, raising a dark curtain over the entire world. He didn't know what to feel. He had seen visual phenomena of phoenixes before, but now, he felt the urge to prostrate before this crow diagram. If one could somehow obtain and comprehend these sources, it meant being able to create an eternal lineage. Capable successors, whether tied by blood or not, would always be produced. As for the few leaves, they contained merit laws far stronger than Tao Lord level ones. Chapter 4452. Nest. Putting the Tao sources aside, the most stirring thing was the bird nest resting on top of the branch. It was magnificent, even outshining the incredible branch. The disparity was that of a firefly versus the moon. It released immortal beams into the sky. They then erupted into infernos and released wondrous visual phenomena. It seemed that an immortal world was being opened or that an immortal was descending. Though this dimension was one of stagnation, the beams from the nest became the only thing that could make a difference. Holy lotuses, deities chanting, divine citizens, the rotations of the worlds and heavens. Moreover, the nest had a special aura that demanded submission and reverence. The myriad realms seemed tiny in comparison. This could be considered the throne of the universe. All living beings would undergo a pilgrimage to this place. Those in the know would be shocked to see the materials required. Phoenix wood refined by 9 cycle tribulations. The bottom was padded with azure tribulation grass. These two things were desired by Tao lords and even immortal emperors. Alas, they never got the chance of obtaining either. Just one alone was impossible to find, yet both materials were found in the same place. In fact, this could drive the lords and emperors crazy enough to risk it all. Either would be considered the greatest of treasure, an heirloom for eras to come. In this case, they were used to build a simple nest. This might be the most expensive nest in existence. Most importantly, it seemed to be blessed and protected by the seals and intents of numerous immortal emperors. Because of this, it possessed power beyond imagination while being an unbreakable fortress. The world had a hard time withstanding its sheer weight, hence the special dimension. The unique materials and the various empowerments elevated the nest into a supreme and inviolable entity. Those who dare to test it would risk destruction. In a sense, this nest was more than a fortress. It represented authority and sovereignty over the 9 worlds. There was something lying in the nest. However, it has been shielded by the emperors so no one could see its true form. One had to forcefully break through all the seals before earning the privilege. Li Qie became rather sentimental while staring at the nest. As time passed, history gained numerous tales and legends. Once upon a time before this nest, numerous youths ascended to the sky above the 9 worlds. In another era, the appearance of the nest caused quite a stir throughout the realms. During the era of the ancient Ming, it became the symbol of hope. Alas, these wondrous tales and characters eventually disappeared among the river of time. Future descendants no longer remembered the names of the brilliant emperors. The same thing occurred to this nest during the 8 Desolaces era. No one remembered the nest any longer nor its significance. Memorable scenes flashed in his mind. A stubborn girl who wouldn't give up cultivating, a kind-hearted boy observing the waves at dawn. In fact, there were no longer any traces of some of these stories in 8 Desolaces. The flow of time was the only constant, nothing else could last forever with one exception. A Tao heart firm enough to withstand the temporal battering. Li Qie took a deep breath and stopped thinking. He reached for the nest. Boom! The powers of the nest immediately awakened. Flames rushed for him with enough force to treat all intruders as insects. Visual phenomena accompanied the inferno, ready to obliterate the unwelcomed guest. Imperious auras of immortal emperors woke up as well. Majestic figures could be seen in the inferno, each capable of suppressing everything. Min Ren, Xueqi, Mu Tian, Hong Tian, Qian Li, and many others. Their combined might was too much for a single being to handle. This included Li Qie from an emotional perspective. The eventful years filled with emotions returned, causing him to yearn for the past. Buzz! He released his true fate and immortal rays. The dark hand behind the curtains and the ruler of the 9 worlds have returned to loom above all else. As he spread his palm to form a seal, everything came to a halt. Time started reversing back to the past. Images of a youth fighting a dragon, a woman fighting the heaven, a demon wielding lighting itself. The unforgettable years. Li Qie sighed and murmured. People always hearkened back to their golden days when they were vigorous and ambitious. Beautiful memories were difficult to forget. The seal from his hand moved forward and quelled the inferno. The majestic figures gradually dispersed as well. Chapter 44-53. Dark Crow. The majestic figures of the emperors slowly dispersed, just like their memories slowly being buried again in Li Qie's mind. These intents and blessings have been guarding this nest for eras now, rendering it impossible for anyone to get close. Their teamwork was impeccable and frightening. Previous emperors and Tao lords couldn't get close despite coming here in person. Of course, Li Qie's handwave dispelled the seals because they existed to protect Li Qie. His true body was here now, so there was no need to be activated. With them gone, the nest became exposed and he could see the thing laying in there. The corpse of a bird. Of course, it was a crow. If anyone else were to see this, they would find it unfathomable. The nest was made from insane materials. It would be virtually impossible to find a second one in the entire world. Everyone would think that this place contained some peerless secret or artifact. After all, the materials alone were priceless treasures. Thus, whatever in there must be even more precious, 10 or 100 times greater. The only plausible answer must have something to do with immortality. In reality, it only had the corpse of a crow. It didn't look special at all and seemed to be just sleeping in the nest. If one had to pick something, then the feathers were darker and older than most crows. In other words, if normal crows could live for 20 to 30 years, then this one had somehow lived for 50 to 60 years. It gave the impression that it was a spirit or phantom of the night. It seemingly endured the test of time for millions of years, treating this lengthy period as a mere blink of an eye. It didn't belong to the 9 worlds or the reincarnation cycle. It gave the impression of being separated from all else, an entity unaffected by the laws of the world. In reality, the state of its existence remained unknown, whether it was sleeping or already dead. Nonetheless, it certainly had peace in this place. Li Qie's chest was heaving after seeing the crow since the past rushed back like a storm. Back in a forgotten era, a crow flew out of a mortal demon grotto. It traveled around the 9 worlds and 10 domains for eras, crossing from one dimension to the next, and creating one miracle after another. Others knew this being as the Dark Crow. Alas, they didn't know about the soul trapped inside, the true mastermind behind it all. The soul started golden eras, trained unbeatable beings, and created monstrous lineages. Numerous enemies shuddered in fear after hearing this title. The crow acted as the dark hand behind the curtain, controlling everything in an unstoppable manner. Dark Crow, a title hated and loved, remembered and feared. Some cursed it as an ominous entity or a butcher. Its appearance always ended with destruction and massacre. It reigned over others' fate without mercy. Few viewed it as the protector of the 9 worlds, a leader leading many wise sages to battle to stop the ancient Ming. If it wasn't for the crow, the 9 worlds would have been fully dominated by this race and been subjected to slavery. This was all in the past now. No one in 8 Desolaces remembered the Protector and the Butcher. This was because the top masters still alive to this day were either hibernating or keeping their mouths shut about this taboo matter. Li Qie picked up the crow. This was once his medium and now, his corpse. Everything started with it. Later on, he regained his body and the crow disappeared from the river of time. The name, Li Qie, replaced it. He gently rubbed the hard feathers. They were tougher than any metal in existence, capable of blocking all attacks. When its wings were fully spread, they would blot out the sky like an iron curtain. Furthermore, they could be used as the sharpest swords as well. He was overwhelmed with emotions, feeling as if he had returned to the 9 Worlds epic. Everything seemed like it was just yesterday. Of course, the reality was that they have turned into smoke. He was but alone. Chapter 4454. Energy Blade. The crow has certainly left its mark on the last epoch. Even ancient overlords and the rulers of the burial grounds took it quite seriously. It was older and more frightening than any immortal emperor, training invincible cultivators while destroying monstrous lineages. It was the source of numerous legends, albeit they didn't explicitly include the crow. Alas, nothing lasted forever. The greatest cultivators would still eventually be forgotten. Li Qie's recollection started with a young shepherd turning into a crow in a mortal demon grotto. Old man, looks like you always had this up your sleeve. It has always been here. Your death isn't in vain then. Li Qie sentimentally murmured. Only he understood this sentence. The other person who could understand was no longer alive. He took a deep breath and channeled a merit law with a madra. True chaos energy engulfed the area and started deriving the Grand Tao. Buzz. Black rays emanated from the crow as a result. They have been accumulated through eras and had enough power to pierce the sky vault. Runes appeared within the rays and turned them into chains, tiny yet unbreakable. A bright radiance appeared on the crow's forehead. Despite being small, it was actually larger than the 9 Worlds. It didn't contain life but rather, endless time. This was the light of worlds, as eternal as can be. In other words, possessing it meant having eternal life. This wasn't quite immortality, but the owner could live as long as heaven itself. Li Qie's eyes narrowed as he used his immortal energy. He closed his hand and started refining the various affinities, even the elusive power of tribulations. Thus, all powers in history have been condensed into his fingertip. He created a blade of energy, only 3 inches long but capable of penetrating everything. Even the laws and cycles of the world wouldn't be able to endure its destruction. Now that he had the right weapon, his cutting movement was at the apogee level. Its profundity couldn't be described by words. Clank, clank, clank. The chains sealing the crow were being cut by a combination of perfect sharpness and precision. They fell apart with no signs of being cut, as if the 2 ends were separated naturally, not by an external force. As more chains went down, the radiance in the crowd's forehead became increasingly brighter and larger. The same with the inner world. He took a deep breath and released a flood of primordial chaos energy. The rays seemed to be of the immortal level. His body became the ruler of the ages and the source of everything. Even planets were tiny in comparison. If outsiders were somehow here, they would be fully suppressed by his activated state, unable to stop themselves from trembling. He became the sole true immortal in existence. His one thought could destroy or create an epoch. He then cut the crow's forehead with lightning speed. One could even hear a soft sound of bone breaking as he cut through it completely. Boom! Time exploded from the radiance and poured out. It had accumulated for too many years, from the past all the way to the future. Thus, this temporal flood encompassed untold devastation. It struck Li Qie's immortal rays and actually managed to with them. Fortunately, his primordial chaos laws were able to slow down the flood. Zzz. Alas, they were decaying as well. Chapter 4455. See, the area became enriched with primordial laws and powers. These were the strongest and most eternal affinities. Alas, the temporal flood still withered them. It contained the power of billions of years, all focused on the same target. The transformations of the worlds happened in the blink of an eye. This could make oceans turn into mulberry fields in an instant. A Tao Lord here would be reduced to dust, unable to resist this temporal force. The primordial laws continued to heal and rebuild themselves. Alas, The other side attacked relentlessly. They couldn't handle the withering and started to crack. Boom! This gave room for the flood to strike Xueqi directly. Activate! He was prepared and roared, turning his body into an immortal fortress containing all the laws. In fact, calling it a primordial cosmo wasn't an exaggeration. The flood immediately entered his cosmic form. Despite its colossal size, it was still being affected by the withering force of time, intending on reducing it to a speck of dust. Xueqi channeled his immortal rays internally in order to sweep away the invasion. The rays contained boundless life force and slowly healed the rotting areas. Alas, the temporal flood seemed to have taken roots in his body and continued an unending cycle. He saw the past again, albeit unwillingly. Bringing a hot-blooded youth around the world, seeking a fortune for a young lady, burying one friend after another. This process continued again and again until it brought in the power of karma. The karmic tribulation of the massacres carried out when he was the Dark Crow joined the power of time. Sever. His true fate joined the battle and started eradicating the karmic tribulation. Finally, radiance took over his internal body and turned it into an immortal world. Crack! His energy blade cut through the crow's forehead. The light in there dispersed and something rolled out into his palm. He took a look and saw that it was a seed. Yes, a seed around the size of a finger with a gray hue. Just like the nest and the crow, it appeared regular at first. However, only the strongest characters would be able to see a particular ray circling around the seed. This wasn't always present since it pulsed in and out of existence continuously. Noticing this was akin to being on the river of time, surrounded by loneliness and silence. In the duality between eternality and ephemeral pulsing, one could suddenly sense an opportunity to grasp everlasting life. The ongoing pulse gave the best glimpse into what would be construed as everlasting life. Everlasting life, coveted by all. Xueqi sentimentally commented. He was too familiar with this feeling in the past. Old man, it had to happen. It would be too unfair if you had immortality as well. It's just that your gamble was too risky, he said while staring at the seed. He knew what the old man wanted to do. Unfortunately, the latter couldn't control everything. In the beginning, he thought that he could control the Dark Crow. Alas, his puppet managed to sever all ties and escape the control of the grotto. The thing he didn't take into account was Xueqi's immovable Tao heart. The old man expended untold efforts and resources in order to create an everlasting crow. This was another way to return to the world. Alas, all of these calculations were in vain since Xueqi eventually gained complete freedom. Because of this, the grotto failed during the final attack. Its ace card was already gone. Now, Xueqi had in his hand a legend coveted by all cultivators. Most importantly, it used to be his companion for a long time and helped him accomplish many things. Though his Tao heart was unique, it wasn't enough to let him walk on the Tao path forever without the seed. Old man, close your eyes and rest. Though I do not inherit your will, feel free to watch my next move. Xueqi smiled. Having said that, he put away the seed. He glanced at the crow in the nest and this world one last time before leaving. Everything started here and this was the final arc for the Dark Crow. From now on, it began with Xueqi. Chapter 44-56. Leaving after returning from ravaged land, Xueqi summoned the members of Little Diamond. Go back from whence you came, he ordered. Sect Master. Elder Hu and the other disciples were unwilling but they still bowed. I'm no longer your sect master, our ties end here. You all can decide on the next sect master later. He smiled and shook his head. Little Diamond was only one stop along the way. There was no reluctance and hesitation in leaving. It was time for him to leave Southern Desolace. Little Diamond didn't feel the same way. Xueqi was their hope and star. Losing him was a heavy loss. Who should we pick then? Elder Hu had a hard time reacting. Let the sect decide, he casually said. How about? Elder Hu was experienced enough to come up with a plan. His eyes darted towards Wang Weiqiao. His bold idea was to let Wang Weiqiao become their next sect master. Although the old man wasn't strong right now, he had plenty of potential being Xueqi's only disciple. Weiqiao will follow me to train, Xueqi said. I understand. Elder Hu bowed again and became emotional. We hope to see you again, sect master. The other disciples bowed as well. At first, they had no love for this sect master who came out of nowhere. However, as they spent time together, they truly benefited from his presence. Their horizon broadened during the trip. Moreover, Xueqi has become the pillar of their sect, so they considered him a close senior. Even a fool could tell that they might not be able to see him again after this departure. Thus, they tried their best to express their gratitude for what he had done. "Don't worry, sir. As long as Dragon is here, Little Diamond will be just fine." Nine-tailed God interjected. The members of Little Diamond were moved and bowed again. This promise was truly significant. Prior to this, Little Diamond had no chance of interacting with Dragon, let alone a legendary figure like the Demon God. Now, they have just gained an incredible backer due to this promise. This was also because of Xueqi. "It's time to leave," Xueqi told Wang Weiqiao and the rest of the group. Jian Qingzhu came closer and bowed. "Sir, I do not know how I can ever repay you. If you ever need my service in the future, just say the word." Goldbird Monarch also did the same. Xueqi was the reason why he became the sect master of Dragon. "I wonder when I'll be able to meet you again, sir." Nine-tailed God also bid farewell by bowing. "I'll be staying at Sky Border for a bit, so leave it to fate." Xueqi smiled. "Sir, please let me know if I can be of service later." The Demon God said. He naturally knew that although Sky Border was large, it wasn't enough to hold Xueqi back forever. Everyone wanted to see him off, but he refused. In the end, only the Demon God had the privilege of tagging along for a bit longer. "Sir, may I ask where you are heading to?" the Demon God asked. "Somewhere in Inner Ruins." Xueqi gazed at the horizon. "Inner Ruins? That is a long journey then," he said. Inner Ruins was the most mysterious region in Sky Border. It had numerous strange phenomena and legends. It hasn't been fully mapped out yet. "Life is a long journey," Xueqi chuckled. "Indeed." The Demon God knew the arduous path ahead for cultivators. "May I ask for your purpose?" he continued. "To grab something and settle a matter," Xueqi responded. He paused for a bit, then said, "Expect the unexpected. The cycle will continue and men do not triumph over calamities." This casual advice took the Demon God like a storm. "I will take this to heart, sir." He calmed down and bowed while feeling anxious. He had a terrible premonition and wanted to go prepare for the worst. "You can't see us off forever, go back," Xueqi said. "Goodbye, sir. I truly hope we can meet again." The Demon God responded and watched the duo disappear into the horizon. "Master, how should I train during our trip?" Wang Weiqiao asked along the way. He knew that it was not time to relax. "What are you missing?" Xueqi answered with a question. "Well," Weiqiao pondered and said, "my cultivation is shallow, the same with my knowledge. I suppose I am missing many things." "You're correct, but the things you're missing the most right now are experience and practice," Xueqi said. "Right." Weiqiao agreed. Though he was the oldest member of Little Diamond, he had no experience in the cultivation world until Xueqi came along. "So what should I do then, master?" Weiqiao asked again. "Are you prepared to face death during your training?" Xueqi stared at him. "Face death?" Weiqiao shuddered. Little Diamond was a tiny sect with no methods and treasures for life prolongment. An ordinary disciple like him living for so long was already impressive. Nonetheless, having to face death was still daunting. "I've thought of this before, master," Weiqiao said softly. "I have no problem dying a natural death since I've been blessed with longevity already. But to die in battle or a disaster? I'm just a worm in the grand scheme of things and am not mentally prepared." Chapter 4457. Life or death situations. Death was unavoidable for all living beings. Wang Weiqiao's answer wasn't unreasonable. Since he lived far longer than mortals and the average disciples, he had no problem accepting his mortality from old age. However, to suddenly face unexpected and traumatic death? He felt fear and was not ready for this. Facing death is a way to test your Tao heart. Nothing else carries the same gravity. Xueqi stared at him and said, "I see." He naturally understood this comment. It's fine to be attached to life. That's absolutely understandable. On the other hand, it's also pitiful and blameworthy. Xueqi went on. Could you elaborate? He asked. Li Chia looked towards the horizon and explained, being attached to life makes one enthusiastic about the world, a source of motivation. If you don't care for your own life, then there's nothing else you will care for. Right. Wei Qiao agreed. But if you have lived long enough, being too attached to life can be a source of calamity for others. Li Chia went on. Wei Qiao found this surprising. Once someone has lived long enough, they will have also gained ample power. Thus, for the sake of surviving, they might do anything to live. In the end, they might go as far as destroying the world they love to live longer. Wei Qiao was moved to hear this. An attachment to life bred motivation but also destruction. A double-edged blade. With time, the latter became rather likely. Because of this, you need to experience facing death. Li Qi'er elaborated, not only would this improve your cultivation and foundation, but it'll also give you a clearer perspective on life. After several experiences, you will know what you want. Master, I'm afraid that I can't live up to your expectations. Wei Qiao said. Only time can tell. If you don't wish to ruin yourself, you need to be resolute and courageously continue forward. Li Qi'e said. I understand. Wei Qiao memorized his teaching. We're going. Li Qi'e grabbed the old man and crossed through space. Inner Ruins was massive. Few could see all of its mysteries. This didn't stop the duo from reaching a desolate area protected by a mysterious force. No one else could come here. There seemed to be no end in sight in this void expanse. There were floating continents. Some were destroyed and reduced to large boulders. The lucky ones were completely intact with a strong life force. A few became dangerous grounds resembling hell. We're here. Leave. Li Qi'e stared at the expanse and said. Wei Qiao had no idea where he was. Though he was weak, he instantly recognized the perilous nature of this area. There were too many hidden dangers to count. He also got the feeling that numerous eyes were staring at them from the shadows. They belonged to creatures eager of leaping out and eating them. Where is this place, master? He took a deep breath and asked softly. Inner Ruins. Li Qi'e casually answered. How will I find you, master? Wei Qiao inquired. No need to say goodbye. Walk your own path and become a mighty tree. Being under my protection will limit your growth. You'll amount to nothing. Li Qi'e smiled. I see. I will try my best and not let you down, master. Wei Qiao became emotional and bowed. No, do it for yourself, not for me. Cultivation is a personal pursuit. Find out what it is that you seek. Li Qi'e continued. I will remember this. Wei Qiao bowed again. Go now, there is a long path ahead. We'll meet again. Li Qi'e waved his hand. I'm leaving, master. Wei Qiao bowed again, not truly wanting to leave. Nonetheless, he got up and turned away. I'll see you off. Li Qi'e chuckled and kicked the old man. Bam! Wei Qiao flew like a meteor towards the horizon while screaming. Ah! Boom! Eventually, he landed and rolled on the ground. It took a while before he stopped seeing stars. He strugglingly got up from being dizzy. Suddenly, his mind became focused again due to a thick stench in the wind. Creak dash, something heavy was moving ahead. He looked up and saw a moving hill. No, it turned out to be a massive insect with countless legs. Its carapace seemed to be made of rocks. It slowly crawled out of the ground with eyes larger than lanterns. This was the source of the stench. Shit! Wei Qiao immediately fled. The insect roared and headed for Wei Qiao. Its sharp legs cut through the ground, leaving behind numerous cracks. Wei Qiao ran for his life, crossing through the maze-like terrains in order to avoid the attack. He completely forgot about the whole training with facing death. The only thing on his mind was to get away from this creature. Meanwhile, Li Qi'e observed the chase with a smirk on his face. He then looked up and said, Show yourself. Bright ripples appeared above, akin to an elephant walking into the water. There was something large hiding above. Sure enough, a monstrous creature appeared with a billowing aura. It had tried its best to hide this frightening aura to no avail. Despite its world-devouring nature, it looked rather obedient before Li Qi'e. Greetings, sir. I am a member of the burial ground. It landed on the continent and bowed. Others might not know about Li Qi'e, but this thing certainly did. It was facing a true monster capable of crushing it with no problem at all. You've been following us since Little Diamond. Li Qie smiled.
I didn't dare to act on my own volition without your permission, sir.
Please forgive me if I had offended you. The creature said.
It's fine. Li Qie waved his hand. You harbored no nefarious intent, so there is no fault.
Your ancestor stuck to his words, so I will keep an eye on his descendants. His investment was not in vain.
The ancestor had mentioned you to us before, that if we see you, we must treat you with the same level of respect as we do him.
The creature hurriedly said. Chapter 4458. The Legend. Not bad. Looks like he knows how to educate his descendants. Li Qie chuckled.
Sir, we have benefited from your benevolence.
The creature said. We wouldn't be able to see the sun without your help. I had nothing to do with it. Your old man toiled for it while risking his life. Li Qie responded.
The ancestor has never forgotten your deed.
The creature continued. Looks like he has benefited greatly in order to still live in this epoch. Truly a miracle. Li Qie sentimentally said.
Yes, the ancestor said that when you opened the world and created a new Tao method, he had a great harvest.
This is the same for us as well. The creature elaborated.
It was just an even exchange.
Li Qie didn't take credit, but this didn't diminish the creature's reverence towards him. In reality, this creature could be considered a supreme in 8 decilaises. Nonetheless, it assumed the role of a junior because this was indeed the case. Li Qie was a special existence. Moreover, their ancestor had stressed this time and time again. To never cross Li Qie. It didn't know the details of the deal between its ancestor and Li Qie. This was an epoch-level transaction beyond the reach of the descendants. Nonetheless, it had a pretty good guess considering historical events, hence its wholehearted respect. Sir, would you like to visit our abode? The ancestor will be ecstatic to see you. It invited Li Qie.
No. There's no need to bother the old man and make him climb out.
When I actually need something, I'll let him know then. Li Qie said. Rest assured, sir, we will do anything you ask of us. The creature said. Ancient was not enough to describe their lineage. They had enough strength to shake all of 8 decilaises. However, they remained reclusive and rarely interfered with the outside world. Alas, they would participate once more if Li Qie so desired. I appreciate his enthusiasm. Li Qie accepted the sentiment.
He then stared deeper into the region and murmured, Years went by so quickly, yet he is still alive.
It must have been difficult.
The ancestor once drank a special medicine.
The creature revealed to Li Qie a well-guarded secret. Few in their lineage knew about it, but it still told Li Qie. He said that due to your involvement, the circumstances became right for the medicine to form. Otherwise, he would have been dead long ago. It continued. He's quite lucky. The perfect circumstances still aren't enough for some medicines since the villainous heaven might not permit. Li Qie smiled. The medicine in this case was forbidden. Finishing it meant facing a heavenly tribulation. Thus, even the old man didn't dare to do so. However, the circumstances became perfect with the great calamity, hence his success.
It was due to your help, sir.
The creature said. It didn't know the alchemy process, but the ancestor had asked Li Qie for help before. Li Qie chuckled and shifted his focus elsewhere.
His eyes became bright as he scanned all of inner ruins.
He then commented, This desolate land contains countless heavenly essences.
Yes.
The creature smiled wryly. I still don't have a full grasp of its actual size. We're not the only lineage here either. They haven't died completely and decided to hide here. Li Qie understood. I've heard that there are lineages even older than us. During the Great Calamity, some got lucky and obtained some ancient sources, it said. To put it bluntly, they got some corpses and get to live a bit longer. It's nothing worthy of pride. Li Qie said. You're right, sir. It didn't dare to look down on the other lineages. Unlike Li Qie, we only occupy one corner of inner ruins. It's fine. Your old man likes to play it safe. This is the right way. Know when to push and when to back off. Those who aren't smart enough will face my wrath. Li Qie casually said. The creature became startled since it understood the implication.
There were other lineages just as strong as theirs right now in inner ruins. Their great ancestor might not be able to sweep through inner ruins. However, Lichia made it sound so easy. Others might attribute this to arrogance and ignorance. Of course, it knew better than to underestimate Lichia. This character might be the most terrifying and strongest being in 8 Desolaces right now. He could actually flatten inner ruins. "You are invincible, sir,"
it sincerely said. Though it seemed to be at the top of the food chain, it knew that they haven't come close to reaching Lichia's level. Let's not dwell on this issue. I'm here for one thing. Lichia changed the topic.
The thing from back then.
It finally understood Lichia's goal.
Yes, your old man knows.
Lichia smiled. The creature politely said, I heard about this from the ancestor before but nothing specific.
We don't dare to inquire without permission and have been waiting for you.
In reality, they all coveted this item. Something peerless enough to tempt the eternal existences. Their branch had ample information about it but they didn't dare to push the issue. First, they didn't know whether they could obtain it or not. Second, and most importantly, the thing already had an owner. Sharing was not an option. Their ancestor had warned. Chapter 4459. The thing, it's fine to explore and search, it doesn't make a difference. Lichia said. There was already an agreement between him and the old ghost. A pact between characters like them was eternal. Millions of years could pass but they were eternal overlords. There was no time limit to the pact. Thus, the party's lineages were constrained by the clauses. It's just that the descendants didn't know about the exact details.
I understand.
The creature bowed again. It was one of the rare beings who knew about the peerless item. However, it harbored no intention of taking it from Lichia. The consequence would be unthinkable. Even their lineage would be affected. In fact, if it had tried to do anything, its ancestor would be the first one to kill it for being unfilial. Moreover, the pact was actually more important since it was a promise of prosperity. Their lineage would continue to prosper during this epoch.
We never dared to think about the item but we can assist you in finding it, sir.
The creature said. This was an order given by its ancestor. No need, you all don't have the right conditions to leave yet. The restraint for your lineage is still there. Doing so will be detrimental so don't rally them.
Lichia refused. Plus, it might be rather close, it won't be hard for me to get it.
I understand. I will relay your message to everyone. The creature said.
Lichia then looked around again for a bit before speaking. Your old man isn't doing well, he's gasping for air.
Well, I do not dare to speculate the ancestors' plans. I just know that there are still shadows looming over our world, not only from the other lineages but mysterious things. The creature said.
Mysterious things.
Lichia chuckled and started observing again. I won't come to any hasty conclusion, I just have the feeling that there are still things outside of this world, always spying on us. It might just be pessimism but one day, the races of 8 Desolaces and even my lineage might become food.
It was worried about this matter.
Due to its powerful cultivation, it could sense things that others couldn't. Alas, it had too many constraints and couldn't explore any further.
They still haven't given up.
Lichia stroked his chin and smirked. This smirk naturally frightened the creature since Lichia looked like a beast searching for the next prey, eager to reveal its fangs. Then, it saw Lichia's eyes and realized that Lichia was actually looking at something. It wasn't just imagining things. They were considered untouchable existences but Lichia could easily devour them, not leaving a single bone behind. Violating Lichia's domain meant a death without a burial regardless of the mysterious being's power. Years aren't enough to kill ambition. They still think that they're rulers. How foolish. The smirk gradually disappeared off his face. The creature no longer dared to talk, thinking that others should be smart enough to stay hidden. Otherwise, they would die a terrible death for provoking Lichia. This is just a speculation of mine, nothing more. It elaborated.
It has nothing to do with you.
Lichia smiled. They're delusional. Just because they had grasped their own epoch, they believe that they can return to this one too. He paused for a bit before continuing. They didn't even have the courage to fight against the heaven. It doesn't matter how strong they are, they're still cowards. If they don't hide in their shell this time, I'll show them a horrific end. The creature rembled after hearing this.
He was indeed a being above their level right now. Someone who had fought the heaven and still returned alive, retaining his power and freedom. In fact, he was the lord of this epoch. Those who wanted to take advantage of the situation would be suicidal, akin to a mortal challenging a primordial beast. Your old man is wise. Xueqi suddenly commented. Your lineage has been quite fortunate thanks to the karma accumulated by him. Try and enjoy it instead of making stupid mistakes. He won't be able to save you all then. I will remember your guidance, sir. The creature bowed. I'm leaving now, but I'll visit the old man when I have time. Xueqi smiled. Have a good trip, sir. And your disciple? The creature asked. Let him taste some hardship here for training. Xueqi waved his hand and then disappeared from sight. Chapter 4460. Inner Ruins, true to its name, was located in the center of Sky Border. The character for ruins had many interpretations. For example, some believed that these ruins have been here since time antiquity. Another merely focused on its massive size instead, and that it had much more than just the ruins. Regardless of the answer, no one had a problem with this title. They also had no idea about the actual size of this place. Cultivators have explored the world due to their increased mobility. Of course, this didn't take into account the dangerous areas as the forbidden zones. Moreover, the long history of the epoch also helped. Lineages had a perfect map of their own territory. This wasn't the case for Inner Ruins. The place remained relatively unknown. Top masters explored it and found that it was a separate world, one that was broken. Thus, sad scenes could be seen here. Ravaged lands and rivers, broken space. One theory stated that this destruction wasn't due to a direct attack. It most likely originated from what was known as the Great Calamity. Evil and disasters took over. It wasn't until top masters swept through them and recreated the world, resulting in 8 desolaces. To expand on this, some believed that their current world used to be unstable, floating continents. Dao lords and the wise sages had to remake and shape them again, allowing enough stability for life to prosper. However, they seem to have forgotten about one area. Inner Ruins. In a sense, this was a remnant of the Great Calamity. Despite its ravaged nature, one would be mistaken to say that it was abandoned. There were many mysterious lineages with incredible powers. If one of their disciples were to roam the world, they would shock everyone, Dao lords included. The age of these lineages was incredible. One phrase stated that they were older than the start of the world. Of course, this was rather exaggerated, but it still hit the right chords. Time-worn, Immortal Lake, God Peak. These were familiar yet strange titles. The names of the immemorial lineages. Most youths have never heard of them before, but their seniors certainly did. If someone from these sects were to come out, even true Immortal Sect or Lion's Roar would be alarmed. Currently, 3000 Dao, True Immortal, and Lion's Roar were often named as the top lineages in 8 desolaces. Alas, these immemorial lineages might be on par. There was no way to adequately judge their true power. Another name was often brought up by the big shots from the previous generation. Void Zone. This was a location that even Dao lords refrained from commenting on it. It had numerous legends. One stated that it was a paradise full of wondrous vegetation and metals. Another said that it was an ancient lineage with numerous members. All in all, the best way to explain it was to say that even blessed Dao lord would tread carefully when dealing with Void Zone. Its location remained unknown, only theorized that the entrance was hidden in Inner Ruins. Because of the perils hidden in Inner Ruins, not even Dao lords wanted to start a sect here. However, the outer regions were full of people and sections. This was because it took up so much land. The outer region didn't belong to any of the main continents. Thus, it was fine for cultivators to divide them up and start sects there. Numerous smaller sects existed in the outskirt. Of course, some lineages older than any found in 8 desolaces were here as well. Smoke and the cries of livestock could be heard in a small village outside of Inner Ruins. Next to it was a prosperous city. The outskirts seemed like a different world compared to the broken Inner Ruins. Nonetheless, some areas shared the same ruinous state. Pagoda and great walls have been reduced to bricks and infested with weeds. Xueqi came to the outer region afterward instead of visiting another continent. He focused on the scattered ruins. The world didn't know of their significance, but he stopped every once in a while.
Memories resurfaced because some of these places were personally built by him. Others served as temporary homes or battlefields. The fall of the Nine Worlds epic left them devastated. The strongest sects and unbreakable fortresses couldn't survive the calamity. His goal was to find a peerless item buried deep underground, virtually impossible to find. Alas, he wasn't in a rush since this was his time to reminisce. After a long trek early morning, he finally stopped and took his time at a tattered area. 1. This is more of a Chinese passage. Doesn't make sense in English. Chapter 4461. The Wu. The devastation still left behind random vestiges. For example, a stone house within a hill could still be seen. It had a natural feel to it as if it wasn't carved by men but was already there in the first place. It was easy to miss due to the dense foliage and weed taking over. Lichia waved once and the unnecessary decorations disappeared from sight, revealing the true appearance of this house. Above the entrance was an ancient character not belonging to this epoch. Its meaning was Wu. He entered and saw how simple it was, only having one room. There were no other household items. Of course, they might have rotted away after the years. The one thing that was left was a bed slightly resembling a coffin without a lid. There was a chiseled hole nearby, seemingly used for incense sticks instead of storage. All in all, this appeared to be a grave. Nonetheless, it didn't feel gloomy at all. Lichia waved his hand again and got rid of the dust. The place became spotless and he sat down on the side of the bed. The surface was coarse outside of one spot. It wasn't due to polishing but rather, an unreasonably long period of someone sitting there. Buzz! He placed his hand on the bed and a spiral of light drilled into the ground. This gave the impression of the bed being connected to something deeper. However, the beam suddenly stopped as if the connected passage was no longer there. Lichia sighed and said, "A so-called earth immortal still can't live forever." Having said that, he raised his hand again and broke the illusion. Clank! 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 Energy slashes suddenly appeared with enough force to sever anything. This was a tyrannical saber style. The mark of a cultivator being invincible as long as he had a saber in his grasp. Heaven traversing 8 slashes. Lichia murmured while observing the room. He put his hand down and the room became normal again. A cultivator had left an eternal saber intent in this place. This person was obviously gifted in this art. The intent remained after eras and had embedded itself into the fabrics of reality. It's just that regular cultivators couldn't notice or sense it in the slightest. Only top masters or supreme geniuses could take note of this. Of course, Lichia had exceeded these 2 categories. The saber user left behind this room as a method to record their saber art. Anyone would be ecstatic to find it. Once finished, they might not become unbeatable but would wield enough power to roam the world untethered. The current Lichia wasn't interested in this saber art because he had it before. He obtained it not for himself but for someone else. Another memory resurfaced in his mind. He sat down on the stone bed and started meditating, piercing through time and space. It was an old era with entities known as Earth Immortals. Everything seemed so distant yet so close. This state continued for some time. Today, a group consisting of both young and old cultivators arrived outside the stone house. They wore the same uniform with a Wu emblem. However, this character was different from the one embedded above the door. "We haven't been here before, right?" A middle-aged man looked around and asked. "Yes, not this trip. I'm not sure about any previous one." The others also perused the area and agreed. An older cultivator said, "This looks unfamiliar. Let me check the records." Their leader, an old man wearing an embroidered robe, took out an ancient book with immaculate handwriting. He flipped through the pages carefully then shook his head. "Don't think we've been here before. Either that or no one spotted anything peculiar. We might have but I'm sure this stone house wasn't here before." A decrepit elder seemingly on the verge of death said. "How? Was it built recently?" A disciple found this strange. "Another possibility is that its veil has been lifted." The elder responded. "It's absolutely related." The leader concluded. "What do you mean, clan master?" Others got closer. The clan master flipped to one page with a particular ancient character, Wu. The group looked up above the entrance and saw the same thing. Alas, they didn't recognize it. "What is it?" one of them asked.
It must be our clan's oldest emblem, the near-death cultivator said. I agree with wise ancestor's opinion. The clan master said. Our clan's emblem? The group exchanged glances. Could it be an ancient ancestor from our clan? One old man became emotional. This sentiment spread among the group with haste. Because of this possibility, the clan master tidied his outfit and wiped away the dust. The group also copied him and patted away any impurities while putting on a dignified expression. We're paying respect, the clan master said seriously. The others nodded and became solemn. We are members of the Wu, here today to pay our respect, forefather. Please grant us the honor of an audience. The sect master said respectfully, then bowed. The others bowed as well. Unfortunately, no one responded. Lichia didn't open his eyes while sitting on top of the bed. Meanwhile, the group continued kneeling. As time passed, they finally looked up. What should we do? A youth became impatient. Should we enter? An older peer suggested. The clan master contemplated, then looked at wise ancestor, who nodded at him. We're entering. Do not be rowdy and rude. The clan master ordered quietly. The young ones put on their best attitude with haste. We wish to enter. Please forgive our impoliteness, forefather. The clan master bowed his head one more time. With that, he took a deep breath and entered the house with wise ancestor right behind him. The young ones followed next, trying their best to not make any noise. They believed that an ancient ancestor from their clan might be in there. Chapter 4462. Accepting the ancestor, they came in and saw Lichia, which prompted further confusion. Various emotions emerged. Surprise and perhaps disappointment. They hoped that this would be the abode of an ancient ancestor. An aged cultivator with a dignified aura. Alas, this person was too young and ordinary. Most importantly, they used their heavenly gaze and could see his cultivation. Is he our ancient ancestor? A disciple asked softly. No one could answer. Given the first impression, they believed that he was not an ancient ancestor. Alas, it would be too hasty to come to a conclusion. It would be disrespectful if it turned out otherwise. Clan master, an expert asked. Sir, is this your home? Clan master Wu bowed slightly and asked. Lichia didn't answer or move at all. The group exchanged glances and didn't know what to do. Mistakenly accepting an outsider as an ancient ancestor could turn them into laughingstocks, a detriment to their clan's reputation. Ancestor, what do you think? The clan master asked his senior. Wise ancestor contemplated quietly. He had no impression of an ancient ancestor from their clan resembling this youth. Nonetheless, he held on to a sliver of hope because finding an ancient ancestor would be rather significant for them right now. Maybe this fellow Taoist is just training here right now. It's a coincidence. One youth said. After all, this place didn't belong to any sect, so anyone could train here. Take out our records, find out if we have an ancient ancestor resembling him. An expert whispered. The clan master agreed with this. Right, I'll do it. He took out a thick book made from the strings of ice jade silkworms. It had yellow spots and other defects, a sign of its age. He flipped through the pages and focused on the ancestral portion. Their ancient ancestors and their deeds. Moreover, some had portraits as well. Due to its age, the lines had become faint but were still somewhat discernible. Not there. After one attempt, the clan master said. Yes, seems like he's just another fellow Taoist training here. One expert agreed. Many nodded in agreement. In fact, the clan master thought so too. This wasn't his first time reading the ancient book. This youth didn't resemble any of their ancient ancestors. He merely checked again just to be sure. Not necessarily. Wise ancestor borrowed the book and went to the last section with many empty pages still. The compiler didn't finish the book or perhaps left room for more additions. One page stood out in this section. It had an incomplete portrait, but one could still see that it depicted a youth. Next to it was the start of a character. This made it seem as if the compiler wanted to write a description but refrained from doing so. This is it, I've seen this before. The ancestor's expression became serious. The clan master was moved as well and raised the book in order to compare it to the meditating Lichia. It included very few lines and they have become faint.
It was unclear whether this was due to the book's age or that the artist purposely did so. Calling it a portrait was an exaggeration since it only contained the cheek. This made the clan master question. Did the compiler forget or not know the person's face? Or was it because of some other reasons? The clan master leaned back and forth to check from various angles. He concluded, "Doesn't look like him." The group started doing the same. "I think they look familiar." Another had a different opinion. All in all, it was impossible to come to a clear conclusion about whether this drawing depicts this youth or not. Can this just be a coincidence? One of them wondered. What if we're wrong? An older expert said. Accepting a fake into their clan as an ancient ancestor would be rather dangerous. It's best to be careful. The damage can be immense to our clan. An old man said. Why do the last few pages only have this drawing? Someone else asked. The book contained information about their history and ancient ancestors. On the other hand, this incomplete portrait was included in its own section. Was the compiler just having fun? It's there for a reason. Wise Ancestor said. The compiler of this book is benevolent ancestor who takes history very seriously. He's well known to be an erudite historian. He won't casually leave behind a random drawing. The older cultivators agreed with Wise Ancestor. Benevolent Ancestor was renowned in their clan for both his knowledge and his stoic personality. I don't know what to do then. The clan master hesitated. We recognize him as our ancient ancestor. Wise Ancestor thought about it and gritted his teeth. Really? The clan master thought that this might be too rash. Yes. Wise Ancestor insisted. The clan master took a deep breath and glanced at the other elders. They were at a loss as well. Chapter 4463. Ancient Ancestor of the Wu. At this crucial moment, the clan master decisively tidied his robe again. He kneeled towards Li Chia and loudly said, Your descendants greet you, Ancient Ancestor. In our ignorance, we do not recognize you. The others followed suit despite their hesitation. This was simply a dangerous bet from the clan master. Nonetheless, he felt that this was worth it due to the coincidences. First, this stone house had an ancient emblem of theirs. This youth also slightly resembled one page from their ancient record. Though it wasn't a frontal portrait, the side profile looked similar enough. There was a non-zero chance that he might be their ancient ancestor, and the clan master thought that the risk was warranted. His wise ancestor shared the same thought, wanting to hope for the best. Of course, doubts remained in their mind. The youth's cultivation was just not enough to be an ancient ancestor, the same for his aura. Alas, the clan master and wise ancestor have spoken. Thus, they had to kneel and accept this as well. Li Chia didn't react at all to the kneeling party. They waited patiently and didn't dare to stand up. After a few hours or so, some started doubting. One youth wondered if he was actually alive. Of course, their heavenly gaze would indicate that he was alive and well. They just didn't have enough patience and wanted to stand up. Unfortunately, they had to follow their clan master's lead. Time continued to pass with no reaction from Li Chia. Eventually, even the seniors of the clan questioned this. Wise Ancestor could see his clan master's hesitation, so he shook his head to tell the guy to continue onward. He was an influential ancestor known for his wisdom. Thus, the clan master always listened to him. The guy took a deep breath and calmed his mind. As days passed, the youths were going crazy and wanted to get out of this place. Alas, the same constraints remained. Finally the statue spoke. I'm afraid I don't have unfilial descendants like you all. The content was unpleasant, but this sounded like the perfect melody to the ears of the clan master and wise ancestor. They became ecstatic right away. Li Chia finally opened his eyes. He knew what was going on the whole time but didn't bother replying. Ancient Ancestor. The descendants of the Wu respectfully greet you. Rise. Li Chia stared at them with a smile and then waved his hand. The group exchanged glances and thought that it was looking more likely. As I said, I am not your ancient ancestor. I don't have descendants like you all. Li Chia shook his head. The clan master didn't know what to say. The others thought that he was putting them down. Ancient Ancestor, we have your portrait in our record. Wise Ancestor reacted quickly. Oh, let me take a look. Li Chia smiled and raised one hand.
The clan master gave him the record without any hesitation. Xueqi could tell that this record dated back to the previous epoch. However, it lacked actual details regarding the clan's glorious days, only containing a few writings regarding their progenitor. The clan became famous for their alchemy for many eras. Later on, they obtained a supreme grand Dao and changed into a cultivation lineage instead. The first page of the book had the portrait of an old man with a goatee. His appearance was rather mediocre and his last name wasn't actually Wu. Alas, he was actually listed before their progenitor. The page of their progenitor had the portrait of a lively girl. Just the picture alone seemed vivid and animated. Xueqi smiled after seeing this progenitor and said, "I see, another touch of fate." He then flipped the page and eventually stopped at a different ancient ancestor. Amusingly enough, she looked very similar to the progenitor. In fact, they could be identical twins. Saber ancestor of the Wu. Xueqi read. Yes, the saber ancestor is our most brilliant ancient ancestor. Rumor has it that she and the progenitor are sisters, but she was in hibernation most of the time. The clan master said, she contributed greatly to 8 desolaces. Her deeds are still remembered now. This ancient ancestor played a key role in the transformation of the clan, shifting them from alchemy to cultivation. Xueqi noted that there were more details on this ancient ancestor than their progenitor. Their progenitor's title was Alchemy Saint and only had 1 page. However, the saber ancestor had a dozen pages dedicated to her. The main focus was during the early chaotic era when she reached her prime. Most importantly, she followed a person known as the Duck Egg Buyer. Their group focused on recreating 8 desolaces. Remember, the world was torn asunder during the Great Calamity. This Duck Egg Buyer stabilized the world and formed 8 desolaces. If it wasn't for this cultivator, the present wouldn't be anywhere near as prosperous. Thus, since their saber ancestor was a follower, she greatly contributed to the current landscape. Unfortunately, their record didn't say much about this Duck Egg Buyer. This being was another question mark in history. The only thing clear was the being's frightening power. The saber ancestors' generation was already so long ago, let alone their progenitors. Their clan has been around since before the Great Calamity. Eventually, Xueqi finally stopped at the last section. The unfinished portrait of a youth resembling him. 1. Keep in mind that older adults/seniors in Asian culture are usually tsundra. This word is actually apt in this case. Hard on the outside, soft on the inside, for the most part. Thus, they interpreted Xueqi's comment the way they wanted to too. Once again, this duck guy is just a weird thing to translate. It could be a name as well, which is my Yadens. Chapter 4464. No unfilial descendants. The side profile portrait lacked details, only possessing a brief outline. Upon careful inspection, it did resemble Xueqi. This couldn't be verified because the drawer stopped before adding any description. The person was clearly tempted, hence the initial line, but eventually stopped for some unknown reasons. Xueqi smiled after seeing this while the group watched with bated breath. He then closed the book and returned it to the clan master. Your ancestor is a good artist. There are many interesting descriptions, but I am not your ancient ancestor. My last name isn't Wu. The clan master was speechless, the same with his clan members. They have been kneeling the entire time to a stranger. But our record has your portrait, ancient ancestor. Wise ancestor remained calm and said, well, if we have to be particular, that is indeed me. Xueqi stared at him and admitted, it is you. Wise ancestor became excited again. Xueqi only smiled in response. It is an honor to be in your presence, ancient ancestor. Wise ancestor decisively stepped forward and prostrated. This confused the group. Xueqi had already said that he wasn't from their clan. However, wise ancestor still wanted to prostrate? That would be rather improper, accepting a stranger as an ancestor. Nonetheless, the clan master wasn't an idiot. He thought carefully about this and found logic in this move. He also walked forward and prostrated. It is an honor to be in your presence, ancient ancestor. Greetings, ancient ancestor. The others calmed down and followed along. Xueqi waved and said, very well, since I do have ties with your ancestors, I will accept your grand gesture today. Rise. Thank you, ancient ancestor. Wise ancestor and the others bowed one more time before standing up, still acting respectfully. Nothing good can be said about your cultivation. However, your politeness and sincerity show your intelligence. Xueqi commented. The group didn't know what to say. Call me young noble or young master. I am not that old. He went on. Yes, and dash. Young noble. Wise ancestor responded. What is the reason for spending painstaking effort to find an ancient ancestor? Xueqi asked. The clan master and wise ancestor exchanged glances. The group did the same. The clan master didn't know how to respond. There is always a reason behind flattery and undue respect. Xueqi continued. The atmosphere became awkward and the clan master felt his face turning red. Wise ancestor remained calm and coughed wryly. He bowed his head and said, Ancient ancestor, the truth is that we wish to invite you home. We invite you to participate in the primordial union. Primordial union? Xueqi raised his brows. Yes, the union was started by our saber ancestor and the duck egg buyer. Wise ancestor elaborated. He paused for a bit before continuing. Your descendants are incompetent, so we need your help, ancient ancestor. Participate in the union, enter the Tao source, recreate the Grand Tao, all of this to help our clan once more. A bit interesting. Xueqi said. The others became anxious. And dash, young noble, please participate. The clan master bowed and said earnestly. Xueqi stared at them and answered. Spending so many days here, wasting so much saliva. It turns out the goal is to wake an ancient ancestor from their slumber, wanting them to toil for you like an ox. We do not dare. The group became frightened and got on their knees again. The clan master said, This is not our intention, please forgive us, young noble. If this was their actual intention, it would be rather disrespectful. Dare? You already did it, wanting to take advantage of having an ancient ancestor. This stems from your own incompetence, needing to rely on them. Xueqi criticized. The group had an embarrassed expression, feeling rather ashamed. You're right, our clan has fallen, so we have no choice but to beseech you, ancient ancestor. Wise ancestor decided to admit instead of deny. Digging your ancestor's grave to make your clan a bit richer and bigger. Don't worry, this isn't surprising. You're not the only clan with these thoughts. Xueqi chuckled. They heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Xueqi had no intention of punishing them. Fine, consider this meeting a fortune for your clan. Xueqi said. The group didn't quite understand. Your clan started with martial ancestor. Xueqi revealed, Fate dictates my involvement. This didn't help either. They scratched their head in confusion. According to their records, their progenitor was Alchemy Saint. The next noteworthy character was Saber Ancestor. They had no records of anyone known as Martial Ancestor. Of course, this wasn't their fault. Their clan was an ancient entity. Too much time has passed for an accurate tracing. Xueqi, on the other hand, knew their origin rather well. They were already a famous lineage before Alchemy Saint. Martial Ancestor was famous for many eras. Later on, their clan declined and was on the verge of total destruction. During this dark period, they had a female disciple who would later go on to become Alchemy Saint. She followed an old alchemist and learned his skills. This allowed her to teach alchemy to the rest of the clan. This was the reason why the first page of their records was the portrait of an old man. He wasn't a member of the clan but was pivotal in their survival. Their clan actually went from a cultivation clan to an alchemy clan and back to a cultivation clan. The key characters were Martial Ancestor, Alchemy Saint, and Saber Ancestor of the Wu. For the last character, the legend said that she had obtained an ancient legacy. Another said that she was taught by the duck egg buyer or that she had learned a heavenly Tao. All in all, her divergence from the alchemy path was actually a return to the clan's original way. Chapter 4465. Tao Enlightenment. The incomplete history in the book was understandable. The majority of it depicted the periods after their Saber Ancestor. The initial period was simply too long ago in the previous epoch. In fact, the original writer clearly knew many things. Alas, they couldn't be recorded due to their taboo nature. For example,
The incomplete portrait and its lack of description was one of them. This was recorded for the sake of the future descendants, to remind them discreetly about a potential being not to be crossed. Fortunately, they actually got lucky in this case and accepted Xueqi as their ancient ancestor. The group was amazed by their rich history and stared at each other. They haven't heard of it before. Wise ancestor thought that he had a firm grasp on his clan's history. Alas, this was still news to him. They believed that their progenitor was alchemy saint. Because of this, their clan prospered due to their alchemy ability. The saber ancestor eventually changed this and turned their focus towards cultivation instead. They had no idea that their original root came from martial cultivation. Your saber ancestor is obviously known for her saber skill. He continued, how adept are you all at either the saber or alchemy? The group smiled wryly and lowered their head in shame. We are incapable and have very few alchemists in the clan. The clan master said, as for the saber Dao, he paused and said, the saber ancestor has left behind her techniques but the descendants couldn't master it. We've lost it at this point. He looked rather ashamed for letting down the ancestors. The clan has fallen in both alchemy and cultivation. Their alchemy was the first to fall since during the eras of the saber ancestor, they stopped caring about it as much and never produced a top alchemist. Way later on, they eventually lost their saber arts as well. This marked the true decline of the clan. Seems like ancestors don't need to leave a big inheritance behind since if the descendants are incapable, they'll squander it away. Xueqi joked. This only further embarrassed the group. They kept their head lowered, not knowing how to answer. The clan's declination was the reason why they tried so hard to look for ancient ancestors everywhere, hoping that some were still around to participate in the conference. Don't be too down, fortune goes up and down. Xueqi smiled and said, at least your ancestors have left legacies behind. Though some have been lost, they will return eventually. For example, today, I will give you back your heaven-traversing 8 slashes. What you get out of it is up to you. Heaven-traversing 8 slashes? Wise ancestor bellowed in astonishment. So you have heard of it? Xueqi glanced at wise ancestor. Yes. Wise ancestor took a deep breath and solemnly said, rumor has it that our saber ancestor's saber Dao originated from this technique. Listeners became emotional upon hearing this. Though they haven't heard of this title before, this revelation alone was stirring enough. The saber ancestor was the most renowned cultivator of their clan. She and the progenitor might be twins but she was in hibernation and came out in the future. Her sister was an alchemist while she was a saber user. She followed the duck egg buyer and helped create 8 desolaces. Her saber rarely met a worthy opponent along the way. Due to her power, her clan started shifting their path to the saber art as well. They prospered for a long period but nothing lasted forever. Later generations couldn't keep up with training, having grown used to luxury and arrogance. Eventually, this saber art no longer had worthy successors and was lost. Therefore, the group was shocked to hear Xueqi's comment about the original saber art. Watch carefully, it is up to you now. Xueqi didn't give them time to prepare and raised his hand, summoning the saber art. Clank! Saber energy slashes and images appeared inside the house. This frightened the group since they were afraid of being targeted by the slashes. A saber Dao. Wise ancestor was the strongest and could see the mysteries of the Dao unraveling before his very eyes. Focus up, use your heart to learn this saber art. Wise ancestor shouted. Everyone else calmed down and immediately sat down in the meditative pose, wanting to learn. As for wise ancestor, he did his best to record the transformations of the slashes. It didn't matter whether he could learn them or not. At the very least, he wanted to record them for the sake of the clan. Since they already knew an incomplete version of the saber Dao, staring at the very source resulted in a harmonious learning experience. The process was smooth and fitting. Xueqi had his reason for accepting their worship and giving them back this art. In the past, he once borrowed this art. Today, he came across this house by accident and also met the descendants of the Wu. Giving it back to them finished the karmic ties. Every member of the Wu was immersed in Dao enlightenment. Suddenly, someone else came inside. Heaven traversing 8 slashes. This person actually managed to recognize the peerless saber art. Clank! 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 The Wu members reacted quickly, unsheathing their saber and surrounding this person. Merit laws and techniques were guarded secrets. Some would kill to keep them a secret. Wu brothers. Wait, I'm a friend, look, it's me, Merchant Jian. The intruder was startled and waved his hands repeatedly, trying to put on a smile. The Wu members calmed down after seeing the familiar face. Virtuous nephew, why are you here? Wise ancestor slightly frowned and asked. Chapter 4466. Merchant Jian the newcomer turned out to be a youth in high spirits. His eyes shifted back and forth to gauge the situation, a sign of craftiness. He wore a non-fitting robe in a strange manner. It was oversized, yet he tied it up by the wrists and ankles, leaving ample room within to store many things. He also had a trunk tied to his back by a cloth, showing that he was a traveling merchant. This wasn't an uncommon sight. However, the trunk was just ridiculously large. An extendable piece of cloth stuck out from the top of the trunk. Its purpose was to shield him from the sun and rain when necessary. He didn't seem to feel the weight of the trunk either. He walked as if it was as light as a feather. If anyone else were to spy on their saber art, the Wu members might just kill them outright. Alas, the merchant was not a stranger. Everyone knew who he was and considered him a friend. He was as slippery as a loach and could travel anywhere. In fact, all 4 clans were friends with him. He sold them strange yet useful gadgets. Jian Ming, did you follow us? One youth glared at him. You're finished for interrupting our meditation. Wise ancestor is going to teach you a lesson. Another added. Scram already, Jian Ming, don't delay our session. The youths sheathed their saber, no longer acting aggressively like before. The young merchant still wore a smile, seemingly unaffected by the complaints. However, he noted that Wise Ancestor was not happy. Wise Ancestor, I came across this place by accident and wanted to take a look, that's all. He smiled. Wise Ancestor couldn't do anything about it. He might not be an official member of their clan but wasn't far from it. After all, the 4 clans were on the same side. Moreover, this youth has been active and amiable, winning everyone's love. Heaven traversing 8 slashes. The merchant then said with admiration, Congratulations, brothers. This is your origin saber art, the legacy of martial ancestor. Seems like you know quite a bit. Li Qie spoke. At first, the merchant only focused on diffusing the situation with the Wu members. Li Qie was blocked by the group so he didn't see him on the stone bed. The moment he saw Li Qie's face, he couldn't believe his own eyes and started rubbing them. He opened his eyes again and became frozen. Got a good look yet? Li Qie smiled. The merchant looked as if he was struck by lightning. His soul nearly left his body but he regained his wits and got on his knees. He smacked his forehead on the ground repeatedly while speaking. I, Jian Ming, a descendant of the Jian, respectfully greet you, ancestor. This display of reverence was one level above the Wus. A while ago, they treated him as juniors officially meeting their ancestor. A very proper showing. As for Jian Ming, he crazily smacked his forehead, seemingly overwhelmed with emotions. Jian Ming, he's our ancestor. Wise ancestor didn't know whether to laugh or cry, feeling that the brat was trying to steal their ancestor. Isn't this too exaggerated? Li Qie smiled while the youth was still bowing. I am but a brat from the dog pen, to be blessed by your supreme radiance, prestigious aura and matchless voice. The youth spewed out a barrage of flattery. Stop, speak normally. Li Qie shook his head. It looks like you are quite lucky to be able to enter the secret domain. Your insight is incredible. The youth was shaken. His current state of mind couldn't be understood by the others because he knew that Li Qie wasn't just an ancient ancestor. He has been fortunate enough to visit a particular place. There, he saw miracles and knew who Li Qie actually was. As I said earlier, ancestor, everything I have is thanks to your blessing. The youth didn't dare to get up. Rise, member of the Jian. Li Qie said softly and sighed, feeling a bit disappointed about the past. No need to be so formal, be at ease. Thank you, ancestor. The youth finally got up. Call me young noble. Li Qie said before assessing. Looks like the Jian has a capable successor. I'm afraid my worthlessness will only bring shame to the clan. The youth said, well, our current branch right now in Inner Ruins is only an outer branch, the main branch isn't here.
Your branch wasn't the only one.
Lichie said.
Yes, young noble. Several branches followed the forefather to create 8 desolaces and decided to take roots here.
We do not represent the main branch, the youth said. The listeners from the Wu were at a loss. Only Wise Ancestor had an idea regarding this topic.
Alas, he knew less than the youth because the latter traveled extensively while he was stuck in the clan for the most part.
Among the 4 clans, this youth was one of the most knowledgeable.
It's fine, this is another path, not bad at all.
Lichie smiled.
We owe it to you, young noble.
The youth hurriedly responded.
This was indeed the truth, not mere flattery. He saw many things in the secret domain and gained a better understanding of the 4 clans along with many other lineages.
Currently, the 4 clans had a deep history with 8 desolaces and inner ruins. Alas, they didn't know that this wasn't originally their home. Moreover, they weren't actually part of the main branch. For example, the Wu started with Alchemy Saint according to their record.
Alas, their history was far older than that.
In reality, Alchemy Saint started the clan in another area, not inner ruins. The latter became their home due to the Saber Saint. She followed the Duck Egg Buyer and eventually created a branch in inner ruins. In other words, they were only a branch of the Orthodox clan. Alas, they lost contact long ago and current members had no idea about it. Something similar also happened to the other 3 clans, the Tai, Jian, and Lu. Their ancestors left their homes in order to help the Duck Egg Buyer. Eventually, these cultivators decided to stay in 8 desolaces. Chapter 4467. Pertaining the legend, the 4 clans had a complicated history beyond the grasp of their current members. The Wu had a detailed record, but it was still missing multiple important information and periods. This was only rather inadequate. The youth from the Jian was luckier because a particular opportunity granted him more information than the rest. For example, Wise Ancestors Group had no idea who they were dealing with. They guessed that Lichie was an ancient ancestor.
As for the youth, he had met legends before and knew about this particular being. Enough flattery. Get back to comprehending the Tao.
Lichie said. The Wu disciples immediately sat down again to learn the saber art. Wise Ancestor went back to copying each variation and transformation of the art, every small movement and swing. The Wu wouldn't allow the merchant to learn the art. However, he had no intention of doing so in the first place.
He came closer to Lichie and mustered his courage to smile. Young noble, my cultivation and abilities are shallow. Would you be so kind to bestow me a supreme merit law?
Just so that I have something for self-defense. He aimed to take advantage of this ultimate opportunity. Gaining something would be a lifetime of benefit.
Lichie glanced at him and said, Do you know the origin of your clan?
The youth honestly responded, I do if it's just about our clans. Our forefather entered the world and followed the mysterious Duck Egg Buyer, contributing to the creation of 8 desolaces. Eventually, these followers chose to stay here. As for anything beyond that, I know very little. Just that our clan has been there since time immemorial under someone's protection. Am I right, young noble? He carefully chose his words. If you know about this, then don't you have enough merit laws already? You aren't satisfied with them? Lichie said. Well, I, unfortunately, don't have access to the ancient arts. The youth smiled wryly. Oh,
I'm sure your forefather didn't return empty-handed after following the Duck Egg Buyer.
Lichie smirked. The Duck Egg Buyer was an elusive individual. Historically, Tao Lords were well known, especially their background. One particular question was always up for debate. Who was the first Tao Lord? 2 top answers included Pure Sun Tao Lord and the Duck Egg Buyer. According to the records, Pure Sun might be the oldest Tao Lord. Moreover, his method of proving his Tao was different from all the subsequent Tao Lords. The tale told of him during his youth. He sat on top of an immortal tree and obtained a Tao fruit, becoming a supreme Tao Lord in the process. In a sense, he was the progenitor of the Tao Lords. The opposing theory stated that the first Tao Lord was actually the Duck Egg Buyer, not Pure Sun. This person was the first to obtain the grand fortune, already learning the Tao beneath the tree way before Pure Sun Tao Lord. This particular event lacked sufficient evidence and record. Nonetheless, regardless of whether the Duck Egg Buyer was a Tao Lord or not, the being was unbeatable and even stabilized 8 desolaces. None of the subsequent Dao lords could match these achievements, hence the belief that the duck egg buyer must have been a Dao lord. The being's background and everything else were a mystery, hence the strange title. In the legends, the being's catchphrase was, "Just passing by to buy some duck eggs." Since future generations knew nothing about this being outside of this catchphrase, the being's title became Duck Egg Buyer. Of course, the four clans most likely knew more since they followed the buyer into battle. Alas, these ancestors kept their mouths shut and didn't pass down any pertinent information. Thus, future descendants only knew that their clans had followed the duck egg buyer, nothing more. Merchant Jian was the same way. He knew many things due to his fortuitous life, just not any information regarding the duck egg buyer. "I'm afraid our clan has failed and didn't inherit anything." Jian Ming took a deep breath then said, "A failure indeed." Li Qie smiled. "Because of your fortune, you have access to the immemorial legacy and all the advantages. If your ancestors know about your current cultivation and how unmotivated you are, they'll climb out of their coffin to teach you a lesson." "I apologize." The youth became startled and lowered his head. "Merit laws are bestowed by the heaven, but cultivation is earned by men." Li Qie continued, "You are an inheritor of the Gen's legacy. Try harder instead of shaming your ancestors' prestige." "I understand." The youth started sweating and got on his knees. Li Qie spent more effort on the youth than the others. The past was long gone. These descendants couldn't be blamed for knowing nothing about their ancestors. Try your best. All you need is determination and perseverance to live up to your potential. You already have the right fortune. Li Qie sighed and said, "Thank you, young noble." The youth was happy to hear this positive assessment. Someone of Li Qie's level was stingy with his praises. His fortune must be above most supreme geniuses. You are smart, but in order to become a legend, intelligence isn't enough. Your determination needs to turn into an unyielding stubbornness, an obsession of sorts. To put it simply, your Tao heart needs to be focused. Alas, your vanity and mortal attachments will become your burdens. Always remember, there is no lack of geniuses possessing both talent and luck. But, only a few ever become legends. After all is said and done, only the Tao heart matters. I will keep this in mind, young noble. Thank you for your guidance." The youth said. Li Qie smiled, having said what he needed to. The youth's future was up to himself. When comparing Wang Weiqiao with this genius, Wang Weiqiao appeared to be a fool. Nonetheless, Li Qie believed that Wang Weiqiao's future achievements would far exceed Jian Ming's. This was because Jian Ming enjoyed life and its pleasures, making it hard for him to focus. On the other hand, the old man was simplistic and plain, resulting in having a stabler Tao heart. The reason why Li Qie spoke so much was because of the youth's last name, Jian, not just his talent. The members of the Wu weren't so lucky. Chapter 4468. Visiting the Wu. The saber images and Tao gradually disappeared since time was up. The young ones weren't satisfied yet and tried their best to remember everything possible about its mysteries and profundities. There might not be another chance like this ever again. Wise ancestor heaved a sigh of relief. He merely focused on copying the content instead of understanding it. Fortunately, he managed to do just that before the room returned to normal. "Thank you for your gift, young noble." The clan master of the Wu led the others to prostrate before Li Qie. This gift of his gave them an opportunity to revitalize the clan. It came from the Wu, nodded his back with the Wu, finishing the threads of fate. Li Qie accepted the gesture. Of course, they didn't know the fateful ties Li Qie had with their clan in the past. They viewed him as an ancient ancestor of sorts. "Young noble, it's rare to be blessed by your presence. Please, visit our clan so that I can have the chance to show you around." Jian Ming bowed and said with a smile. This peeved the members of the Wu since he was trying to steal their ancestor. Thus, wise ancestor slapped the back of his head and said, "Jian Ming, where do you get the audacity to steal our ancestor? Why don't we just move our ancestral shrine to your clan too?" "Hee, ancestor, that's not what I meant. Plus, you know that our four clans are one and the same. Your ancestor is my ancestor. I just want to do everything I can so that the ancestor can have a good time. Also, don't you remember how well I served you when you visited our clan?" He spoke with sincerity, making it hard to retort.
Brat, you and your sweet tongue.
Wise ancestor had no response because the brat was right. The four clans have always been tight-knitted and supported each other. Therefore, if Li Qie was an ancient ancestor of the Wu, the Jian could also treat him as theirs.
Young noble, please return to the Wu.
Wise ancestor prostrated and asked.
Young noble, please return to the Wu.
The others raised their voice.
I also ask you to return to the Wu, then come to our clan later.
Jian Ming had a sloppy pose but still had an earnest tone. He couldn't directly ask Li Qie to come to the Jian first.
However, coming to the Wu first then his clan seemed perfectly proper.
Of course, the Wu didn't mind this request either due to their close relationship. I have to go to each clan and bless them too? Li Qie chuckled. The group felt their face becoming hotter. Wise ancestor was the one to answer. We have no hope of revitalizing the clan and aren't qualified to participate in the primordial union. We'll ruin our clan's prestige, so that's why we put our shame away and invite you to participate, young noble.
The union?
Jian Ming wanted to say something but refrained.
He eventually murmured, the young noble's participation will be perfect.
He knew a lot more but couldn't reveal the details to them right now. Li Qie smiled and said, Fine, I have time anyway so I'll tag along with you unfilial descendants. Remember, you're not my unfilial descendants though. The group became ecstatic despite the playful criticism.
Thank you, young noble.
They happily prostrated again.
Thank you, young noble.
Jian Ming was happy as well. Though Li Qie has yet to agree to visit the Jian, this was still a great development for the four clans and their members.
Let's go.
Li Qie stood up and the group respectfully made way for him. Their trip back to the Wu began. Of course, the youth from the Jian also tagged along. He was far more clever than his peers, speaking in a pleasant and likable manner. The Wu was built in inner ruins and right next to desolate wild, not part of any other territory. Though there were many sects here, war was rather rare. The reason could be due to old pacts or out of fear due to the existence of ancient lineages. Because of peace, prosperity was inevitable. The other three sects were located next to the Wu as well. They picked a prosperous area and built their clans together. Their solidarity has withstood the test of time thus far. They were around during the immemorial era and chose to reside in inner ruins during the early chaotic era. These were the years when numerous sects have been reduced to ashes. This land became available for the four great clans. They prospered and became famous, actually having produced top masters. Some were comparable to Dao lords. Unfortunately, this golden age didn't last forever. Nonetheless, they were lucky to have survived until now despite the gradual decline. By this point, they were no longer well known, the same for their illustrious history. The borders of the four clans weren't well defined because this was unnecessary. Their members got along as well. In the center was a towering peak considered to be owned by all four clans. Most importantly, there was once a great tree here. It witnessed their rise and fall. Alas, it had withered in time. Now, it only served as a spiritual totem for the clans, a symbol of their unity, and a token of their past success. All in all, the withered tree carried symbolic significance for them. Chapter 4469. Short Tree Li Qie's group finally returned to the Wu's territory. Judging by its majestic architecture, one could easily imagine its past glory. The buildings had an air of vicissitudes, clearly having been around for many years. They were built with exquisite details and grandeur, a testament to the Wu's prestige. If one had to pick out a difference between the Wu and the other clans, it would have to be the alchemy aspect. There were many locations with alchemy gardens, furnaces, and ample materials. The Wu was indeed an alchemy clan once. Right after Alchemy Saint's success, other great powers came to ask the alchemists of the Wu for help with pill creation. Next came the period dominated by saber masters. The alchemy clan abandoned the pills and took up the blades, earning success and recognition in this field as well. Of course, their alchemy Dao was still superior to their peers, it just wasn't the best any longer. In the present day they still had a relative focus on alchemy. On the other hand, a second atmosphere, one that was bold and forceful, could be sensed here. This was the presence of saber energy. The saber Dao has penetrated every inch of the land and manifested into a faint presence. Do you sense the saber energy here, young noble?
Something similar is there at the Tai as well in the form of spear energy. One could hear the clank of a spear upon entering right away.
Jianming chatted with Li Qie.
The Tai was another of the 4 clans with a focus on the art of the spear. Their progenitor also followed the duck egg buyer and was known as Spear Ancestor. Li Qie smiled after hearing this and looked up at the peak. Let's take a look up there.
Sure thing.
Wise Ancestor immediately led the way since he was proud of their divine peak. In fact, everyone in the group wanted Li Qie to see this monument. This is the symbol of our 4 clans.
Jianming smiled and said, Rumor has it that it might be our source, the container of our miracles. They used to happen here but no more. Maybe you will be able to see one.
Miracles.
Li Qie smiled and didn't say anything else.
For eras now, the members of the 4 clans climbed up the peak in order to stare at their beloved lands and remember their ancestors.
In reality, this peak was just another peak with no miracles to speak of. This might have been different in the past. The clans used to refer to it as the Divine Peak because it used to contain a primordial power in the form of miracles. This helped them survive the chaotic era. As they declined, the miracles also disappeared. This was attributed to the dispersion of primordial power. Though the peak was no longer special, it was still viewed as a symbol of pride for the 4 clans.
Li Qie took his time climbing the peak, seemingly measuring it with each step.
The scenery was a beautiful green.
The place brimmed with life and gave off a refreshing feeling. From the base up the winding paths were many historical sites left behind by the 4 clans. After reaching the peak, one could look down and see all of their territories. Fertile agricultural fields, buildings, and other wonderful aspects. Though they had declined, they still had ample resources.
Smaller clans couldn't compete in this regard.
The pinnacle didn't have much outside of some dried branches and weeds. There was a clear lack of verdant trees compared to the dwindling path.
Li Qie's eyes fell onto an altar in the center, seemingly made from piles of ancient stones.
They were placed in a neat and deliberate manner.
Each contained a suitable dao for the spot.
It was only the size of a table or so, surrounding a small tree in the center. The tree was as tall as an adult, but its trunk was the size of a basin.
Thus, it looked rather short and round.
Nonetheless, it emitted a powerful feeling. Each bark resembled the scale of a true dragon, looking as tough as can be.
This, in turn, made the tree look like a dragon that has been here for eras.
Unfortunately, it has withered long ago, holding on to one last breath. The withered leaves were yellow with no sign of life. Near the roots were 4 embedded holes.
There used to be something in there, but they had been taken away.
Li Qie stared at the withered tree as if it was a priceless treasure, not averting his gaze.
The group patiently stood behind him.
After a while he stared at them and said, I see, you invited me back here to revive this tree. Wise Ancestor smiled awkwardly, then told the truth. Young noble, you are absolutely right. Our 4 clans haven't had a supreme ancestor in so long, so the tree withered.
We have tried everything to call the miracles back. Alas, it's all futile.
Young noble, we call it the tree of contribution. Jianming said, it used to have primordial energy circling around it as if it was the source of the Tao.
Chapter 4470. Tao stones. The tree of contribution remained standing despite its withered state.
Li Qie glanced at it and said, it's not due to the lack of supreme ancestor.
Its decline is due to your own clans.
Well, the group didn't have a response.
I think that is recorded in our history book.
Wise Ancestor eventually said, the ancestors took out the Tao stones. Is that what you're referring to, young noble?
Jianming said, the records are lacking down.
It simply states that after a full deliberation of the 4 clans, we decided to take the Tao stones for the sake of the descendants.
That's putting it nicely.
Li Qie chuckled and said, they worried that their descendants would be useless and incapable of protecting it. In order to avoid greed and clan destruction, they took away the Tao stones.
With them gone, the tree withered right away. Nonetheless, it's still holding on.
So you think that if we put the Tao stones back, the tree will be fine again?
Wise Ancestor became excited.
Your recent ancient ancestors probably weren't stupid and have tried this before.
Li Qie commented.
Jianming knew more about this subject and said, that is indeed the case.
The Tao stones alone can't revive the tree.
The ancestors debated this and believed that one must enter the Tao source and recreate the Grand Tao using primordial energy. This is the reason why we were looking for someone like you, young noble.
Wise ancestor smiled wryly. Is that so? You got lucky like a blind cat coming across a dead mouse. If it was so easy, your ancient ancestors would have done them long ago. Xueqi said. The reason for reviving the tree was due to its nature as a Tao source. Its existence allowed the clan members to cultivate far faster. Nonetheless, their older ancestors believed that withering the tree was necessary for survival. Such a divine tree was coveted. During the prosperous generations, too many powerful cultivators appeared, so the risk was high. Recently, the current ancestors found this unacceptable and wanted to revive the tree. Unfortunately, adding the Tao stones again didn't work. They kept on researching this issue and believed that one has to go straight to the Tao source and stimulate it once more. They have attempted countless times to no avail, hence the need to find the ancient ancestors. We are too weak, so attempting the primordial union is meaningless. I'm sure you, on the other hand, will be able to trace back to the source. Wise ancestor continued. Even if I'm interested in participating in this union, it is useless without the 4 Tao stones. Xueqi said while staring at the 4 missing holes. Each clan has one, and I actually have the one from the Wu with me. Wise ancestor took a deep breath and revealed. Coincidentally, I have the one from the Jian.
Jian Ming searched his sack for a bit and took out a Tao stone. Here you go, young noble.
This is the Tao stone. He held the radiant stone with both hands. It had a blue color just like the sky, looking like a piece of jade. Inside its azure hue were many Tao runes in the shape of clouds. They gathered and dispersed, a process that one could construe as the breaths of the world.
You were keeping this stone?
Wise ancestor found this surprising. Though the Tao stones didn't have any effect alone, the 4 clans knew how important they were and kept them safe. Who would expect for the Jian to let a youth keep it? It showed how much trust the ancestors of the Jian placed in him. This was truly surprising. I think the ancestors are starting to be senile from old age. That's why they gave it to me. Jian Ming joked. Wise ancestor didn't waste time and took out their clan's Tao stone.
He presented it to Xueqi with both hands and said, Young noble, here is the stone of the Wu.
It was different from the Jian's stone. It was transparent with runic fire within. The fiery strings resembled a sky-searing inferno. The thing looked hot but was rather cool to the touch.
We will gather the 4 stones for you, young noble.
Wise ancestor said confidently. I am sure you will be able to obtain the union, young noble. After all, no one else can match you. Jian Ming was excited as well.
Don't be so blatant with your flattery.
Xueqi chuckled. If your 4 clans want to revive this tree, go gather the other 2 stones.
He paused for a bit before concluding. Fate has brought me here today, so I shall do what should be done. Thank you, young noble.
The 2 prostrated.
We will go get the other stones now.
Wise ancestor wasn't one to waste time and discussed this with Jian Ming.
The tie should be easy,
the youth said, but I don't know if the Lu still has theirs. He became worried after thinking about this potential problem.
The Lu?
Wise ancestor hesitated as well. The Lu's decline was faster than the rest, and it has been rather distant lately.
Start with the tie first, then worry later.
Jian Ming said decisively. I'll go visit the geezer. We're friends, so it should be easy to get their Tao stone. Wise ancestor nodded in agreement. Speak of the devil, an old voice interrupted them. Old Wise, I heard you managed to find an ancient ancestor. Why didn't you let me know first? A group wearing tight black robe appeared. They stood proudly with their backs straight, looking like javelins.
They were up there in age yet still had ample vitality and spirit.
The tie is here just in time. Jian Ming greeted them. Hee, purpose ancestor, I was worried about how to invite everyone here, he kept on going.
Brat, you must be up to no good to be blabbering like this.
Purpose ancestor was from the Tai, being in the same generation as Wise ancestor. Of course not. Wise ancestor is here as well. Are you here to greet the ancient ancestor? Such perfect timing. Jian Ming said with a sincere tone. 1. This used to be Primordial Conference, it is changed to Union. The character just had too many meanings and conference was the best choice given the context. These were the potential meanings.
Can, i.e. have the skill, know how to, / likely to / sure to / to meet / to get together / meeting / gathering / union / group / association / a moment. Choosing union since it has the original vague meaning but also a union between a cultivator and the Tao. Seems like the better choice. Enlightenment was another one even though it diverged from the original character. Chapter 4471. Accepting the Ancestor. Brother, come over and greet the young noble. Wise Ancestor said. Greetings. Purpose Ancestor came over and was going to bow his head to greet the ancient ancestor. However, he stopped abruptly after taking a closer look at Li Qie. At first, he thought that this ancient ancestor invited back by the Wu should be an awe-inspiring cultivator. Alas, this ordinary youth's cultivation was weaker than theirs. How could he be an ancient ancestor? Impossible. Because of this, his head stopped lowering halfway. The other elders from the Tai shared the same sentiment while stealing glances at Li Qie. Old Wise, are you sure you're right on this? He's your ancient ancestor? Purpose Ancestor whispered to Wise Ancestor. He thought that the Wu has been tricked. 100%. Wise whispered back. Purpose remained skeptical and said, which ancient ancestor then? This isn't a trivial matter. He kept his voice as quiet as can be. If he didn't trust Wise Ancestor, he would have thought that this was a joke and leave instantly. Trust me, it's right. Hurry up and show respect before the young noble feels offended. Call him young noble. Wise whispered. Purpose found this whole thing astounding. Ancestor, please do not hesitate. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for our 4 clans. It will never happen again. Jianming added, aware of the actual significance, unlike Wise Ancestor. The descendants of the Tai greet you, young noble. Purpose took a deep breath and prostrated, albeit with lingering doubts. We greet you, young noble. The accompanying elders prostrated as well. They still questioned whether this youth was an ancient ancestor or not, and what were his abilities and power. The reason they chose to believe was due to their close ties with the Wu. Rise, Li Qie told them. They bowed their head once before getting up. Nonetheless, skepticism remained in their eyes. Can't do well forever just relying on the 18 thrusts and jade spiral merit law. Li Qie glanced at them and said, what happened to your spear ancestor's perfected storm petal technique? The members of the Tai exchanged glances and gasped because Li Qie knew their situation too well. Please guide us, young noble. Purpose got on his knees again. The Tai was once famous for their spear techniques. Their forefather, Spear Ancestor, had followed the duck egg buyer just like Saber Ancestor. In fact, they became renowned together with the title of Saber Spear Duo. Alas, the Tai declined just like the Wu. They eventually lost their spear Dao and were only left with mediocre merit laws. Fortune will come if it's meant to be. Li Qie casually responded. Purpose Ancestor paused. It seemed as if Li Qie had no intention of teaching them. Jianming then started winking at him. Purpose wasn't a fool and took note of this. He understood what he should do right away and bowed his head again. Thank you for your guidance. We are planning on asking the young noble to revive the tree. Wise Ancestor whispered after he stood up. Purpose was moved and said, via the union? Yes, only a Tao trace through the primordial union can do it. Wise said softly. Purpose stole glances at Li Qie again. He had accepted Li Qie as an ancient ancestor but still wondered if he could perform the union. You're aware that we're missing the Tao stones for the union. Wise got straight to the point. Are you sure? Purpose whispered. The tree was important, so handing the Tao stones over carelessly was reckless. Yes, the Jian has handed their stone over to the young noble as well. The union needs 4 stones, so we need yours and the Lu's. Wise said. The circumstances left Purpose hesitating despite trusting Wise. If they were to lose the Tao stones, they would become sinners of the clans. Ancestor, this is not the time to hesitate. Jianming urged. Don't be a frog under the well. Your one thought can change the direction of our clans. Please give us the stone. He worried that this hesitation might annoy Li Qie. Everything would be lost then. I'll go get it right away. Purpose could tell that this was no time to hesitate. Thus, he decisively sent someone to fetch the Tao stone. It didn't take long before the one from the Tai was taken here. He raised it with both hands and offered it to Lichia. Young noble, please accept the Tao stone of the Tai. This one was of the frost affinity and had a white hue. The runic runes looked like ice flowers quietly blossoming. It wasn't cold to the toughest in the slightest, emitting a gentle sensation just like the firestone. Still missing one, Lichia said. This prompted the trio to exchange glances. Chapter 4472. The Lu, the Last Stone. Purpose said, "Let's go to the Lu to negotiate then." Their expression looked rather strange when the Lu was brought up. "I don't think there is anyone in charge after the geezer's passing." Wise murmured. "The current clanmaster is Daki, who is up there in age now." Jianming shrugged. "We need to go because the last stone is required anyway." Wise ancestor decided. They knew that all 4 stones were essential for the union. However, there seemed to be something going on with the Lu. "Virtuous nephew, I think you might be able to convince their clan master for the Tao stone," Wise ancestor suggested. He. Jianming laughed. "Ancestors, don't make it hard for a junior like me. The Lu clan master might not do anything crazy, but he might either close the door or hit me with a broom." He made it clear that he didn't want to go to the Lu. "Our 4 clans have always been one, he won't be that bad," Purpose said without confidence. Hard to say. My old man tried to come express sympathy last year, but he didn't even get inside." Jianming laughed. "I came for the funeral as well, but the Lu didn't see me. At least they gave me enough face to not chase me away with brooms." Wise sighed and said, "Looks like it is impossible to get the Tao stone from them then." Jianming said, "The Lu probably didn't want to do it back then, just like everyone else, no?" Everyone's expression became awkward after hearing this. "Let's go and see." Wise ancestor pondered for a bit before speaking. "We must have the last stone. What if they simply refuse?" Purpose prepared for the worst? Steal or rob? Jianming's eyes rolled back and forth. "Not suitable." Wise shook his head. "How can we steal from family? Preposterous." "The boy has a point," Purpose said. "We can only do our best, persuade them with feelings and logic." Wise decided. It seemed that the trio wasn't optimistic about their chances in the slightest. "Who will be the messenger?" Jianming shrugged. "Not me, they didn't give my old man any face, so they'll do the same to a junior like me." This left the group in a tough position. Since they were ancestors, they couldn't handle being refused entry at the door. It would be too humiliating. "Fine, I'll go to the Lu for the last stone." Lichia, who has been staring at the tree, interrupted the group. "You will, young noble?" The trio was caught by surprise. "Your 4 clans are connected with me. It is worth my effort," Lichia said. They didn't understand this connection he brought up. Nonetheless, they absolutely would never refuse his suggestion. "We'll go together with you, young noble," Wise suggested. "Let's prepare some gifts to show our sincerity," Purpose hurriedly said. Lichia stared at them and said, "Seems like there is some guilty conscience going on here. Did your 3 clans team up and bully the Lu?" "No, of course not." Purpose smiled awkwardly and answered with a feeble tone. "Then why the guilty conscience?" Lichia asked. They couldn't answer right away. Eventually, Wise coughed and said, "The truth is that it was just a misunderstanding. We had no intention of bullying them. It's just that it had to be done back then for the Lu to avoid trouble. It was the best choice for the Lu and everyone. Plus, we're trying our best to compensate them for it." Best for the Lu and everyone? A lot of assholes in the world try to justify their actions by bringing up the greater good when in reality, it was selfish in nature. Worst of all, they would assume the moral high ground too. Lichia criticized. The trio had no response once more. Compensation is absolutely in order. Jianming eventually said, "The 4 clans are one. Though there is a crack, we should try our best to mend it." "Right, the feud shouldn't continue." The 2 ancestors solemnly nodded. "Let's go," Lichia said and descended. The trio hurried after him. This was no longer the golden age of the 4 clans. They weren't prestigious and famous across the realm any longer. However,
Their land was still fertile and their population was relatively acceptable. The only exception was the Lu. Their declination was awfully apparent compared to the other three. Their territories were just as large as their counterparts. However, they were barren. Even the streets looked abandoned. It seemed that their population was declining at a rapid rate, making it harder for them to prosper and keep up with business. Of course, the other three clans didn't take advantage of this to take over the Lu's towns. They, at the very least, maintained this final line and still considered the Lu as family. Sure enough, as the group entered the Lu, they could see the desolation along the way. The other three clans didn't produce any supreme genius, but at least they still had many descendants. The same couldn't be said about the Lu. Chapter 4473. Ancient painting. The Lu clan master actually granted them an audience. He was up there in age and had a slight hunch. He looked just like an old farmer and had a tobacco pipe, inhaling and letting out smoke. In terms of seniority, wise and purpose ancestor far exceeded him. They were the strongest of their respective clan while he was only a junior. Alas, he only showed his head ever so little, not performing a proper salutation. Nonetheless, the two ancestors didn't seem to mind. They came with gifts this time. Wise ancestor smiled and said, "A small token of our sincerity. Please accept them, virtuous nephew." These two ancestors didn't have an overbearing attitude at all. The clan master nodded again and only quietly put away the gifts. "This young noble is an ancient ancestor of our clan. He came today to see the descendant of the Lu." Wise introduced. The Lu clan master finally showed some emotions, becoming startled. He took another look at Li Qie and his expression said it all: skepticism. He then focused on the ancestors and Jian Ming's expression. Alas, they didn't seem to be bringing a youth here to trick him. Both the Jian and the Tai seemed to have accepted this ancient ancestor. Thus, he had no choice but to lower his head and said, "Greetings, young noble." He then felt frustrated and sat back down. Since the other three clans have recognized him, the Lu had no choice but to do so as well. Li Qie didn't mind the cold reception. His attention was stolen by an old painting placed in the hall. This hall has withstood the test of time. Rumor has it that it was built by their forefather, hence the fading paint and spotty damage. The star of the hall, the painting, had a canvas made of nebula paper. Unfortunately, the years have robbed the painting of its original colors and lines. The corners have turned yellow and some parts have curled up. It seemed that just a slight touch would break it down to pieces. It portrayed a lady with short hair, looking valiant and heroic, clearly inferior to no men. She had a divine sword hanging on her waist, seemingly capable of soaring into the air and sealing the gods. Alas, the most notable thing about her was her crown. It wasn't made from a divine metal but rather, woven together from willow branches. It still had a golden hue but lacked the same weight. It felt soft and special, as eye-catching as can be. It accentuated the lady's already impressive appearance, making her look like an unbeatable god-king on the verge of ascension. Because the painting depicted such a wonderful being, the woman still seemed animated and vivid. Spectators focusing on her would get the illusion that she was about to walk out of the painting. All the blurred lines became as clear as ever. Li Qie became sentimental since another part of his past resurfaced. Of course, this was only in his memory since she was no longer around. The only constant in this world was the Grand Tao. Everything else would gradually disappear on the river of time, the same for all traces of them. Li Qie proved himself to be an exception thus far while others were mere passers-by. Who was more pitiful? Those who eventually obtain eternal rest or Li Qie who would flow on the river of time forever like a mosquito larva? Perhaps the length of the journey and the flow of the river of time were different for everyone. A long enough river would be able to drown out the most supreme genius and unbeatable master. Even the lineage of someone with countless descendants would end one day. Those who were capable of leaving indelible traces in history included the most terrifying existences. They were dark butchers who stained the river with a tsunami of blood. Meanwhile, the ancestors were talking with the clan master of the Lu. "Virtuous nephew, the young noble has returned in order to perform the primordial union." Wise ancestor revealed. The union. The clan master's eyes flashed brightly for a split second before dimming back down. "You are surely aware of the union's significance for our four clan. It pertains to our glory.
Outsiders do not know, but we, the descendants, are aware of our ancestors' feat and contribution with the supreme existence. The union was formed then and we shall have it again.
Wise ancestor continued.
According to the legend, this phenomenon known as the primordial union was started after the duck egg buyer created 8 desolaces.
Get straight to the point.
The clan master pondered for a moment before asserting. He wasn't an idiot. People wouldn't come bearing gifts for no reason.
Wise ancestor glanced at his group.
Jian Ming understood and smiled. Clan master, our very foundation is the tree of contribution. The young noble shall activate it again with the union, and we will have primordial energy again. Glory will then return to the 4 clans.
Humph, so you want our Dao stone?
The clan master scowled.
Virtuous nephew.
Wise ancestor smiled wryly. The 4 Dao stones were left behind by our ancestors, not belonging to any single clan. They were simply divided for safekeeping reasons.
Then what about our clan Willow Crest?
The clan master retorted. The trio couldn't come up with a response right away.
Purpose coughed and said, Virtuous nephew, you know about the history of this.
The crest was given by an immortal in the distant years and represented ultimate authority. We all know that it belonged to the Lu, but our 4 clans came up with an agreement. The 4 clans would pick a leader to wear it. Plus, the 3 clans have compensated as well. We never said that it would last forever, and we haven't had a leader for the last few eras. The clan master was unsatisfied. Chapter 4474, 10 Crest Ancestor / Well. Wise ancestor smiled awkwardly before replying. Though the times are different and we can't compare to the past, the rules still remain. Once we rise again, we'll have a leader once more. Yes, we should, and we'll have a leader soon enough. Purpose ancestor said, I have hope for the future. Remember, the rules were created by the forefather and honored by their descendants. Even though we are incapable, we just need to persevere, and one day, a leader will rise upon us, one deserving the golden crest.
Humph.
The clan master snorted and took another deep breath from his pipe. The 4 clans shared the Willow Crest even though it belonged to the Lu. It was left behind by the 10 Crest ancestor. Rumor has it that an immortal bestowed it to the ancestor. It granted the user a regal and oppressive aura. It also boosted their battle potential, improving the efficacy of each technique. Most importantly, it served as a symbol of authority and prestige. Because of this, whenever the 4 clans chose an alliance leader, this person would get to wield the crest. After all, a worthy leader deserved a worthy crown. Therefore, the other 3 clans paid a proper sum in order to use the Lu's crest. Later on, a leader was no longer necessary due to the clan's decline. They lost their influence and didn't need a leader to give orders. Unfortunately for the Lu, their decline was swifter than the others. They eventually lost many treasures and asked for the crest back in order to pawn it. Alas, the other 3 clans refused, using the future and past glory as justification. To be blunt, they didn't want the Lu to lose the crest forever. After all, it had pivotal importance to the alliance and symbolized hope for a better future. The Lu asked repeatedly only to be vetoed. Though it still maintained an ally relationship, a rift clearly existed. They were suffering, yet their allies held on to their heirloom? Because of this, they stopped interacting with the 3 clans and showed a clear distaste. In this case, the clan master absolutely didn't want to hand their Dao stone over. Virtuous nephew, there are certain things that our generation alone can't fix. However, the Dao stone is one thing we can definitely do. It doesn't only benefit our 3 clans, right? Wise persuaded, if we can gather all 4, the young noble will revive our tree of contribution and primordial energy will return again. Your clan will benefit just as much in the future, right? The clan master opened his mouth for a moment but decided to go back to smoking his pipe. Virtuous nephew, the young noble is here and the union draws near. We can't miss this opportunity. After all, our solidarity made us strong in the past. Furthermore, there is no benefit for your clan to hold on to the Dao stone. What's the benefit to your 3 clans holding on to our Willow Crest? The clan master retorted. This shut the trio up again. All of this bickering over 1 crown. Li Chia shook his head. The group could only stare at Li Chia after hearing this. He ignored them and stared at the lady in the painting, becoming slightly emotional. An intent left behind for an epoch just because of one fateful meeting. It's time for it to disperse. Having said that, he reached forward to touch the painting. Buzz! The painting suddenly lit up. All the details and outlines of the lady also did the same. The radiance coming from them brimmed with divinity. 10 Crest Ancestor. The Lu clan master became startled since his ancestor seemed to be coming back to life. One could even see her eyes blinking at this point. The might of a god king instantly took over the hall and made them shudder. This was a being who had protected 8 Desolaces and commanded reverence. This oppressive aura was as tangible as can be, not a mere illusion. They didn't dare to look straight at her. This is... The 4 of them were astounded. This painting has been in the hall for so long. The members of the Lu had no idea when it was placed here, only that it has been around right at the start of the clan. The portrait depicted the 10 Crest Ancestor, a being dating back to the previous epoch. They only viewed it as an heirloom and didn't think about anything else. Alas, the painting was coming back to life and emitting such a frightening phenomenon. Pop! Sure enough, the lady walked out of the radiant painting. This only made the aura more unbearable. The spirit of our ancestor is back. They prostrated on the ground and shouted, overwhelmed with emotion. They kept on smashing their forehead onto the floor. The lady focused on Li Chia with her bright eyes. Time seemed to be reverting back to a previous epoch, the 9 worlds. She reverted into a woman from static stream, always decisive and straightforward. Chapter 4475. Old friend gone eras disappeared in the blink of an eye along with their secrets. Amazing tales and memories became forgotten. Her story was one of them. Despite her humble beginning, she surpassed all odds and became a sword-wielding god king. Her tale started near the lake and beneath the gigantic willow tree. She never told anyone about her past and her success, how she climbed up to an even higher sky. There, she tried her best to catch up to a figure traveling on an endless journey. Unfortunately, her effort and success were not enough to make up for the insurmountable difference. She became world-renowned during her pursuit, but the world didn't know about her failure. The thing she treasured the most was still the treasure known back then as the Golden Willow Crest. Its significance in her heart outweighed its actual value. In the end, she had no choice but to leave the crest behind to her descendants along with a single intent, hoping to meet the figure again in the future. Life and death, yin and yang, these contrasting affinities separated people. Nonetheless, an eternal intent could surpass this, allowing one's dream to come true. The intent was the only thing left of this wondrous cultivator. Of course, it was still impressive and mighty, forcing her descendants down on their knees. However, she didn't pay any attention to them, focusing solely on Li Chia. She saw how he gently flicked her forehead again as time came to a halt. The very existence of the intent was for this moment alone, a meeting to satiate her longing. Alas, this also meant the end of the intent. She bowed her head and he accepted her gesture. This scene shocked the spectators. She was an ancestor from time immemorial, someone worshipped by all 4 clans. Why was she bowing to Li Chia? I am not lonely on the Dao path. Don't worry, your intent has accomplished its goal. No need to linger any longer. He stared at her and sighed. She gazed intensely at him, seemingly wanting to carve his image into her very soul. The climax of her tale was tragic. When he finally returned, she was no longer around. This obsessive intent was the only thing that was left. Return now, both your wish and Dao are complete. He gently flicked her forehead and created a spatial fluctuation. This encapsulated this moment and separated it from the river of time. With that, ripples formed and started dispersing. The figure turned into particles and disappeared from sight. It became a part of time once more. History was endless. Even top cultivators were nothing more than ripples. Alas, these ripples contained legends, longing, and hope. Li Chia felt a bit disappointed about this meeting. Nonetheless, let the past be the past. There was no need for him to dwell on it. He walked on this path alone. Only someone with an immovable Dao heart could last as long as time itself. Dust to dust, return to the earth. He concluded. This was just another of many goodbyes. Disappointing, but at the very least, it was proof that he was still alive. Ancient ancestor.
The group bowed again.
Young noble, your descendant was rude to you. The clan master of the Lu apologized. He felt that Li Qie was definitely an ancient ancestor of the Wu.
Rise. Li Qie waved. The group got up and didn't dare to breathe loudly.
Give the crest back to the Lu. Li Qie ordered. Since 10 crest ancestor left it to them, it is theirs, no excuses.
We understand. Wise and Purpose exchanged glances and obeyed. The rift between the 4 clans has been mended with Li Qie's absolute command.
Hand over the Dao stone.
He continued. About this, the clan master of the Lu became awkward. Virtuous nephew, the young noble has spoken. Does the clan still not wish to obey? Purpose said. Virtuous nephew, don't worry. We will bring the crest back to your clan in just a moment. Wise nodded. There is no point for you to guard the Dao stone right now. Purpose added.
It's not like I don't want to hand it over.
The clan master coughed. Don't tell me, your clan has lost it? Jian Ming became startled. Is it true? Both ancestors panicked. No. It's not that serious yet. The Lu waved repeatedly. Alas, he didn't seem confident. Elaborate. Wise pursued the matter. We don't have the Dao stone right now. The clan master said with embarrassment.
Where is it then?
Purpose asked. The group had a bad feeling about this. The clan master took a deep breath and revealed the truth. When our ancestral aunt was married to the Yu, the dowry included the Dao stone. What? Your clan dared to use the Dao stone as a dowry? Wise shouted.
Those damned thieves.
Jian Ming interjected. Chapter 4476. The Dao stone's whereabout. Yes, it should be in their possession right now. The clan master admitted. The group didn't know what to do.
Purpose murmured. Such an important item is in their hand. The ancestral aunt brought it with her back then.
The clan master smoked his pipe again out of embarrassment. His embarrassment stemmed from his animosity towards the 3 clans for keeping their crest. The latter feared the Lu losing the crest due to their decline. Sure enough, they had lost another important item, the Dao stone. Moreover, this thing didn't belong to them either. Unfortunately, descendants of the Lu couldn't quite ask for the Dao stone back since it was their ancestral aunt who brought it to the Yu. They lacked the power to do so as well. Thus, if this became known, the 3 clans would have a reason to never give back the crest, hence the need for secrecy. Ultimately, he still told the truth because the Lu alone wasn't strong enough. However, the 4 clans working together might have a chance of demanding the stone back from the Yu. If they couldn't get it back, then the Lu would become sinners and the rift would be permanent. What should we do? Taking the stone back from those thieves will be difficult. Wise thought that this was quite a predicament.
I know quite a few of them.
Jian Ming shrugged and said, the problem is that we have no proof. Why would they admit that they even have it in the first place? We can't do anything if they remain stubborn. Evidence? I actually have some. The Lu clan master said, during the ancestral aunt's marriage, they left behind a note about giving it back eventually. He then left to fetch it. It's too long ago. I'm afraid her generation is all dead. The descendants of the Yu won't admit to it. Purpose smiled wryly. It's still better to give it a shot. Wise wanted to keep trying. The clan master returned with an old box. He presented it to them and said, here is the proof from back then. We didn't lose it. No one wanted to accept the box and take responsibility for this. The box seemed like a hot potato right now. Thus, they stared at Li Qie. Brat, you take it. Li Qie ordered and Jian Ming obeyed instantly.
Now we have to find them.
Purpose said, those thieves are always on the move like drifting clouds. It's not easy to find them when Inner Ruins is so large. The Yu was a strange clan. Rumor has it that their forefather was a member of a secret realm. The descendants of this person eventually stuck around in Inner Ruins, notorious for being bandits and thieves. According to another legend, their original clan was ancient and powerful with ample resources. It was under the protection of a supreme existence. Moreover, the clan wasn't located in 8 Desolaces either. A few rotten eggs stole things from the clan and were eventually banished by their forefather. Thus, they had no choice but to stay in 8 Desolaces and form a new clan. Of course, their bad habits remained, inciting the hatred of other sections. Nonetheless, their crimes weren't overly wicked and brutal. After years of accumulation, they became rather powerful despite their nomadic nature. I actually know a few of their members. I think we should start with Golden City. We can find their clan there. Jianming said. So be it. Wise didn't have a better plan. The marriage of the Lu's ancestral aunt was 100,000 years ago. The Yu's descendants might deny it and not give back the Dao stone. Moreover, given their unsavory nature, they might even take advantage of this and bully the four clans. I'll go with you. Wise decided to tag along with Jianming since he worried that the youth alone didn't have enough influence. Young noble, please wait. We will find the Dao stone and bring it back. He requested. It's boring to stay here. You two might not be able to get it back, so I'll go as well. Li Qie smiled. We will follow your lead then, young noble. Wise agreed. They had a quick discussion about the trip. Wise would get to go while Purpose would have to stay behind. The four clans required a powerful ancestor to stick around in case of unexpected enemies. Which way? Wise asked Jianming. The latter rubbed his nose and said, The Yu might be somewhere in Golden City. I heard that they got a big catch not long ago and will want to unload the stolen goods there. I know enough people there to get more information. So you hang around with these bandits? Wise aid. Ancestor, of course not. I always abide by the law. I'm a good kid. Jianming smiled awkwardly. Wise gave him the side eye. If he was considered a good kid, then all the youths of the four clans would be considered angels. The kid was famous for his troublemaking. He disappeared for a long time and everyone thought he was killed after antagonizing others. They searched extensively and eventually gave up. In the end, he came back without a scratch. Head for Golden City. Li Qie ordered. Wise immediately prepared for the journey. Inner Ruins was large with many inhabitants. Many cities were built along the outskirts. They served as entry points for adventurers wanting to enter Inner Ruins. Of course, they were few in numbers due to the potential danger. The most prosperous location was none other than Golden City. One would think that the walls were made from gold. However, the name was metaphorical, implying that this was a city of opportunities. Like many famous places in Inner Ruins, it also had an ancient history, rumored to be as old as Inner Ruins. There were indeed records of it being around during the chaotic era. The architecture was indeed impressive and diverse, originating from Sword Continent, Sky Border, West King. A few weren't traceable at all. Among the halls, pagodas, and busy streets were different races from all over the world. This might be the most diverse area in all of 8 Desolaces. Moreover, they have been living in peace for so long. Something rather miraculous. In Golden City, one's background and race didn't matter. They were allowed to stay in Golden City as long as their pockets were full enough. Chapter 4477. Golden City visitors and citizens came and went. Only the city remained. Golden was older than many great powers in 8 Desolaces. Numerous reasons were attributed to its long-lasting success. First was freedom. Anyone could have a place here, provided that they had enough money to back it up. Another stated that this was because Golden was close to Inner Ruins. The dangers hidden in the ruins made it difficult for others to wage war. Thus, even top cultivators refrained from doing anything here. There existed certain rules as well. They were inviolable and protected Golden from any troublemaker. Of course, the most popular theory talked about the islands above the city. They served as a pillar and kept the city safe from harm. All in all, it was a popular place for cultivators to visit. This made it rather prosperous with more buildings and markets built. Therefore, it became a paradise for those with money. As long as they had enough in their pocket, they could find the right merchandise here. Moreover, this was a place of possibilities as well. A random merchant on the street could turn out to be a famous monarch. An old man in the valley could have been a notorious cultivator. A salted vegetable stand could actually be the property of Lion's Roar. Some enjoyed the bustling life in Golden enough to forget their way home. This was especially true for newcomers from humble backgrounds. Li Qie's group arrived near the city and could see the great walls and rolling mountains. They noticed massive palaces and pavilions floating in the air. Each place had a different visual phenomenon.
A mountain range had an auspicious glow while a floating palace had a divine one. Rainbows could be seen in the air as well. People and carriages came from all directions. Massive beasts, flying cultivators, chariots. An inexperienced cultivator would be shocked to see this scene. They would be impressed to see the various races as well. Ghosts covered in black clouds, heavenly devils with their signature black radiance, and other strange demons. Even the elusive sky spirits could be seen as well. Awe-inspiring spectacles were common in Golden. This was a great world with no end in sight. Golden, the never-falling city. Wise ancestor became sentimental. He was emotional because in the past, their 4 clans had properties here as well. Alas, they eventually lost the ability to run these businesses, hence the need to sell them. Today, they no longer had a place to stay in Golden. The city is okay. What I really want to visit is that city in the sky. Jianming smiled and stared upward. A blinding radiance occupied the air with waterfall-like rays pouring down. Massive islands were floating 1,000,000 miles above the city. From the ground, they looked as big as fists. When spectators activated their heavenly gaze, they saw magnificent scenes. Rays poured down and served as curtains, completely shielding the islands. Nonetheless, they could see towering trees on the islands, looking like umbrellas to block the sun rays. The islands, rays, and trees were divine, rendering it impossible for anyone to come close. They were protecting the ancient palaces and architectures. These things also emitted supreme Tao laws. These were known as Golden Isle. Any cultivator looking up would feel nothing but respect and fear. Ridiculous! Wise ancestor smacked the youth's head and scolded. Are you tired of living? Your old geezer would be the first to tie you up and ask for forgiveness. Hee, I'm just curious and want to take a look. Jianming laughed. Only a selected few are eligible to be invited for an audience. Wise said. Golden Isle never participated in outside events. Nonetheless, all of 8 Desolaces still feared it. It seemed to prefer isolation, not even interfering with the prosperous city beneath and viewing it as their property. Hee, ancestor, I heard you were invited before, tell me more. Jianming's eyes lit up. It's nothing, I was only there as a crowd member. Wise said without pride, no one dares to be arrogant there, not even the sect master of True Immortal. Haha, that's understandable. Jianming said, who ended the blessed era? Who else but the invincible Emperor Yi, easily dominating True Immortal sect during their golden age. They didn't even dare to fight in the Emperor's presence. You need to watch your words. Wise glared at the youth, causing him to only chuckle and stop talking. Everyone knew this story but they didn't want to talk about it lest they offend True Immortal sect. 1. Yi means leaf, so it could be Leaf Emperor. Chapter 4478. Golden Isle was connected with a peerless Tao Lord, Emperor Yi. This being had Emperor in the title instead of Tao Lord. In history, many believe that the Emperor was one of the strongest Tao Lords, comparable to Blessed Tao Lord or Pure Sun Tao Lord. The Emperor had entered forbidden zones before and killed the ominous existences there. This was an unparalleled achievement. However, the most interesting tale included the end of the Blessed Era and the sealing of True Immortal sect. From then on, this sect no longer produced another Tao Lord. Remember, True Immortal was considered unbeatable due to its foundation erected by Blessed Tao Lord. During this era, Blessed Tao Lord spread the 7 laws to all existences. This started the golden age of cultivation. In fact, 80 to 90% of all cultivators back then considered themselves to be students of Blessed Tao Lord. His cultivation methods truly benefited the world. He had numerous capable followers back then, too many to count. The beings in the forbidden zones kept quiet during his reign. The most magical part was how his successors also became Tao Lords. In other words, True Immortal sect had a monopoly of Tao Lords during this era. The second most famous Tao Lord in True Immortal was none other than all things Tao Lord, Li Daoer. His cultivation was impeccable. His mastery of all things mantra actually exceeded Blessed's own. Moreover, he taught 3,000 disciples and each of them went on to become top masters. All of them also changed their last name to Li. Because of this, some respectfully gave all things Tao Lord another nickname, Li Sanqian. At first glance, 3,000 disciples didn't seem impressive compared to Blessed Tao Lord's widespread fame. After all, nearly every cultivator back then considered themselves to be under Blessed Tao Lord's banner. The main difference was the actual tutelage. Blessed Tao Lord didn't teach them, while All Things Tao Lord was actually involved in training his disciples. Later on, future generations said that although All Things Tao Lord wasn't as strong as Blessed Tao Lord, his disciples were far superior. These 3,000 disciples made true immortal unbeatable. The sect's actual power might actually be greater than during Blessed Tao Lord's era. Unfortunately, his legacy had a large stain caused by a single arrogant woman. She severed the monopoly and became the Tao Lord instead, the only person to do so during the Blessed era. She had an amusing phrase even before becoming the Tao Lord: "I will tie and beat up Li." Everyone thought that since this was her slogan, she was purposely aiming for true immortal. After all, the disciples of All Things Tao Lord had changed their last name to Li. Therefore, the top dogs of true immortal and even the entire world had this last name. The might of true immortal was not enough to stop her. They had no choice but to watch her become the Tao Lord, since she was unstoppable. After her generation, true immortal's geniuses started taking over again. The monopoly resumed for the subsequent generations. No one could change this fact, so the sect appeared to be eternal, always standing at the apex. Another person disrupted this cycle. Emperor Yi, a girl praised to have the greatest innate talent in history. Back then, 90% of potential heirs came from true immortal. They had so many that it required a system to keep track of these heirs: 3 Lord Princes, 6 Heavenly Princes, 38 Sacred Princes, 92 Celestials. This didn't matter because these high-potential geniuses were all killed by Emperor Yi. This golden age of talent couldn't match up to a single cultivator. Before becoming a Tao Lord, she fought her way into true immortal 3 times and left successfully. Keep in mind that at this point, even the Forbidden Zones refrained from provoking true immortal. Alas, she had no problem doing so even before proving her Tao. The sect was aware of her frightening talent and even resorted to ambushes in order to stop her from taking the Tao Lord position. They sent 7 ancient gods, 13 golden dragons, 67 god kings, 89 paragons, and countless other ancestors. This was their full force, all mobilized for the sake of dealing with one girl. This expedition was enough to destroy all of 8 DLACs and campaign against the Forbidden Zones. They were ready to pay any price for the sake of keeping their monopoly. According to the legends, she massacred them all, resulting in rains of blood and the world torn asunder. She inflicted untold destruction on true immortal. In the end, they failed to stop her from becoming a Tao Lord despite trying everything. This marked the end of the Blessed Era. They declined afterward and couldn't produce another Tao Lord. It wasn't until recently that they started recovering and becoming a top behemoth once more. It gradually became the leader of 8 Desolaces and could look down on the world again. Alas, their top disciples and sect masters never brought up retribution against Golden Isle. As wise ancestor had said, even the sect master of true immortal would act with respect while visiting Golden Isle. After millions of years, Emperor Ye's prestige and authority still remained unchallenged. Golden Isle. Li Qie looked up and murmured. 1. Sanqian means 3002. This line is hard to translate. Since this was brought up before in the final chapter of the first half, I believe the author is implicating something for us. The more formal/literal translation would be, I will tie and beat up anyone with the last name, Li. In Chinese, calling someone by their last name in this manner is informal and purposely rude. In this case, it was last name and Li. So in Chinese, it can be construed as either singular, a single person, or plural, an entire clan with this last name. This is why it is difficult to translate it to English. I have to either pick that it is a single person or that it is anyone with the last name Li. The first being, I will tie and beat up that Li guy. The second being, I will tie and beat up those Lis, or I will tie and beat up anyone with the last name Li. In this case, I believe the author is implying the singular, but I have to try and keep it ambiguous in English. This is why I chose the translation. It doesn't sound good or correct, but at least it keeps the ambiguous effect. Chapter 4479. Legend: Golden Isle doesn't care about external matters or domination. However, even true immortal and 3000 Tao didn't dare to challenge it back then.
Wise looked up at the floating islands and commented. Yes, it had plenty of invincible masters, not just Emperor Yi. Jianming said, after the Emperor, it had Tree Ancestor, Mulberry God, Heaven Fountain, and many more. This is before taking into account the ancient beings before Emperor Yi. That's why Golden Isle is so frightening. How many sects can match up to it in terms of age and resources? No one likes sharing a bed. Wise continued the train of thoughts. There are unfathomable lineages in inner ruins. However, Golden Isle still existed so close to them, meaning that they have qualms against moving against the Isle. Ultimately, Golden Isle might actually be on par with True Immortal Sect and 3000 Dao. It's just that it preferred to be isolated from the rest of the world. This has plenty to do with their races. Li Qia's eyes could pierce through the barriers shrouding the islands. Wise Ancestor activated his heavenly gaze and nodded. Yes, with the exception of Emperor Yi, the ancient ancestors of Golden Isle exist within the islands. In a sense, they have become a part of their lineage. This is the most frightening detail. He was talking about the waterfalls and towering trees. They looked just like guardian deities. This referred to a particular legend, that the ancestors of Golden Isle didn't pass away. They became a part of Golden Isle, and as long as the islands were around, so would they. Perhaps their original self was no longer there, but this was indeed a method to last forever. The accumulation of top cultivators resulted in a matchless foundation. This played a part in why disciples from Golden Isle were rarely seen outside. Once they reached a certain realm, they could take roots in Golden Isle for eras to come. Eras seemed like an eternity for regular cultivators, but for these members, it would only be the blink of an eye. People might be afraid of Golden Isle, but not our young noble. Hurricanes and tornadoes are as light as a breeze in his presence. Jianming smiled. Watch your words. Wise glared at him. However, he seemed audacious this time and continued. I'm merely speaking the truth, Ancestor. The young noble is invincible without needing to do anything. In fact, upon meeting, Golden Isle will regret their late reception. Seems like you're eager for a beating. Wise's glare intensified. Jianming hid behind Li Qia and continued. Young noble, am I wrong here? I can see that you have learned many bad things in recent years. I would have kicked you flying if your last name wasn't Jian. Li Qia said flatly. Thank you, young noble. Jianming continued. I didn't know it was so wrong to speak the truth. You are special. Even the top masters are nothing more than laymen in comparison. Stop buttering me up. Li Qia gave him the side eye and said, Get on with this and find people from the U. I understand. Jianming immediately said, In my opinion, if they want to sell the stolen goods, they'll definitely visit Dark Street. We should go there now. Having said that, he led the duo into the city. Along the way, Li Qia suddenly stopped on a large street. Next to it was a strange place, a complete contrast to the bustling city where each inch of land was unreasonably expensive. It could be considered the center of the city, yet it was rather quiet and pristine. One could see a verdant mountain range with gurgling streams and cranes. Only a few old buildings with red bricks and green roof tiles could be seen. This resembled a sect, but there weren't that many disciples, only one or two passing by. The rowdiness of the city couldn't reach this place. Even travelers walked slowly and quietly when passing by. A mysterious power here demanded so. Li Qia let out a sigh after seeing this serene spectacle. Young noble, this is land of the pure lotus. Wise whispered, this is the holiest place in Golden, or maybe all of 8 Desolaces. Conflicts are prohibited. I've heard of many legends regarding this place. Jianming whispered. It belongs to an attendant of the imperial queen. No one is allowed to be disrespectful here. I see. Li Qia said. The legends are so old, virtually impossible to trace or research. They state that there used to be a sect here. Its saintess became the greatest queen's attendant. Later on, no one saw them again, but this place still became a hallowed ground. It doesn't matter what feud two parties might have, they must not act or even be loud here. This rule has never been challenged before. Jianming went on. Right. Even Dao lords would need to tidy their robes before entering this place. Wise Ancestor nodded. Pure Sun Dao Lord, the Ancient One, even showed his respect from a distance. The peerless blessed Dao Lord also stopped here and lowered his head.
The subsequent Tao Lords showed the same level of care when approaching this place. But, I've heard of one exception. He actually came and stayed for a long time. Can you guess who it is? Jianming asked. It's Duality Master. He then answered his own question. Yes, the only outsider to sleep in the hallowed ground. It might just be a rumor though. Wise added. Pure Lotus enjoyed peace for eras now. However, it wasn't an unbeatable sect or anything. Not even one single brilliant disciple could be seen. Nonetheless, Tao Lords still didn't dare to disturb this place, always hiding their auras and fanfare when near. Chapter 4480. Land of the Pure Lotus. From one perspective, Pure Lotus was rather normal. The sceneries and disciples weren't special. The only exceptional aspects were its prime location in Golden City and its serenity. In history, the world knew that the Tao Lords were the strongest cultivators. They dared to campaign against the forbidden zones and more. Nonetheless, the holiness of this place seemed to be above all of that. Moreover, the rule was unspoken as well. Pure Lotus never announced the need for serenity, yet everyone still obediently adhered. More amusing enough, whenever its rare disciples came out to the outside world, they were always protected by others. If an unknown bully were to pick on them, other experts would immediately jump in to stop. In fact, it was obvious that Pure Lotus no longer had any talent. They were few in number, going as low as 3 to 5 disciples at worst. This was only enough to pass down their arts. Alas, this tiny sect still occupied such a huge area in one of the most expensive cities in 8 Desolaces. If someone were to ask, what if my mortal enemy was hiding in Pure Lotus? This has happened before. Some arrogant or reckless souls have actually tried to trespass with animosity on their mind. However, experts nearby would immediately stop them. In one case, a mighty heavenly sovereign tried to do so. He was too strong for the crowd members to deal with. However, a massive palm descended and annihilated him like an insect. No one knew where the palm came from, but the powerful sovereign was killed in the blink of an eye. These stories all contributed to why the serenity here couldn't be broken. Land of the Imperial Attendant. No trespassing or fighting. This phrase has been carved on a tablet at the entrance to Pure Lotus. Li Qie took a look and saw the old tablet. The characters were carved powerfully. The calligraphy style nearly pierced through the entire width. No one knew who created the tablet, but even a fool could tell that the carver was an incredible cultivator. Not even time could affect or change the characters. Li Qie patted the tablet and sighed sentimentally after reading the content. The latter was obvious, the unspoken rule that has been written down at the entrance. However, the first part was worth pondering. According to the legend, the saintess from Pure Lotus became the attendant for the one and only imperial queen in history. Some scrolls also addressed her as Prime Queen. The question was, who was this queen? Why did the records speak so highly of her? The confusion stemmed from the level of reverence. Even the wives of the Tao Lords didn't enjoy the same treatment. Remember, Pure Lotus wasn't even the queen's abode. It was only her attendant's sect. Moreover, the two of them had never been seen in recent eras. Nonetheless, their influence still affected the contemporary and made Pure Lotus unique. This made many people think about the queen's actual background. There weren't that many clues or answers still left. Pure Lotus was one of them. A piece of evidence of her actual existence. The Prime Queen, a mystery indeed. Jianming murmured. Don't run your mouth here of all places. It is forbidden. Wise smacked his head harder this time. Due to the Four Clans' history, he had heard of many legends regarding the queen before. Thus, he immediately stopped the brat from running his mouth. Many big shots have tried to find out more about the queen. Some did it in a blatant manner and eventually, they disappeared from the world, seemingly evaporating into thin air. The ancestor's attitude reminded Jianming of a few things. This made him turn pale and curse his big mouth. He slapped himself several times and kneeled in the direction of Pure Lotus. I sincerely apologize. Wise didn't scold him any longer. The wise sages and Tao Lords stopped before the tablet only to observe quietly. They were awfully rude just now. Meanwhile, Li Qie traced his hand over the characters. The past became so near again. After a while he sighed and said, "Let's go." The duo caught up to him. Once they were far away enough from Pure Lotus, Jianming said, "I'm very familiar with Dark Street. Do you need anything, young noble? You can definitely find it there. Let's take a look first." Li Qie said, "Don't forget why we are here. Once we get to Dark Street, I'll break your legs if you hang around your pack of scoundrels." Wise warned. "Ancestor, your comment is unwarranted since I'm always honest and never hang around a pack of scoundrels. Heaven and earth can be my witnesses." Jianming protested. "You shouldn't say something like that so trivially." Li Qie chuckled. "My mistake." Jianming immediately shut his mouth. A few phrases were considered taboo and carried immense consequences. Chapter 4481. Dark Street. Dark was the largest street in Golden and hosted the largest and busiest market. Unlike the other main streets that specialized in larger branches and franchises, Dark had many independent merchants and buyers. Most importantly, it allowed for the selling of goods from dubious origins. Thus, it became the best place in perhaps all of Sky Border to dispose of stolen goods. The thieves and bandits would come here while hiding their identities and selling the goods. Thus, the market had a negative reputation, a place for swindlers and criminals. Of course, blatant crimes weren't allowed, but trickeries and swindling were common. It was a chaotic place not in terms of laws and regulations. It's just that there was no guarantee for transactions, especially from independent merchants. Thus, one could buy goods that eventually turned out to be stolen or inauthentic. In a sense, this actually boosted business for the street. Rumor has it that with ample money, one can buy anything here. This might be an exaggeration, but it accurately reflected the prosperity of this market. Millions of goods flowed in and out of Dark Street on a daily basis. Jianming came in order to find members of the U. They normally came to get rid of stolen goods. When the group entered the street, they were greeted with a bustling atmosphere. People came from all over the world. Various races could be seen here, those with 3 heads and 6 hands, a demon with a snake head and a human body, ghastly beings, skullwalkers. Some were notorious villains of their own regions. Nonetheless, they put on a good act here due to the safety laws. Therefore, the street was a safe place to observe the unsavory members of society. Outside of the large and reputable stores, countless merchants displayed their goods along the street. They either peddled their merchandise or simply placed them on the ground and slept, waiting for customers to come. Some had a board displaying their items, then they would lean on the wall and rest. Due to the complicated nature of the street, one could meet hidden masters anywhere as well. An inconspicuous old man could turn out to be an invincible ancestor. This was another reason why no one wanted to cause trouble here. "Sir, please come take a look. This is a myriad tribulation pill that has just left the cauldron from our ancient clan." A young merchant immediately came over to the group. "Go away." Jianming blocked his path and said, "Myriad tribulation pill? This is just a common anti-lightning pill with a layer of ash on top that you're trying to sell for 10 times the price." "Oh, one of us, my bad, my bad." The merchant wasn't embarrassed at all. "One of us, my ass," Jianming said indignantly. As they walked a bit farther, another came over and whispered, "Gentlemen, this lowly one will let you in on a little secret. I have an ancient scroll right now that I dug out from an ancient grave on Mount Tai. That grave had such wonderful visual phenomena. Have you trained with it?" Jianming stared at him. "I tried, but I couldn't read the ancient text. It must be some immemorial mantras beyond my reach, but I can see immortal energies floating around you three. Who actually believes your bullshit?" Jianming glared and said, "Even birds don't want to shit on Mount Tai. There's no ancient grave there. Plus, even if there was, I would have dug it way before a useless asshole like you." "Ah, I see, a fellow brother." The merchant laughed. "Keep talking and I'll dig up your family's graves." Jianming threatened. The merchant laughed and didn't mind the comment. He then ran off to look for another prey. The same thing happened several times along the way. They were all chased away by Jianming. It looked like the youth was a frequent visitor of Dark Street and has grown quite used to it. In fact, he seemed to have many friends here. Some came over to say hi, but Jianming chased them away while whispering, "Don't pull this crap in front of my ancestor or he'll eradicate your clan." He successfully scared them and made them scram. Brat, so this is how you spend all your time just loitering in this place. Your ancestor will definitely break your legs. Wise smiled wryly after seeing this. Hee hee, ancestor, please forgive me. I merely strolled around here to relax and haven't done anything wrong. Please don't tell my old geezer. Jianming chuckled. The Jian considered themselves to be an aristocratic clan. Jianming didn't quite fit this role. Not even in the slightest. The Jian ancestor naturally wouldn't like this. As for Li Qie, he only smiled and didn't comment. Jianming was certainly familiar with Dark Street. He started asking a merchant for information. Yo, have you seen the fat guy from the U recently? How the hell do I know? The merchant responded. Stop, I know that he sells stolen goods to your clan. Jianming said. I really haven't seen him recently. The merchant coughed. Jianming kept on asking around to no avail while Li Qie spent his time looking at the waves of people with a smile. Great immortal. Great immortal. A middle-aged man with a long mustache suddenly came closer and talked to Li Qie. He wore a wrinkly Taoist robe with numerous patches. Shifty-looking would be the right word to describe him. He had a cloth sign on his back with the character meaning, calculation. His small eyes flashed brightly, resembling the eyes of a mouse. Great immortal, if you need any supreme treasure, just say the word and I will get it for you. He enthusiastically suggested. What do you have? Li Qie smiled. I don't have anything on me right now, but if you have something in mind, I will bring it to you for a negotiable price. The Taoist said. Jianming didn't buy it and sneered. There's a limit to bullshitting. As if you can get any supreme treasure. Of course I can. I stake my clan's reputation on it as long as the buyer has enough money. The merchant patted his chest and proudly declared. Unfortunately, his shifty appearance didn't instill confidence. So I can pick anything? Jianming was looking for trouble. Yes, you name the item and I name the price. The Taoist agreed. Jianming naturally didn't expect this. However, the Taoist was more interested in Li Qie. Great immortal, would you tell me your desire? Only a few things pique my interest. Li Qie said. Very well, the 9 heavenly treasures then. Chapter 4482. Earthseer Taoist, about that. The Taoist's expression changed after hearing Li Qie. Haha, who boasted earlier? What now? Jianming immediately kicked the horse while it is down and sneered. You talked as if you had all the treasures in the world. Now our young noble has spoken, go get them. Heavenly treasures are only legends. The Taoist rubbed his palms awkwardly and said, I'm afraid no one has seen them before, so we don't even know if they are real. Even an immortal can't conjure them out of thin air. You don't need an immortal for this, they're only heavenly treasures. Li Qie teased. The Taoist shuddered and started thinking about the possibilities. He hurriedly regained his wits and smiled. Young noble, could you change your mind? There are many other wondrous artifacts around. They can't be that special if there are that many of them. Li Qie said, true treasures are unique, one and only. The Taoist lost his confidence. His shifty eyes darted back and forth while trying to come up with a response. What is your name? Li Qie spared him by changing the topic. This little one is known as Earthseer Taoist. The Taoist introduced himself. I can read the mysteries of the 3 worlds and the secrets of the future. That's a bold claim. Li Qie smiled. I don't think your ancestors would even dare to say the same thing if they were here. Just like the rumors. The Taoist took a deep breath and said. Jianming nearby continued. Earthseer is your title, yet you bragged about how you can steal anything earlier. Isn't this too much? Of course not. This is just my side job to make some money. Plus, it is not stealing. Call it the art of procurement instead. When the Tao is right, the myriad items are up for grab, the Taoist said. I'm about to vomit. Jianming said with disdain. A lot of flowery words to hide the action of a thief. Side job? I believe it because your divining art is too inaccurate to make a living. Nonsense. The Taoist finally became angry and turned red. He raised his voice. My clan's divining art is unmatched in all of 8 Desolaces. In fact, all divining arts are derived from our clan's techniques. They are inadequate, but we can even estimate the will of the heaven.
He became emotional when bringing up his clan's ability, clearly possessing full confidence. Of course, this was indeed the case. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they could pry into the heavens' mandate and the future. Numerous big shots and Dao lords have asked their clan for divination regarding the future. Unfortunately, the majority were turned away. I don't know what heavens will you're reading, but come divine my fate, let's see how good you are. Jianming said. The Taoist flipped his palm and wanted to calculate with his fingers. Alas, he pulled back and uttered coldly, "No need to calculate to see your fate. Just one glance is enough." "Tell me what you saw then." Jianming didn't buy it. "You are blessed with heavenly gifts, but since your heart and mind are disorderly, you are destined for mediocrity. If this changes, then that's another issue." The Taoist said. Bah! Jianming only heard one thing from that sentence. Mediocrity. Bullshit. Your entire clan is mediocre. He's right. Li Qie interjected. You need to learn self-control and restraint in order to not waste your good fortune. Really? Jianming listened carefully. Though they said the same thing, he believed Li Qie far more. Li Qie chuckled and told the Taoist, Your heaven grasp art is not from your clan. The Taoist was startled since Li Qie knew everything. He said, Great Immortal, your vision is impeccable. I came across it by accident and eventually became adept enough to keep wanting to try more. Sounds like you're lucky too. Jianming said. The Taoist seemed confident in his stealing ability as well. He arched his chest and said, I can grasp anything in existence. Are you sure? Jianming said, I heard that there is an extraordinary item hidden in True Immortal Sect. If you can grasp it, then I would have nothing but admiration for you. True Immortal. The Taoist looked around, looking nervous. Have you learned nothing? Wise Ancestor glared at Jianming. This wasn't a joke. Wanting to steal something from True Immortal could have dire consequences if others found out. Jianming was invested in this quarrel and laughed at the Taoist. Scared? That's fine. Just stop bragging from now on. Huh? True Immortal? I'm not scared of anything. The Taoist retorted, That item has a heaven-defying origin and is kept deep in their sect. Few of their members have actually seen it. You know about it too? Jianming didn't expect this. It's not that big of a secret, but even if it was, I can still calculate it. The Taoist boasted. As I said, stop talking about your swindling divining art. Just grab the item and I'll prostrate before you. Jianming said. I don't care for your respect. If you can actually muster the payment, I will grasp the item. The Taoist wasn't a gentleman or a moralistic person. He had enough of being looked down upon. I don't have money, but our clan has a lot. Jianming retorted. I don't think your 4 clans together can come up with the sum. The Taoist sneered. You know about us? Jianming became startled. Nothing can hide from my calculation. The Taoist boasted again. You probably obtained information about us before. It's understandable. Our 4 clans are so prestigious and renowned to the rest of the world. You probably cowered after hearing our names. Jianming said. I wouldn't be so proud since worthless descendants like you are not living up to your ancestors' prestige. The Taoist barked back. As if you're any better. Jianming didn't hold back. You talked about your prestigious divination clan earlier, but all I see before me is a thief. You're a worthless descendant bringing shame to your ancestors too. You! The Taoist became livid. Am I wrong here? Jianming became complacent after seizing the upper hand. How foolish! Foolish beyond cure. The Taoist could only scold. Okay, our young noble only wants heavenly treasures. Since you can't get them, scram. Jianming tried to chase the Taoist away. The Taoist ignored him this time and smiled at Li Qie. Great Immortal, are you interested in True Immortal's item? Chapter 4483. Searing Attempt, Not Interested. Li Qie nonchalantly said. What is it that can interest you then, Great Immortal? The Taoist scratched his head. Are you senile? The young noble already said that he is interested in the 9 heavenly treasures. Get him those artifacts and maybe he'll have a better opinion of you. Jianming chimed in. Ignorant brat, what do you know? The Taoist glanced at Jian Ming with disdain. The heavenly treasures might not actually be treasures. They can be anything, a dimension or a world. Then I suppose you were mistaken about your peerless grasping skill. If it was actually as good as you claimed, then grasping dimensions and worlds shouldn't be a problem. Otherwise, don't use peerless to describe it. Jian Ming immediately responded. You dash. The Taoist had a hard time dealing with the youth. Jian Ming mocked. You what? I am merely telling the truth. You're singing a different song than the one earlier. The Taoist's chest puffed up and down from anger. His heavy breathing caused his beard to sway. You know quite a few things, a testament to your clan's ability. Li Qie commented. He, you're too kind, great immortal. The Taoist's mood instantly became better. It's just trivial stuff, not worth mentioning. He spoke humbly but his face said anything but. His face brimmed with smugness. Can you show us your clan's legendary divining ability then? Calculate to see whether the 9 treasures actually exist or not. Jian Ming taunted. Brat, have you seen any before? The Taoist glared. Well, no. Jian Ming answered honestly. Then do you know how mysterious and inscrutable they are? The Taoist uttered coldly. Jian Ming couldn't answer. The treasures only existed in a few legends and even then, they weren't documented clearly at all. What does this have to do with your clan's divining art? He argued. Fool. How can anyone even start calculating if they have no idea what it is in the first place? Do you know Ahua from Sword Continent? Is it a person or a dog, pretty or ugly? When there is no initial basis, there's nothing to do. The Taoist coldly explained. Jian Ming was on the losing side this time and couldn't bite back. Humph, a perfect example of rotten wood cannot be carved. The Taoist gave it another push, feeling quite good about the reversal. Bah, all I hear are excuses regarding your lack of ability. A true seer can close his eyes and see everything after a hand wave. You are just an empty bucket trying to put up a front, unable to calculate on top of being too scared. Jian Ming said. Brat, tell me, what am I too scared of to calculate? The Taoist didn't appreciate the slander. Is that so? Then do you have the audacity to calculate our young noble, he? I doubt you will. Jian Ming taunted. Ridiculous. Wise ancestor got enough of this and smacked Jian Ming for the who knows how many times. Humph. Jian Ming snorted and didn't say anything else. Well. The Taoist turned towards Li Qie and became tempted. In fact, he wanted to do so the moment he saw Li Qie for the first time. Great immortal, would it be all right if I read your fortune? It'll be my first today, so no charge. The Taoist said. Li Qie chuckled and said, The heavens can't be read, it is beyond your capability. The Taoist didn't accept. It was one thing for Jian Ming to make fun of him since he didn't take the youth seriously. Alas, it was different when it came from Li Qie. It sounded as if Li Qie didn't have a high evaluation of their clan's fortune-reading technique. Great immortal, please don't look down on our technique. Our ancestors have gazed into the heavens' will and the future before. In fact, our forefathers even observed the river of time. We dare to claim to be the best in all of 8 decimalaces. He arched his chest and requested again. So if you don't mind, let me read your fortune. Fine, let us see how much you have learned and if your clan's technique has improved or otherwise. Li Qie agreed. Thank you. The Taoist bowed deeply and then took a deep breath. His shady expression turned dignified. This actually made him look the part of a capable Taoist with an impressive aura. The trickster is putting up quite a show. Jian Ming murmured after seeing this, clearly changing his view on the Taoist. The Taoist took out a box battered by time with white and yellow spots. However, upon closer inspection, it turned out to be made from a bone. With activated heavenly gaze, they saw the box being filled with grand Tao power of a natural source originating from the essences of the world. Inside was his calculating tool. 3 divinatory trigrams in the form of turtle shells. They had numerous vein lines that were there from the start, seemingly depicting the Tao of the world. They were ancient and heavy. One could sense a faint temporal power flowing through them. Incredible artifacts. Jian Ming couldn't help but praise. These trigrams can communicate with heaven and earth. They're true treasures.
Wise felt the same way despite not knowing much about fortune-telling. Chapter 4484. Incalculable. The Taoist picked up one of the shells and raised it up. He then placed it between his palms and in front of his chest while chanting quietly. "What are you doing?" Jian Ming asked. The Taoist ignored him and continued chanting. Once finished, he pointed the shell at Li Qie and said, "Great Immortal, let me heat up my trigram." Having said that, he controlled the shell to spin around Li Qie and chanted again. The whole process made everyone think that he was actually a master. A preparatory trigram is essential before the actual one. He entered a ceremonial state. Activate. He formed a seal, then embedded it into his chest, causing it to become resplendent. He turned his chest into a heart mirror with numerous ancient runes capable of deriving the mysteries of the Tao. Jian Ming was no longer in the mood to jeer. After all, he could see that this was an actual searing method capable of seeing the future. Trigram activated. He raised his hand and his heart mirror illuminated the turtle shells. The patterns on the shells became clear as day, seemingly coming back to life. They were no longer ashen like before. Rays started flowing through them. The shells started shaking violently as if they were empowered by an incredible force. Alas, a suppressive power rendered them incapable of floating up. This made it impossible for the searing process to continue. They were stuck in a struggle between their own empowerment and foreign suppression. The Taoist became startled since he lost control of his shells. This showed him the serious nature of the session. The trigrams can't do it. Will he try again? Wise ancestor murmured. Would that work? Jian Ming was experienced enough to see the problem as well. It seemed that Li Qie's future and past were difficult to gauge. It became a contest between the Taoist's searing ability and Li Qie's elusive fortune. Go! The Taoist didn't give up and used all of his power. He activated his heavenly gaze and his chest became increasingly resplendent. In this radiance seemed to be a new Tao power capable of raising all affinities. This helped his eyes see the river of time, hoping to catch Li Qie there. As he traveled back on the river, the shells harmonized with him. They also wanted to fly into the river in order to assist their master. He started sweating profusely, enough to wet his entire robe. The shells trembled more and more while his eyes became brighter. Boom! Eventually, the shells couldn't handle the mysterious suppression. Large cracks appeared on the surface and they fell to the ground. Ugh! The Taoist vomited a mouthful of blood and staggered backward. His chest heaved up and down. His complexion became pale and his heart mirror dimmed down. He actually managed to see Li Qie on the river of time. Alas, all of his divine intents and senses were immediately severed from the river. In other words, he couldn't finish this fortune reading. First, his ability was not good enough, but most importantly, Li Qie seemed incalculable. This made him think of another existence, the will of the heaven. If one had enough power and mastery in calculation, they might be able to forcefully see some details. Alas, this required a heavy price, ranging from dying to cursing their descendants for eras. This was the reason why their clan refused numerous masters coming to ask for help. Their ancestors were mighty, but reading the heavens' will was too risky. This was a warning repeated to them many times. The Taoist realized that he had experienced something similar. Are you okay, old man? Jian Ming became worried. My heirlooms. The Taoist regained his wits and crouched down to pick up the shells. He nearly destroyed his clan's heirlooms with his recklessness. These shells were unimaginably powerful in terms of fortune-telling. Normally, he didn't need to do much to read the fate of regular people. Now, they have suffered considerable damage. I was right to call you Great Immortal. The Taoist bowed his head and said, I have overestimated myself and shamed our ancestors. No, your divination ability was masterful. Li Qie didn't mind. I'm afraid I have made a fool out of myself. The Taoist said humbly after realizing his underestimation of Li Qie. At this point, there was no need to know Li Qie's actual background to realize that he was a monster. I'll go listen around. Jian Ming left in order to not make it awkward for the Taoist. Your ancestors have done a great job improving the art. Li Qie said. You know our ancestors? The Taoist became aware of this. Is your river plate still there? Li Qie asked. Yes, it's still there.
The emotional Taoist bowed again. Your clan owed me a reading. It's unfortunate that its descendants still can't do it. Li Qiye revealed. Chapter 4485. I was not me. I see, you have asked for a reading in the past. The Taoist blurted out. Yes, your ancestor talked about being able to reach the heaven and calculate anything. Did it work? Li Qiye smiled. The Taoist became emotional because he recalled a legend from his clan, or rather, the last words and ancestral guidance. Their forefather left behind this teaching after paying a great price. As a descendant, he didn't know the details because it was too long ago. Their clan had changed dramatically and experienced ups and downs. Nonetheless, the ancestral guidance was successfully passed down. I was not me and can't be selfless, he murmured. Having said that, he asked Li Qiye, I have many things I don't understand due to the time constraint. However, that's the phrase left behind by our forefather, his last words. The clan recorded and passed it down for eras now. We do not dare to forget or speculate. Now, since you have brought up the reading in the past, could this be your fortune, great immortal? I was not me and can't be selfless, Li Qiye said softly. A while later, he nodded and said, Your forefather has tried his best. Rumor has it that the forefather paid a great price during the previous epoch. He wished to sear the heaven itself but suffered a tribulation. He was fortunate to survive but ended up being on his last leg. The Taoists took a deep breath. In their historical records, their forefather was a heaven-defying cultivator known for his fortune-telling. Even the ancient emperors found his reading to be extremely accurate. Peerless masters and monstrous existences viewed him with respect. They came to ask about their future. Thus, this was the apex of divining. No descendants have ever reached this height again. Once he became older and at the prime of his art, he once performed a serious ceremony. The reason for this session remained unknown. It was just that the forefather saw something forbidden, resulting in his death not long after. He left behind the cryptic phrase, I was not me and can't be selfless. The descendants researched this phrase for the possible meaning. This went on for generations but they couldn't understand it. Thus, they decided to pass it down. In time, their clan managed to produce another top diviner. This person said that the phrase was meant for a customer and had nothing to do with their clan. Today, the Taoist met Li Qiye and tried to give him a reading. What he saw in the river of time made him think that Li Qiye might be this customer. In other words, the fated one. The prophecy has indeed reached the heaven itself. But, your forefather didn't have enough power to suppress the heaven, so a tribulation was expected. The will of the heaven isn't to be known. Li Qiye aid. The Taoist bowed deeply and became curious. Great immortal, may I ask for the meaning of this phrase? His curiosity was understandable. After all, this has been the greatest puzzle of their clan. Given Li Qiye's comment, the guy might actually know the answer. Li Qiye looked up at the sky with a profound gaze. Time came to a halt as he peered through time and space. His target was the farthest reach of the azure. After a while, he told the Taoist, Fine, since your forefather paid the price, it is all right to tell you. At the very end, he saw a figure and only part of the whole thing. Unfortunately, this reading was too late. Back in the previous epoch, this reading would have been meaningful to Li Qiye. Now, it was meaningless since Li Qiye already had a vivid idea of all the details and answers. A figure. The Taoist murmured. This only made him more confused. Nonetheless, his forefather must have seen something shocking. It might have been the greatest fortune-telling in history. However, why did seeing the figure cause a tribulation? Was it taboo just to look at the existence? So who is it? The Taoist couldn't help but ask. That's not something for you to know. It is above your reach right now. If I were to reveal, ominous things will happen to you. A tribulation, for one. Li Qiye said. This made him shudder. He absolutely couldn't handle the tribulation or the price suffered by his forefather. Not his clan either. I understand. The Taoist bowed. At this time, Jianming, who went to look for information, ran back and excitedly told Li Qiye, I got it. I know where those thieves went. Come, let's go teach them a lesson.
That's great. Wise heaved a sigh of relief. And watch your mouth, we're not teaching anyone a lesson. We are to take back our Tao stone, that's all. Wise was open-minded about this and could see the Yu not wanting to give back the Tao stone. He didn't want to escalate the issue and made it more combative. Young noble, are we going right now? Wise asked for Li Qie's instruction. Yes, let's take it back as soon as possible to avoid needless complication. Li Qie said. As the group was leaving, the Taoist hesitated for a moment and then decided to call out, Great Immortal! Oh, don't want our young noble to leave? I'm sure you want to offer your service now. That's fine, we do need an errand boy. Jian Ming said. The Taoist ignored him and said, Great Immortal, Grotto Courtyard might have something fatefully connected to you. What is it? An immortal artifact or something left behind by an ancient emperor? Jian Ming answered before Li Qie. A girl. The Taoist's expression became serious. A girl. This piqued Li Qie's interest. Grotto Courtyard bought her from an external source. She was excavated from a dangerous location, encapsulated in a boulder yet still looking animated. They want to auction her. The Taoist said. So like a fossil. Jian Ming became invested. I don't think so. I believe she is still alive. The Taoist shook his head. 1. Literal translation, it's purposely vague and hard to translate without context. Chapter 4486. Living person. So a living person. Li Qie's interest increased after hearing this. Yes, in my opinion, she has been sealed for many eras now. The Taoist said. So what if she's still alive? Do you recognize her or something? Jian Ming asked. I do not, but that is precisely the crux of the issue. The Taoist said. Jian Ming became confused and asked. What does it reveal? Is there something special about this girl? Does she have 3 heads and 6 hands? No. The Taoist flatly answered. Jian Ming shrugged and said, Well, Grotto Courtyard is a big market and has auctioned countless items so far. This girl is no different and one shouldn't be surprised anymore at their offerings. No, there is something different about this girl. Absolutely different. The Taoist glanced at him and said, What is it? Jian Ming could tell that the Taoist was serious. Wait. My information network is impeccable. I should have heard something if there was a top item at Grotto Courtyard. There is no way that you know more than me. He added. Ah! He clapped and continued. I see, you've been keeping an eye out on Grotto Courtyard, wanting to get your grubby hands dirty and this girl is your target. Eat shit all you want but don't spew bullshit. The Taoist said, I am a man with a reputation, don't besmirch my name. What reputation? Jian Ming said. You want our young noble to go there and potentially cause a diversion for you to take advantage of. He already tried before and failed. Li Qie revealed. Did you hear that? Such a nice reputation you have. Jian Ming said. Shoo. The Taoist became startled and started shushing him. Are you tired of living? If the courtyard catches wind of this, they'll feed us to the fish. That's your problem. I didn't try to steal from them, so only you will be fish food. Jian Ming said. The Taoist's anger ignited towards Jian Ming again. Jian Ming continued. I recall how you bragged about your grasping art. How are you going to steal from true immortal when you can't even get something from the courtyard? That's suicidal. You give it a shot then. The Taoist said. The seal ancestor's tentacles are everywhere in the courtyard and will know the moment you set foot in there. He'll put you in an aquatic illusion before you know it. Seal ancestor might not be the strongest, but he does have absolute control in Grotto Courtyard. Wise ancestor nodded and interjected. I see, so you got caught before, haha. Jian Ming gloated on someone else's misery. If it was you, you would be down in the pond right now instead of standing here. The Taoist boasted about surviving. After all, escaping from Seal Ancestor was indeed impressive. He escaped unscathed and the ancestor didn't see his identity in time either. The courtyard has no lack of peerless treasures. Why do you pay so much attention to the fossil? Jian Ming changed the topic. He has been to the courtyard before and knew about its wondrous treasury. From fortune-telling, of course. Li Qie smiled. The Taoist smiled wryly and told the truth. Nothing can hide from your eyes, great immortal. What did it tell you? Jianming no longer doubted the Taoist's fortune-telling ability. He saw the process earlier and knew how impressive it was. Thus, there must be a reason why the fossil was special. I'm not sure, it's hard to say. The Taoist shook his head and then stared at Li Qie. The fortune was very chaotic and blindingly bright. The images weren't sequential. They reversed and looped randomly. In my opinion, this girl might not be from this epoch. To Grotto Courtyard then. We're taking a look. Li Qie nodded. I will lead the way, great immortal. The Taoist excitedly said. They were supposed to go to the U, but Li Qie chose to put that matter aside. Nonetheless, Jianming was happy to oblige. He and the Taoist led the way, standing to shoulder. Jianming smiled and said, Tell me more about this girl. What does she look like? Any special visual phenomena? No idea. The Taoist didn't want to answer. Haha, Taoist, don't be so difficult. Maybe we'll be working together later. Jianming was very curious because of Li Qie's interest in the girl. Is that so? The Taoist glanced at him, acting superior since he had the advantage. Brother. Jianming inched in even closer and whispered, Let's talk business, shall we? Go on. The Taoist asked. You use fortune to find the next target, right? Jianming whispered again and got straight to the point. And? The Taoist said. Jianming smiled and went on, Then you should expand your business. What business? The Taoist was at a loss. Brother, think about it, stealing is so risky. Once caught, you'll be pursued by thousands of cultivators. Some of your targets may be just as strong as true immortal. Jianming elaborated. What are you trying to say? This piqued the Taoist's interest. Change it up. No more doing business with living people. Jianming whispered. Chapter 4487. Grotto Courtyard. Then what do we do? The Taoist stared at Jianming. It's simple. We do something even better, dealing with the dead. Jianming looked around to see if anyone was listening and then whispered. Dealing with the dead? The Taoist furrowed his brows. Jianming smiled and continued. Brother, think about it. You use fortune-telling to find treasures. Then what we do is team up. You calculate and find the right tomb. I'm the expert at architecture. Xueqi, tell me how this isn't profitable. The Taoist's eyes lit up. He was aware of Jianming's implication. Grave robbing. What if he were to team up with Jianming to focus on the tombs instead of treasures? They could also focus on the tombs of abandoned or destroyed sections. Countless sects have been destroyed in history. Thus, numerous invincible masters were buried underground. Grabbing the content of these tombs could be quite lucrative. Alas, there was one problem which he indicated. Well, it's a dangerous thing to do, terrible karma. Haha, seeing fortune amidst danger is the way to go. Plus, your divination will help us change our fate. Jianming was relentless. As the group headed for Grotto Courtyard, these two spoke as if they were brothers despite prior animosity. People would immediately think of one phrase after seeing this. Birds of a feather flock together. The courtyard was located in a corner of Dark Street. The place was bustling since it might be the largest auction house in Golden City. It received tens of thousands of wealthy customers each day. Looking at the entrance would surprise first-time visitors. The largest auction didn't have golden gates and a magnificent appearance. It had a simple arched door with no decoration, only an old plaque with the characters, Grotto Courtyard. No one would take another look at a store like this at night. Its appearance stood in stark contrast to its actual reputation and countless customers. We're here. Jianming commented. Sigh, it's always so busy. Li Qie looked up and found the character's calligraphy to be awfully familiar. There was no signature anywhere on the plaque, only the symbol of a crimson fox. However, due to its age, the red paint has faded to the point of being barely discernible. Truly a sad look. Few would even notice the symbol or care. Li Qie was an exception since it prompted him to sigh softly. Grotto Courtyard. There was a line for entry. Once it was their turn, Jianming greeted the workers and then jumped through the door. It was dark looking in from the outside. However, Everything became bright after entry since it was a gateway to another dimension. Gentle breezes carried moistness and spirit energy embraced them with haste. They saw a lake with waves and fog with no end in sight. It turned out that the auction house was built on top of a great lake. There were water pavilions and islands amidst the fogs. Treasures were also displayed on the water, ready for auction. Grotto Courtyard has been around so long for a reason. They have their own independent realm. Few great powers have this level of resource. Jianming commented. This was not his first time visiting the auction house, but he was still impressed by their resources each time. Of course, he knew that money alone wasn't enough. After all, the world knew of their exceptional treasure and unmatched reputation of being able to satisfy their customers. The merchandise included unique artifacts, merit laws from Dao lords, ancient weapons. Therefore, wealth alone wasn't enough to protect their business. If this was all they had, they would have been robbed or destroyed long ago. Upon entering, Lichia closed his eyes and enjoyed the moist breeze. Your 4 clans and Grotto Courtyard has a strong relationship, the Taoist told Jianming. What do you mean by that? Our ancestors used to be brothers? Or is there an ongoing alliance? Do we get like 40% off? Jianming started salivating. Nonsense. Wise elaborated with a smile. During our prime, we did have an alliance with Grotto Courtyard, no discount though. We helped each other during the chaotic era, but the alliance eventually died after our decline. So they dropped us once we are no longer useful. Jianming complained. Just wait, we will rise again and they will want to latch themselves onto our thighs. Pop. The ancestor slapped his head again and said, watch your mouth, Seal Ancestor can hear you here. So what? Who doesn't know that the big octopus tentacles are everywhere? Jianming acted as if he wasn't afraid. Your relationship predates the chaotic era, the Taoist said. Long ago, your 4 clans and the courtyard are under the protection of the same being. Of course, they enjoy a greater level of love. In fact, in terms of seniority, your 4 clans are little brothers in comparison. Don't be so vague, Jianming said. I know that the courtyard isn't the same as the one in the past. They're also a bunch of brats that snuck out just like the you, not accepted by their own ancestors. Hee. Their ancestors were great cultivators while they seem like money-grubbing merchants. Your 4 clans aren't any better. You're not the main branch either. The Taoist didn't hold back. Haha, not at all, our forefathers are all renowned. Jianming proudly said. 1. I have a feeling that Grotto Courtyard might have been translated before under a different name. Chapter 4488. Treasures of Grotto Courtyard. While Jianming and the Taoist argued, a worker came over and enthusiastically bowed. Gentlemen, are you here to check out some treasures? Please get on a boat. There were boats by the dock with workers on them. Normally, cultivators had no problem walking on water or simply flying over the lake. This wasn't the case here. They must ride the boats in order to check out the treasures. Li Chie's group followed him and boarded one. The worker steered the boat forward while introducing. Gentlemen, may I ask why you are here? Merit laws, treasures, or pills? We want to buy many things. Perhaps some special pills. Jianming smiled. Our courtyard does not refine the pills, but we do obtain them from the alchemy clans. For example, the renowned bronze pills of the pure sun, heaven rays pills from true immortal, 9 cycles from 3000 Dao. We can get any of them. The worker brought up some famous pills. Keep in mind that these pills were not available to outsiders. Their own disciples rarely had access. Only influential characters such as their elders and above had access. A few were only privy to ancestors. Thus, it was nothing short of impressive that they were available for purchase here. How did you get the bronze pills? Wise couldn't help but ask, since the pure sun has been reclusive for many eras now. Their disciples no longer roamed the world. The ancestor was well aware of the auction house's resourcefulness. Nonetheless, these pills were indeed rare. I'm afraid I can't speak on this matter, but we do guarantee that we only sell authentic items with trustworthy origins. Please do not worry. The worker shook his head. Then do you have an immortal pill capable of immortality? Jianming felt like teasing the worker. Money is not a problem, Our young noble can pay any price. The worker glanced over at Li Qie then answered, Sir, please don't make it difficult for me. If you're talking about pills that some might call immortal, then we have several. For example, Dragon Source from Divine Dragon Valley. But, for one to actually grant immortality, I don't think such a thing exists in the world. Our auction house, at the very least, has never sold one in our long history. The worker answered firmly and didn't try hard to peddle the merchandise. Your knowledge is not bad at all. Must be from good training. Li Qie praised. The worker appreciated the kind words and said, Yes, we are honest while doing business. This is a key in maintaining our golden reputation. Li Qie chuckled then turned his sight towards the treasure. The display method was rather interesting. There were blossoming lotus flowers above the water with a treasure box placed in the center. One of them propped up a divine sword. Though it was still sheathed, its pulsing light possessed the aura of a god king. At the bottom of the lake was a large clam. Rays oozed out and ringing noises could be heard whenever it opened its mouth. Inside was a golden bell. Its sound could reach the river of time. Then there was a demon lantern floating on the surface. It occasionally opened its treasure box for spectators to let out a medicinal fragrance. Inside was a bottle of pills. Faint dragon roars could be heard. The demon lantern would also blow on it, seemingly setting the pills ablaze. These treasures all had a sky-high starting price. Only ancestors from the great powers could think about buying them. Sir, are you interested in fire dragon pills from Divine Dragon Valley? The demon lantern asked the group. These pills contain dragon source essences. Of course, they are no match for dragon source pills, but eating one would grant someone the power of draconic flames. It continued. Sir, this is Soarer, a sword made from a divine soaring eagle's Dao bone. It could kill someone from 3,000 miles away. Another demon lantern came over and introduced its treasure. None of them interested Li Qie, but Jianming entertained them instead. You demons can speak but the clams and lotus flowers can't, aren't they at a severe disadvantage? Our treasures need no introduction. I'm sure the esteemed guests know what they want. The lantern had a perfect answer. Your courtyard is quite impressive. Li Qie commented after taking a look around. Our business was started by Saint Miao in the ancient era. What we have in the present is the accumulation of many ancestors' efforts. The worker said. Your business is only a branch from two saints, not the main branch. The Taoist interjected. Its title is a wish to represent the ancient branch once more. I'm not quite sure about this, but the lake here does have an immemorial origin. The worker chose his words carefully. Rah! Suddenly, a dragon roar echoed across the entire lake. A massive figure frightened both the workers and visitors. A flood dragon. Everyone looked over and sure enough, it was a flood dragon leaping out of the lake. You still haven't sold the Azure Flood Dragon? Well, the price is insane. Wise ancestor said. Sir, the price is reasonable since it is worth that much. However, the seller must also gain the acceptance of the dragon before a successful transaction. Skybreak Monarch of 3,000 Dao was willing to pay the price, but the dragon didn't want to follow him. The worker said. Grotto Courtyard also sold certain demons and beasts. Alas, they were even harder to purchase due to their price. By this point, the boat came across a mountain in the middle of the lake. There existed two statues of two women. One was in full armor and looked ready to fight the whole world. She had a tyrannical and destructive aura that wouldn't dissipate after the eras. The other statue sat cross-legged and held a book. Her aura was gentle, and because she was looking down to read, her face was covered. She emitted peace and serenity. Time seemed to be stagnated around her. Next to her was a trident, seemingly an artifact from an immemorial period. They immediately caught Li Qie's attention. Our two great saints, the worker said. To be exact, they're your clan's saints since your courtyard does not represent the clan. Alas, they haven't been seen in a long time now. The Taoist elaborated. Chapter 4489. Two Saints. The two saints together make the heavenly Tao a no bother. Jianming praised while looking at the statues. You're aware of this old children's rhyme? The worker found this surprising. Yes, it is not from our epoch. Jianming nodded. Nonetheless, Saint Miao and the martial saint's prestige remain. The two ladies and their legions swept through the realms and changed the landscape of the world. The worker looked as if he had just found his best friend. He enthusiastically said, "Perfectly said, sir. Our two saints are indeed from an immemorial period, but their influence can still be felt. Saint Miao's strategy is unmatched. Her grand Tao helped billions and billions. The martial saint was unstoppable, capable of crushing the stars with a single stomp. According to the legends, their legion represented justice." "I can't disagree. Peerless Tao and boundless power." Jianming continued, "Although your two saints weren't around after the calamity, their legion still dominated for a long period before eventually disappearing." Having said that, he paused a bit before continuing, "Otherwise, your grotto courtyard would be doing more than just doing business to make money." In the present day, only their members knew about the two saints, the majority of whom couldn't say much about the actual tales and achievements since so much time had passed. Nonetheless, the two saints' influence helped their grotto have a strong foundation. Unfortunately, their wealth and power weren't enough to represent their actual clan. After all, their real branch might no longer be here in 8 Desolaces. Alas, they have toiled for generations now and still took pride in their history. Among the duo, Saint Miao is one step greater. The Taoist suddenly said. "What makes you say that, sir?" The worker asked. In the grotto, they viewed both ancestors equally. Jianming glanced at the Taoist and argued again. "What the hell do you know? The martial saint led their legion, one that still dominated after the great calamity." "That's a shallow perspective. Who was the strategist with perfect calculations? Who trained each general and soldier? This is why Saint Miao is spectacular. She had a sacred bloodline and most importantly, her wisdom and cultivation are superior to the martial saint." The Taoist retorted. The friendship between these two didn't last long. Nonetheless, Jianming couldn't come up with a response. "Seems logical." The worker interjected. "That's a one-sided statement, mere speculations." Jianming questioned. "When Saint Miao was still in our world, she came to ask our forefather for a fortune." The Taoist coldly uttered. "Really?" Jianming didn't dare to underestimate the Taoist's heaven-defying forefather. "What question did she have?" He calmed down and asked. The Taoist was pleased to see the guy's curiosity. He said, "Regarding a person first and then the immortal Tao." "A person and the immortal Tao?" Listeners took a deep breath. How many in history dared to ask about the immortal Tao? Just the heavenly Tao was tough enough, let alone the next. The world simply didn't know if a Tao to reach immortality was possible or not. "Who is the person?" Jianming noticed the peculiarity. If she asked about the person first, does that mean that this person is on the immortal path? Does such a person exist? The worker became startled. Because of Saint Miao's wisdom, the need to ask another person for help showed that her question was above her own ability. Given her cultivation, asking about the immortal Tao was understandable. This might just be the next step for her to reach the apex. However, she asked about a person first, meaning that this person was even more important to her. Sounds like she was asking about an immortal. Jianming became emotional. Everyone's ears became bigger since they wanted to hear more about this topic. "That I am not sure about since this was something from the previous epoch. There are no writings and the forefather didn't leave an explanation behind." The Taoist shook his head. "There's nothing about the fortune-telling session too?" Wise asked. They couldn't help but be interested in this top-secret conversation regarding the immortal Tao. "Nothing," the Taoist said. "Plus, there was no way anything from the session would be written down about this taboo matter." "How frightening," Jianming murmured and started fantasizing. Due to his previous experience with a certain place, he had seen many things unknown to the rest of the world. Alas, he knew to keep his mouth shut this time around. "We might be talking about an immortal here," Wise blurted. At this time, Xueqi finally stopped looking at the statues and joined in. "No, the world can't withstand the weight of an immortal." The group agreed with him. It's just that they were too curious about the person in this case. Alas, these secrets have been buried in the river of time. It was impossible to find the answer. "Is your trident still around?" Xueqi asked. "Well," the worker couldn't answer. I'm afraid a regular disciple such as myself doesn't know the answer to your question. Haha, you would have to ask Seal Ancestor. Jianming laughed. The old man knows everything here. He might be spying on us right now from the bottom of the lake. Know when not to talk.
Wise scolded.
Jianming ignored him and continued. It's no secret that he has eyes everywhere in Grotto Courtyard. It wouldn't be surprising in the slightest. Chapter 4490. Lotus Young Noble. Meanwhile, numerous boats floated around the lake so that the customers could view the treasures. The guests consisted primarily of disciples and ancestors from the great powers. Though they tried to hide their identity, their aura said it all. Even the ancestors were in awe after seeing the treasures on the lake. Their hearts started beating faster as a result. They would be more than willing to buy everything if they had enough money. The items here far exceeded their sect's treasury. They included both properties of Grotto Courtyard and consignment auctions. Due to their golden reputation, others willingly let the auction house sell their items. They would also ask the grotto to look for their desired treasures. Thus, there were many empty boxes with a note stating the desired items. Anyone could simply place the item in these boxes if they were happy with the price without needing to reveal their identity. Auction dates were random as well. Normally, the items up for auctions were far more valuable than those on display with a fixed price. Due to the rarity and price of these auctions, all participants must be invited by the grotto first. The worker on Li Chie's boat diligently took the group around and introduced many treasures to them. They also saw many other customers along the way. Directly in front of them was a youth with several followers. He wore a white robe and had a pulsing glow, completely freed from a single speck of dust. His eyes were sharp with a keen affinity. He stood in front of the boat, looking imperious and telling others that he was a noble, a crane among a flock of chickens. Normally, he wouldn't give a damn about anyone else. Alas, his eyes stopped on the Taoist. You again, still sneaking around? He glared at the Taoist. The latter hid behind Li Chia and only peeked out, acting as if he didn't know the youth. Come out here. The youth pointed at the Taoist and commanded. Aren't you Lotus Young Noble? You traveled all the way from 3,000 Dao?
Jianming spoke.
Those on the boats nearby couldn't help but stare at the young noble after hearing this. At the start, no one gave a damn because they had a strong background as well. However, this all changed the moment they heard the name of his sect. 3,000 Dao was a behemoth in Sky Border, created by the Supreme Dao Sanqian. 3,000 Dao, True Immortal Sect, Lion's Roar Kingdom, Divine Dragon Valley. These were the strongest lineages right now in Sky Border. This so-called Lotus Young Noble was the direct successor of an elder in 3,000 Dao. This was enough for him to be rather influential among the young generation. Who are you? The youth glared at Jianming with disdain. I'm just a nobody. Jianming didn't mind at all. But tell me, why are you singling out this swindling thief? What did he do to you? You're the swindling thief. Your whole family are thieves. The Taoist felt the urge to kick Jianming off the boat. I saw you scurrying at the base of my sect that day when we lost an item. Did you steal it? Hand it over now. The youth threatened. It seemed that 3,000 Dao or one of its branches has lost an important item. To steal from them was certainly suicidal. Baseless accusation. The Taoist wasn't foolish enough to admit this. What do I have to do with your sect's carelessness? I was only passing by. Do you blame the birds flying in the sky whenever you lose an item? In my opinion, your members didn't train hard enough and can't even protect an item so it got stolen. Now, you're just looking for a scapegoat to wash away your inability. He wasn't afraid to ridicule the youth at all. This prompted the latter to turn red with rage. On the other hand, the audience thought that this was a big deal. The wrath of 3,000 Dao wasn't a joke. Haha, don't put it like that. Jianming said, 3,000 Dao is an eternal behemoth capable of shaking Tich world. Who would dare to steal something from there? In my opinion, they most likely lost it out of carelessness or someone had a plan and one night, poof. He started laughing after saying this, clearly joining the Taoist against the youth. Lotus Young Noble wasn't a big shot or a peerless genius at all. Nonetheless, as an elder's disciple, he had never experienced this contempt from outsiders before. You too are tired of living.
His tone became aggressive. This has nothing to do with me. Jianming shook his head. The Taoist continued to hide behind Li Qie and then said, "It has nothing to do with me either. It's not too late to hand it over. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable." The youth's eyes flashed intimidatingly. The Taoist didn't respond and hid behind Li Qie. "Who are you?" The youth glared at Li Qie, thinking that he was the mastermind behind this. Perhaps he commanded that Taoist to steal their item. "Just a passerby." Li Qie chuckled and answered without looking at the youth. "What is your relationship with them? Did you command them to steal our treasure?" The youth uttered coldly. This made everyone else stare at Li Qie. They thought that an average-looking guy like him wouldn't dare to mess with 3,000 Dao. "Are other disciples from 3,000 Dao as dumb as you?" Li Qie finally stared at the youth. The dismissive remark caused him to become livid. Newborn calves do not fear tigers. A spectator spoke regarding Li Qie, thinking that he wasn't afraid of 3,000 Dao enough. Chapter 4491. Sharp Tongue. Everyone knew that 3,000 Dao had members all over the world. Offending them in Sky Border was a foolish endeavor. Lotus Young Noble was far from being a big shot. Nonetheless, he still enjoyed special treatments at all the great powers during his travel. As the saying goes, one might not care for the monk but still be considerate of Buddha. In this case, no one wanted to offend Lotus Young Noble because of his sect. As the direct successor of an elder, he was still among the upper ranks of the young generation there. "You have a death wish, brat?" Lotus Young Noble's eyes flashed with murderous intent. "Know your place, tuck your tail between your legs if you want to live a little longer." Li Qie chuckled and shook his head. Listeners couldn't believe it. Disciples of 3,000 Dao certainly had enemies. Alas, these enemies usually exercised restraint instead of going to the extreme. "Did you hear that? Our young noble has spoken." Jianming became audacious like a dog barking on its home turf. He raised his voice. "Tuck your tail between your legs or you'll wish for death." "Wait, no, an insignificant shrimp like you isn't worth our young noble's time. He'll end you with one slap." "Scram already." He then posed aggressively just like an evil servant with a powerful master, seemingly ready to give the youth a good beating. Is he insane? Spectators exchanged glances after seeing this development. They felt second-hand embarrassment for Jianming putting up this unbearable sycophantic act, standing up for his master. Such a dog needed to be slapped and put down. On the other hand, the Taoist thought that Jianming was purposely provoking Lotus Young Noble. Did he want to kill the brat and then drag 3,000 Dao down as well? As for Wise Ancestor, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Normally, he would be slapping the youth already. Unfortunately, Jianming was standing up for Li Qie, so he wasn't in a position to reprimand him. Isn't that brat a member of the 4 great clans? Why is he so uncouth? Some in the audience recognized him. Is he not afraid of his clans being destroyed by 3,000 Dao? Another wondered. The brat's mouth is always this foul. I just didn't expect him to not hold back against a behemoth. A member of a great power replied, seemingly eager to watch someone else suffer. Fury burned in the eyes of Lotus Young Noble. At the start, he was only slightly angered, but now, he truly wanted to kill. "Ignorant fool, today will be your last." He gritted his teeth and threatened, "If I don't flay your skin, rip your tendons and eat your blood." Yeah. Jianming interrupted him and smirked. "Don't you know that more often than not, dogs who bark the most don't bite? I sincerely advise you, and note, this might be the most valuable piece of advice you will ever receive in your entire life. Be smart and scram right now. Our young noble does not go as far as to beat a drowning dog." Listeners knew that these sarcastic remarks would infuriate any cultivator, let alone someone from a prestigious background such as 3,000 Dao. This is like burying someone alive, it's tough to watch. The Taoist murmured to himself, "This brat is ruthless." Jianming heard him and whispered back, "You're no better. You stole from them and now, you're trying to hide behind our young noble and involving him. It's just that he is kind enough not to punish you." That's not what's going on here." The Taoist smiled wryly. Meanwhile, Lotus found the humiliation and disdain more and more unacceptable. "State your name before I obliterate you. Which sect are you from?" He roared but still refrained from attacking Jian Ming without warning. I never hide who I am, my last name is Jian. Jian Ming strongly responded. Don't be mistaken that only your sect can be imperious as if everyone else in the world are your grandchildren. 3000 Dao is not number one. In terms of power, True Immortal and Lion's Roar are just as strong. If you want to prove me wrong, go to the Divine Ancestral Temple and shout a few words there. I'll be utterly convinced then. Otherwise, stop thinking that you're the best. He's kinda right. At first, listeners thought that Jian Ming was courting death, but now, they somewhat agreed with the sentiment. The members of the behemoths always acted haughtily and thought that they were superior to everyone else. This included just the average disciple from these sections. Lotus Young Noble's arrogance naturally annoyed everyone. If he was actually capable, he should go prove himself by acting all that at the Ancestral Divine Temple, being just as prideful in front of a superior entity. Of course, the youth would never do that. He would lower his head and bow like a grandchild. The temple served as the place of enlightenment for the supreme monarch. Not to mention him, even their progenitor, Dao Sanqian, wouldn't dare to be haughty there. Wise Ancestor shook his head but didn't interfere since Li Qie was giving implicit permission. Fool, I won't only cut you to pieces today but my sect will also annihilate your clan. The authority of 3000 Dao isn't to be challenged by the likes of you. Lotus could stand this no longer. Chapter 4492. Ancestor in Action. I'm quaking in my boots right now. Jian Ming sneered. Whatever will we do? Oh no, the end of our clans. We won't have anywhere to go. Lotus Young Noble started trembling with rage, wanting nothing more than to take down the contemptuous group. Come, I will kill you within 3 moves. His rage made weaker cultivators tremble. Jian Ming decided to move back behind Li Qie and smiled. Bring it, our young noble and ancestor can send you flying with ease. His shamelessness only earned him the crowd's disdain. Conflicts were commonplace in the cultivation world. However, arguments usually resulted in a fight, not one party backing off and hiding like a cowardly turtle. Nonetheless, Jian Ming didn't care what others thought of him and continued to hide. Fine, I will kill your young noble and ancestor first before torturing you. Lotus has completely lost his cool and began attacking Li Qie. Send him away. Li Qie showed zero interest in the attacker. Die! The youth roared and activated his impressive and pure nobility. This was because of his background and its mighty merit laws. Buzz! Lotus flowers blossomed beneath him with blade-like rays. They started spreading to the water itself and emitted a chilling air. He was a demon lotus at first, eventually entering the path of the Tao after being enlightened by his master. Splash! Thick and long vines rushed out of the water. Each was as hard as a steel rod. Rumble! The vines whipped downward with considerable force, capable of pulverizing the flesh and bones. No big deal. Wise Ancestor commented and joined the fray. Clank! He flicked his finger and sent out a wave of saber energy. It flashed brightly and froze the water around them. The vines were severed so they immediately withered. Despite the decline of the 4 clans, he was still a mighty ancestor. He wouldn't be able to compete against an ancestor from 3000 Dao. However, Lotus Young Noble was only a regular disciple. The actual gap between the 2 combatants was immense. Just the ancestor's energy alone was enough to stop the youth's technique, causing him to stagger several steps backward. His expression soured, realizing that he has messed with the wrong people. He had zero chance of winning against Wise Ancestor. He spewed those aggressive threats earlier out of blind rage and didn't think it through. The first exchange made him realize the difficult situation. I am a disciple of an elder from 3000 Dao. He calmed down quite a bit, but alas, running was not an option. That would ruin his sect's reputation. How would he be able to answer to his peers and seniors? I'm aware. I'll spare you if you can stop 3 moves. Wise said flatly. Normally, ancestors would not fight against juniors due to the optics. Of course, they wouldn't show mercy after the start of the fight. Now, Lotus had stated his sect and backer again. This was obviously a warning. Killing him meant provoking 3000 Dao. This was enough to deter others from doing anything. After all, killing an elder's disciple without just cause was not acceptable. Most ancestors would wisely drop the issue. In this case, Lichia had given the order and Wise didn't care about offending 3,000 Dao. 3 moves. The youth's expression darkened while containing both frustration and rage. This was his first time experiencing something so humiliating. He felt like an insect in comparison. Alas, Wise had shown his strength and he didn't know whether he could withstand 3 moves. Didn't someone talk about destroying our clans earlier? You should apologize now. Jianming couldn't keep his mouth shut. The youth's rage ignited again after hearing this. He roared and said, 3 moves? Bring it then. And it's not hard for our invincible sect to destroy your clan. Just 1 ancestor is more than enough. Humph, bold words. Wise became annoyed after hearing the repeated threats about clan annihilation. Start. Die. The youth no longer cared about who he was facing since he had no choice but to fight. Boom! Energy flowers around him became resplendent. The petals turned into blades and issued metallic clanks. They flew upward and became massive. Thousands of flower blades whirled into a single beam and descended downward. Wise waved his hand and released another vertical slash. He still hasn't used his weapon. Whoosh! 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 The flower blades suddenly spread apart and turned into a net, fully surrounding the sky above the group and wanting to turn them into sieves. The youth tried to get Wise to pull back his attack in order to defend his allies. Alas, the entrapment didn't perturb Wise in the slightest. Chapter 4493. Azure Assault. Wise simply raised his hand and released rays of energy, this time like a peacock spreading its wings, easily stabilizing the situation. Lotus Young Noble's sudden shifting technique was impressive, but the difference in power was overwhelming. Boom! The petal blades were instantly destroyed while remnant rays forced the youth backward once more. Anyone could see that he was no match for Wise ancestor despite his considerable talent. From start to finish, the ancestor has yet to use his weapon. If he were serious, the youth might die from a single slash. My turn. Wise narrowed his eyes. Though he has yet to activate his aura, just his expression alone made others shudder and feel an immense pressure on their chest. The youth got chills as well, not expecting the situation to develop in this manner. He thought that these clans were too insignificant to dare oppose him. During a conflict, these clans should be trying their best to appease him. Moreover, they were in the wrong for insulting 3,000 Dao. Alas, Wise ancestor seemed keen on backing up his own people instead of apologizing to him. This might end with his death. Spectators exchanged glances. This was a rather rare occasion, backing one's own members against 3,000 Dao. Prepare yourself. Wise warned and gave the youth a chance. After all, it was an unfair fight. Fine. The youth couldn't back off any longer. Plus, in the back of his mind, he didn't think that Wise ancestor would actually dare to kill him. Boom! He released his vitality. It manifested into an azure beam and tore the sky vault like a divine sword. He floated upward and seemingly became empowered by a god. Though the beam wasn't that large in size, it still intimidated the crowd. Azure Assault. This is one of the 3,000 Dao created by the Dao progenitor. An expert bellowed after seeing this. 3,000 Dao reaching for immortality. This was the most accurate description of Dao Sanqian, a supreme monster. The name alone instilled fear into all of Sky Border for eras now. Dao Sanqian served as both his title and achievements. Rumor has it that he created 3,000 special Dao and started an impressive lineage. Countless experts and masters have been trained by him. Some thought that it was disrespectful to address him by his title. Thus, they chose to call him Dao Progenitor instead. Once again, he wasn't a supreme genius, but being able to cultivate this art was a testament to his skill. Of course, he was far from mastering this Dao, but the spectacle still shook the crowd. This particular Dao lived up to its fame. What a great grand Dao. Unfortunately, you have a superficial knowledge of it. Wise ancestor commented. Try then, I can block 3 moves for sure. The Dao empowerment also boosted the youth's courage. You do have a backbone. Wise smiled and channeled his saber Dao. The experts nearby were curious about this ancestor's saber art. Splash! Suddenly, a massive shadow leaped out of the water. It was none other than a dragon appearing above the youth.
It opened its jaws and came for him.
No!
The youth panicked and tried to retaliate. Alas, it was just too late and the dragon caught him.
Ah!
Screams could be heard from the mouth of the dragon. It chewed several times and then swallowed the corpse. Shit! The worker on Li Chie's boat shouted. It's the Azure Flood Dragon. The crowd didn't expect this development. This included the workers. The dragon was a spirit beast on sail. It has been here for eras now and had never attacked a guest before. Today, it seemed to be on the hunt for food and its target was Lotus Young Noble. This was an impressive creature. Even ancestors didn't want to provoke it.
Rah!
It let out a roar and returned to the water.
Watch it!
Many immediately controlled their boats away from its path and maintained a safe distance. It swam towards Li Chie's boat.
Watch out!
The worker warned the customers but Li Chie walked closer to the edge and reached forward.
Rah!
The dragon rubbed its head against his palm just like a pet wanting to be pampered. The smiling Li Chie was happy to oblige. The dragon looked docile and harmless, no longer the murderous beast like before. No one expected them to be so friendly with each other.
Rah!
The dragon roared again and dived back down to the bottom of the lake. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, especially the worker on Li Chie's boat. Chapter 4494. Playful scolding. The worker then said, "Sir, you must have a special bond with our dragon. Even Skybreak Monarch couldn't buy it back then." The grotto found it difficult to sell the dragon. First, its value was high, necessitating the same level of price. Most importantly, it didn't have a special bond to the potential customers. To put it bluntly, it simply didn't want to leave with them. Members of the behemoths could have afforded the price. Alas, it refused all the big shots. "Sir, would you like to buy it? It has an extremely rare bloodline, that of a true dragon. When it fully matures, it can turn into a true dragon. It's also extremely smart with keen awareness, capable of recognizing fortunes and disasters. This is not taking into account its power. Regular people would love to have it but only the chosen one can. The flood dragon is great but it is not suitable for me." Li Chie gently interrupted. "You'll be a tiger with wings, sir." The worker didn't give up. Jian Ming interjected, trying to look cool. "Just a flood dragon can't get into our young noble's sight. It is only a little caterpillar in his eyes, not worth mentioning before becoming a true dragon." "Then may I ask what type of treasure can interest the young noble?" The worker enthusiastically tried to get a sale. Jian Ming arched his chest and arrogantly said, "Very few exist in the world. What people call treasures are mere scrap metals in his eyes. I'm sure we have some of those very few treasures here." The worker was confident in their long-lasting success. "Your grotto does indeed have something that interests our young noble." Jian Ming laughed. "May I know what it is?" The worker hurriedly said, "I heard that you're trying to auction a little girl. He is interested in her." Jian Ming said, "Well," the worker looked around and found this strange. "We haven't announced that item yet, sirs. How did you find out?" Jian Ming smiled and acted cool. "You're underestimating our young noble." "Who is he?" "Only the greatest in history, all-knowing and all-understanding, completely omnipotent. Nothing can hide from him." Though Jian Ming was being ridiculous, the worker was impressed with their information gathering. "Do you not want to sell?" the Taoist asked. "We do, it's just a secret auction, not a public one. It's about to start soon too." The worker checked the time. "Our young noble is participating," Jian Ming demanded. The worker hesitated before answering. "May I ask if you have received an invitation? This private auction has high requirements." He wasn't looking down on the group, only that it was a rule of the auction house. Jian Ming became unhappy and said, "Are you looking down on our young noble? I'm afraid your auction house won't be able to handle his wrath. It's just that a big shot like him doesn't care about putting up a show. Otherwise, your seal ancestor would need to kneel and greet him." "Sir, I'm afraid you are out of line right now." The worker smiled wryly. Their auction house was a serious business and never cared about appearances. However, Jian Ming's words were insulting to say the least. "Enough!" Wise ancestor slapped the youth's head.
Li Qie only smiled and didn't stop him.
Humph. Don't believe me then. Just know that our young noble has set his sight on it.
Jian Ming uttered coldly while rubbing his head.
Very well. I will bring everyone over, but actual participation will depend on your qualification.
The worker accepted. Seal ancestor was their strongest ancestor right now. In a different sect, they would have been furious at Jian Ming's comment. However, a business needed to cater to its customers and was more flexible.
As the worker rowed the boat onward, Li Qie stared at Jian Ming and the Taoist. You two could have taken care of that brat. Why the need to be so cowardly?
3,000 Tao is a behemoth. I do not dare to be the tallest tree. The Taoist smiled awkwardly. Is that so? You didn't sing the same tune when you stole from them. Li Qie smirked.
No. The Taoist shook his head and said, I've always been a good person and wouldn't do something like stealing.
He lied without blinking, completely forgetting how he bragged to Li Qie before about being able to grasp any item.
How shameless can you be?
Jian Ming slapped the guy's head. You stole from 3,000 Tao and tried to get the young noble to deal with it for you. Are you tired of living? The young noble will wring your dog head off and use it as a chamber pot. He knows what you're doing. Of course. The Taoist couldn't fight back this time since he was in the wrong.
As if you didn't do the same thing.
Wise ancestor slapped Jian Ming's head again. Ancestor. I was just annoyed at that stupid brat thinking he's all that.
Jian Ming protested. Worst of all, he dared to do so before our peerless young noble.
3,000 Tao isn't special at all. The young noble can annihilate them on a whim. I was just telling everyone the truth, but they didn't believe me and thought that I was causing trouble. Plus, you're here too, great ancestor. You could have killed that lotus young noble or whatever with a single saber intent. No need to even unsheath your saber. He was truly courting death. What an idiot. Jian Ming also praised his ancestor. You really enjoy riding someone else's coattails. Li Qie commented. Hee. I hope to have the privilege of doing so with you, young noble. Jian Ming didn't find this shameful and said, in this case, it was their fault for being so blind despite repeated warnings. He knew that he could run his mouth because of his backer's actual identity. Li Qie chuckled and didn't mind this while wise ancestor shook his head in shame. Chapter 4495. Turtle Seeker Ancestor. The worker led the group onto an island with mystical buildings shrouded in mist and clouds. This was a place meant for the most esteemed guests and the secret auction. There was a reason why they were eligible to be taken to the island. Otherwise, those without an invitation or lacking reputation wouldn't have the same luck. Winding paths led to the various buildings, painting an elegant and classical scene. This seemed to be a memento of the past. Moreover, they also served as a maze with no end in sight. The guests included either ancestors from great powers or experts from the behemoths. The true strongest cultivators had no need to come in person due to not wanting to leave their hibernation. Thus, they sent their disciples here instead. The guests quietly waited inside their assigned buildings for the incoming auction. The point of this auction was to be secretive. They came aiming for a particular item, not to socialize. They were busy planning the right starting bid and how to defeat other competitors. They went into it with a very prudent mindset since the competitors were no slouches. The main hall also had a group of people waiting. They hid their face and their identity. The more important characters hid their true body altogether. This was a way to avoid exposing needless information to the enemies or just another strategy for the auction. Of course, some didn't care at all. They brought along numerous disciples to serve and support them. They looked around in an imperious manner in order to intimidate fellow guests. Thus, this secret auction had numerous renowned participants. As time drew near, more and more people came to the hall. Once Li Qie's group entered, eyes turned towards them. This only lasted for a few seconds before others lost interest. After all, they didn't stand out in the slightest among the crowd, only serving as a few more participants. Some recognized Wise Ancestor and came to greet him. Though the four clans weren't as illustrious as before, they still had some businesses left. They were merely acquaintances, so after some cordial words, they all went back to their place. Only a few big shots were curious about Li Qie's identity, but they didn't ask. They had experienced plenty of strange things before and didn't find anything surprising anymore. Li Qie naturally had no friends in this hall. However, Wise Ancestor actually had someone.
Brother Wu, long time no see.
An old man standing in the corner saw Wise Ancestor and enthusiastically came over and cupped his fist. Both his age and impressive aura were high up there. It seemed that the older he got, the stronger. He should be just as strong as Wise. Brother B, it's been a millennium since our last meeting. You came to Golden but didn't even come to our clan. Did you forget me already? Wise was happy to see an old friend at the auction and playfully complained while embracing the old man. Cultivators, especially ancestors, could live for a very long time. For a mortal, a millennium consisted of 10 generations. Alas, it wasn't long for an ancestor. Of course, 1,000 years were still 1,000 years outside of hibernation. They were still glad to see an old friend. I came in a hurry and couldn't visit you, Brother Wu. Please forgive me. The old man became embarrassed and cupped his fist again to apologize. Come, meet the ancestor of the Wu. Show him the same respect as you would to me. He then told his juniors. His juniors appeared exceptional, clearly the top talents of the sect. They came over and lowered their head to greet Wise. All dragons and phoenixes among men. Wise praised. It seemed that his clan has fallen too fast compared to his old friend's sect. He then sentimentally said, Your most brilliant disciple back then was a heaven's favorite and should be quite successful now. Xueqi. The old man sighed and shook his head. Let's not talk about this matter. Introduce me to your juniors. Come meet Turtle Seeker, ancestor of Archipelago. Wise told Jianming to come over. Given the serious circumstances, Jianming had to act properly. He walked with his chest arched out and respectfully bowed. Though he seemed undependable and even slightly sloppy, he knew how to keep up appearances. Not bad, not bad. This young fella's talent is exceptional. Turtle Seeker praised. Archipelago was a powerful sect of Eastern Desolace. Rumor has it that their progenitor used to be a young ox herder. One day, an island descended out of nowhere and the youth was fortunate to be there. He climbed up the island and found a fortune, eventually becoming an unstoppable cultivator. Turtle Seeker and Wise were close friends despite the distance between their sections. Their relationship remained excellent throughout the years. It's just that they seldomly get to see each other. Who might that be? Turtle Seeker saw Li Qie and didn't think that he was Wise's disciple. This is our ancient ancestor. Call him young noble. Wise whispered. Your ancient ancestor? Turtle Seeker didn't expect this and took a closer look. Li Qie didn't have the aura nor the cultivation of an ancient ancestor and looked more like a regular disciple. However, he knew that Wise couldn't be lying to him. Despite feeling confused, he still bowed deeply toward Li Qie and invited the group over to their corner. He then pulled Wise to the side and asked, Brother Wu, how come I haven't heard of this before? It's a long story. Wise whispered. We invited the ancient ancestor back for the primordial union in order to revitalize the clan. Turtle Seeker knew a few things about this. He smiled wryly and shook his head. I don't think I'm going to the union since the benefits will be meager. I'll run back to the island after this. Is there something going on? Wise became worried. It's Xueqi. Turtle Seeker said wistfully. What's wrong with him? He was lively when I saw him back then. His talent will allow him to inherit your legacy and even surpass you. Wise said. Yes, that brat's talent is good and I like him a lot. Turtle Seeker nodded. I tried my best to train him but we might have been too hasty. 100 years ago, he lost his focus during an important breakthrough session and suffered chi deviation. His lower half is paralyzed now. What a shame. Wise sighed. 1,000 years were long enough for old cultivators to see their juniors pass away. There is a pill here that I want for Xueqi's sake. Turtle Seeker whispered and revealed his intention. Chapter 4496. Cloud grasped Elder. While the two old men chatted, Li Qie sat down while the Taoist and Jianming stood by his sides. Disciples from Archipelago stole glances at him because they thought that he didn't look like an ancient ancestor at all. If Wise Ancestor didn't say it himself, they would never mistake him for one. If they saw him outside,
They would only think of him as a regular cultivator, completely unforgettable. Many big shots have arrived. The Taoist scouted the hall and told Jianming. Jianming's black eyes moved back and forth like that of a thief. His focus was on the guests. Even though some hid their appearances, he could still see a few clues. Haha, of course, it is a secret auction after all. Some of these big shots might be enemies too. Jianming chuckled. He seemed eager to see some competitive biddings for the sake of entertainment. These ancient lineages are here too. This auction will be fierce. The Taoist scouted the big shots and focused on several important figures. It seemed like he was tempted to make some moves again. This secret auction didn't let them down. These big shots were powerful and, most importantly, wealthy. They would certainly spend a large sum on their desired treasure. Enemies would compete using wealth instead of force in this place. Some would certainly try to be disruptive and increase the bid for no reason. Well, no one can compare to our young noble in terms of wealth. Jianming laughed and raised his voice. How can a flock of chickens compare to a crane? He arched his chest and looked as arrogant as can be, as if he was a supreme being superior to everyone else. The Taoist glanced at him with disdain, thinking that he was about to ride Li Qia's coattails again. Many participants nearby heard him and instantly looked over in his direction. Though they hid their identity and body, just the feeling of being gazed upon by them was chilling. Jianming shuddered a bit and became nervous. Nonetheless, he composed himself and proudly said, "What are you looking at? Know your place before the peerless young noble." The comment peeved the listeners, but since they were experienced, they didn't bother reprimanding the juniors. Nonetheless, their juniors glared aggressively at Jianming. "Are you not afraid of being beaten?" Li Qia smiled. The unfriendly gazes did intimidate Jianming. Nonetheless, he laughed and said, "Once again, I'm merely speaking the truth. If that is a crime, then ignorance is a sin, and I'm trying to save people from doing so." Li Qia chuckled and didn't say anything else. From an objective viewpoint, there was no problem with Jianming's statement. Li Qia was indeed peerless and others should back off. Alas, they were ignorant of his actual ability, albeit to no fault of their own. The Taoist stared at Jianming and didn't have an issue with the actual statement. He was only annoyed at the guy's sycophantic attitude. It was truly infuriating. An open invitation for others to want to stomp him. Bold words, "I want to see how peerless he is." A matter-of-fact voice sounded nearby. Jianming and the Taoist looked over and saw an old man with a sharp gaze. He didn't have an oppressive aura, but they could tell that he looked down on them. This was someone who has been used to sitting above the clouds and accepting the worship of others, being in control of their fate. The disciples sitting behind him also wore expensive robes and looked brilliant. This also made them appear haughty. An elder from 3,000 Dao. Wise and Turtle Seeker looked over and became serious. An elder from 3,000 Dao was often comparable to an ancestor from the other great powers. Some hidden big shots stopped their stealth approach and came to greet him. Jianming wasn't afraid at all due to his backer. He was only taken aback for a moment before laughing. "It's Cloud Grasp Elder, greetings." Jianming's foul mouth was matched by his vision. He immediately recognized the elder. "Junior, let your senior talk." Cloud Grasp Elder didn't want to converse with a junior. Jianming became annoyed and continued, "Cloud Grasp Elder, our young noble is supreme. People don't just get to talk to him. You're only a junior in his presence, so if you want to communicate, you'll need to represent a senior." This conversation eventually attracted the attention of the crowd. Cloud Grasp Elder certainly had enough clout to prevent others from being rude towards him. This included the ancestors. Now, a junior dared to provoke him? The disciples behind him didn't stand for this. The Taoist contemplated and thought that this still required plenty of courage on Jianming's part. Though he acted like a sycophant, he knew exactly what he was doing. Cloud Grasp Elder's expression darkened and glared at Jianming. This piercing stare caused some to shudder, but Jianming stood proudly without backing down. "I represent Skybreak Monarch today," he uttered coldly. Each word struck like a javelin piercing the ground. The crowd gasped after hearing this. They cupped their fists towards him in order to show respect towards Skybreak Monarch. Even Wise and Turtle Seeker took a deep breath. This was one of the 6 great monarchs under Dao Sanqian. Skybreak Monarch. Jianming licked his lips. He understood how frightening the monarch was. However, he couldn't back down and besmirch his young noble's reputation. He bowed towards Li Qie and asked, "Young noble, he represents Skybreak Monarch." "Just a nameless junior. Never heard of him." Li Qie answered without batting an eye. This caused a furor to break out in the quiet hall. Someone had just insulted Skybreak Monarch, calling him a nameless junior. This was disrespectful to both the monarch and 3,000 Dao. Chapter 4497. The fox exploiting the tiger's might. Among the audience were dominant cultivators. Some of the hidden existences were not necessarily weaker than Skybreak Monarch. However, they would never call him a nameless junior. This level of disrespect was unprecedented, especially coming from an ordinary junior. Though he sat in the position of an ancestor, there was nothing special about him. Other ancestors keeping a low profile still looked impressive. Being invincible was a fundamental part of their being regardless of their attempt at converging their aura and energy. On the other hand, Li Qie's cultivation was out in the open. He didn't try to hide it at all, revealing the fact that he was only slightly stronger than an ordinary disciple. In a sense, he should be classified as an expert, far from the ancestral level. This was the reason why the crowd was so confused and frustrated by his rampant arrogance. Turtle Seeker Ancestor was at a loss for words. He stuck his tongue out and then whispered, "Your ancient ancestor seems a little..." He didn't know what to say. The inscrutable youth was actually an ancient ancestor of the 4 great clans. Skybreak Monarch and 3,000 Dao aren't easy to deal with. Is your ancient ancestor sure about this? He worried for his old friends because the 4 clans stood no chance against 3,000 Dao. Wise smiled wryly in response. He didn't know the full extent of Li Qie's power, but for some reason, he had blind confidence in him. "Our young noble knows what he is doing," he answered. Cloudgrasp Elder couldn't believe it. He came representing Skybreak Monarch, so this was nothing short of a slap to the face. Unfortunately, it didn't stop here. After hearing Li Qie's answer, Jian Ming became emboldened and declared, "Did you hear that? Just a nameless junior that our young noble has never heard of. I advise you to save yourself from further embarrassment and be smart. Otherwise, his wrath will cause blood to flow for endless miles. Skybreak. Stick to the ground, for that is the right choice. Don't pick hell instead of heaven." Others became nauseous while listening to him, wanting to stomp him like a cockroach. Little did they know that he was only telling the truth. The big shots exchanged glances. If they had a disciple like that, they would be the first to kick him flying. After all, the brat would only create animosity everywhere. For example, he had just antagonized 3,000 Dao and Skybreak Monarch, dragging his own sect through the mud. Li Qie, on the other hand, seemed amused and didn't stop it. "Slap him!" A disciple standing behind the elder furiously shouted. They had great pride in both the monarch and 3,000 Dao. Thus, this haughty brat's insult was unforgivable. "I'm so scared." Jian Ming laughed and walked back behind Li Qie. Wise Ancestor coughed to remind everyone of his presence. The disciples behind the elder stopped being so aggressive since there was an ancestor around. They could think nothing of Jian Ming, but an ancestor was a different story. "Brat, your tongue is quite sharp." Cloudgrasp Elder became murderous. Alas, he didn't want to fight Wise Ancestor, so he calmed down. Just Lotus matter alone is already unforgivable. "Looks like you all are tired of living," he coldly uttered. He was aware of Lotus young noble's death. Alas, he didn't plan on avenging the youth. First, the boy was Elder Mu's disciple and had nothing to do with him. Second, his goal was to bid on a treasure for Skybreak Monarch. This was not the time for escalation. Therefore, he exercised restraint and didn't attack the brat. Failure in obtaining the treasure would make it hard for him to answer to the monarch once he returned. "What am I ever going to do?" Jian Ming taunted. The Taoist suddenly joined in as well. "Cloudgrasp Elder, I see black lines between the brows for you. This is an ominous sign. If you don't eliminate this phenomenon, you won't live for much longer." Chapter 4498. Alchemy Child, you have a death wish. Cloudgrasp's anger intensified.
The same for his fellow sect members. The Taoist sincerely responded, "Elder, this came from the bottom of my heart. Don't be hiding a sickness for fear of treatment. Our clan's fortune-telling is supreme. I can read your fortune to prove it." A few big shots glanced at the Taoist. One of them could see his background and nodded. This person is not lying. His clan is renowned for their fortune-telling. Tao lords have come there before seeking answers. No need. Cloudgrasp Elder had to swallow his anger again. He indeed feared a bad outcome of the reading. An ominous reading would haunt him on top of proving the Taoist correct and helpful. Thus, it would be improper for him to attack the group. Sigh, what a shame. The Taoist murmured, "My read can help one seek luck and avoid calamity. I am merely trying to do good for karma. This is not a good decision, Elder." "Young man, how much have you learned?" a big shot asked. This person was shrouded in a fog capable of nullifying top heavenly gazes. This was a testament to the big shot's power and stealth technique. "Sir, you're interested in a reading?" The Taoist's eyes became bright. "My price is very fair and is dependent on your identity." "Is that so?" The big shot was interested. "I wonder how capable you are. There's a chance you won't be very helpful. I'll do one to test it out. If you feel that I am telling the truth, you can purchase a reading afterward." The Taoist accepted the challenge. His cultivation was obviously inferior. However, he believed himself to be the absolute authority on divining and could read anyone here. "I don't think it's looking good for you." Another big shot smiled. "If you can read this Taoist's identity, it will show that you're not a swindler." "I will read your route then." The Taoist told the hidden master. "How interesting." The first big shot had confidence in his stealth technique. No one should be able to see a single clue, let alone a junior like the Taoist. Go for it. "I will try my best then." The Taoist took a deep breath and took out a shell with both hands. He shook it and clanks could be heard. He started chanting mantra, looking as focused as can be. A second later, his hands lit up. He read the trigrams and then looked up at the hidden master. "Sir, the trigram reads, plucking chrysanthemum beneath the eastern fence." The big shot murmured and couldn't believe it. The Taoist put away the shell and then smiled. "What do you think about my reading?" "Not bad at all, seems genuine." The big shot admitted. The line didn't explicitly reveal his identity. Alas, this was indeed related to his origin. "Then do you wish to purchase an official reading? My price is very competitive." The Taoist suggested. "No." The big shot was interested in the Taoist's ability. Alas, he also wanted to hide his identity and didn't want the Taoist to know. Hee. Anyone else wants to know their future? The Taoist took advantage of this opportunity. Unfortunately, it was a tough crowd due to the circumstances. They didn't want to reveal any information to others. "Sigh, my price is really fair." The Taoist tried his best to peddle to no avail. "Haha, look, no one wants your shoddy fortune-telling." Jian Ming teased him. The Taoist glared at him, prompting him to shrug. At this point, another guest came into the hall. He wore a Taoist robe and had a youthful bun hairstyle despite being too old for it. An alchemy symbol could be seen on the robe. It was obvious that he was a servant. Nonetheless, he stood out because he didn't have an inferiority complex often found in servants. On the other hand, he looked rather proud and even prideful as if he was someone important. The moment he came in, he announced his background with haste. "I am a disciple of True Immortal, an alchemy child under True Immortal Young Emperor." True Immortal Young Emperor. Everyone became startled, even the older cultivators. True Immortal Young Emperor was one of the 5 conquerors of Sky Border, the successor of his sect. They had lofty aspirations for his future. Their ancient ancestors personally taught him so that he could become a Tao Lord. Though both he and Five Sun King were contemporary scions, most believed that the young emperor was one level higher. The youth that has just entered the hall was a servant in charge of alchemy, being responsible for all of the young emperor's medicines and pills. In terms of status, he was indeed a servant. Alas, he was prestigious thanks to who his master was. If his master could become a Tao Lord in the future, his status would soar as well. Top alchemists would have to bow before him. "I come in the young emperor's stead hoping for a particular medicine." The youth got straight to the point. "Esteemed ancestors, please go easy when it is time for the auction.
He must have this medicine. The youth spoke politely, but in reality, this also served as a threat against the ancestors to not compete against the young lord of true immortal. Otherwise, they would risk being humiliated. Many ancestors became annoyed after receiving this warning from a servant in spite of his master's prestige. 1. Hard to translate without context. Chapter 4499. Arrogance. Not all members here were renowned for their personal accomplishments. However, some represented a behemoth while being here. They were aware of true immortal's power. It had reigned for an absurd length during the history of 8 Decalaces. Its dominance couldn't be overstated during its golden age. In comparison, it no longer had the same brilliance as before. Alas, it has been biding its time and building its forces, resulting in a sect feared by all. Their current successor was one of the 5 conquerors and a top candidate for becoming the next Tao Lord. Because of this, big shots from the last generation still gave him some face. Just the possibility of him becoming a Tao Lord changed everything. Thus, if he were to desire a particular treasure or pill, they would actually acquiesce and hope that he would remember the favor. Unfortunately, Alchemy Child's demand left a sour taste in their mouth. Moreover, the youth didn't have enough clout either. If the young emperor was here himself, they would do him a favor in order to build a relationship. As for Alchemy Child, it didn't matter how favored he was. He lacked the prestige and clout to talk to these ancestors. Moreover, the veiled threat wasn't well received. The highest bidder wins the auction. One of the big shots responded. Alchemy Child wasn't a fool and recognized this ancestor. He bowed and said, "Heaven Judge Ancestor, the young emperor has once praised you as a matchless hero after recalling your past feats. The young emperor is a dragon among men." The ancestor felt good after being praised by the youth in front of his peers. It showed that he was noticed by a potential Tao Lord, so he stopped caring about the threat prior. The youth knew that he was mistaken. It was just that he has grown used to being imperious after being favored by the young emperor. Now, he saw the unfriendly expression of the ancestor and decided to change his tone. He bowed, then told everyone, "The young emperor truly needs the item this time, so please, esteemed ancestors, be benevolent. He will remember this favor after proving his Tao." Once he decided to be polite, he knew exactly what to say since he was from a prestigious sect. This naturally pleased the majority of the crowd and they forgot about the transgression just now. Some decided that as long as they didn't need the same treasure, they would just let him have the item. "Young sir, may I ask what medicine your lord is looking for? Just so that we know and avoid any misunderstanding." The young emperor's plan naturally has the highest priority. Jian Ming's eyes rolled suspiciously before he decided to ask. The Taoist glanced at him, thinking that this brat was up to no good again despite his friendly comment. As for Alchemy Child, he rarely had to lower his imperious tone. He had to bow earlier and despised doing so. After all, he was going to be an important alchemist working beneath a Tao Lord in the future. Numerous big shots would kneel and beg for medicine then. Therefore, Jian Ming's perceived attempt at flattering him came at the perfect time. He stared at the group and didn't care for any of them, not Li Qie or the 2 ancestors. After all, he regularly saw powerful ancestors back at his sect. Wise and Turtle Seeker weren't special in the slightest. Thus, his arrogance returned again as he spoke. "My young lord wants the shaking immortal grass." Having said that, he cupped his fist at the crowd and said, "Please take it easy on us then." "Whoa, that immortal grass is priceless." Jian Ming pretended to be shocked. It has only appeared a handful of times in the history of 8 Decalaces. The youth spoke with the tone of a superior. "I see, only the young emperor deserves something like this then." Jian Ming said and then touched the Taoist's shoulder. "Hey, this grass pertains to the young emperor's Tao path. You should do a telling to see if he will get it or not." "That's hard to say." The Taoist decided to play along this time and shook his head. "This might be a secret auction, but the invited guests certainly know about the special treasure." He cleared his throat and continued. "Grotto Courtyard didn't invite randoms, so more than just one ancestor will want the grass. The more they want it, the higher the bid. Look in the room. The gentlemen here are all heroes who have no lack of money. If they want something, they'll certainly go all out. That's why there is no need to do a reading." He implied that some of the guests came specifically for this so-called immortal grass, and they were rich enough to compete against the young emperor. This prompted Alchemy Child to look around the room, wanting to know which ancestors have the same target. Of course, no one spoke up. First, they hid their identity and thought that it would be no problem to outbid the young emperor. After all, he wasn't here in person and wouldn't be able to figure it out. Chapter 4500. Slap. Alchemy Child found the Taoist's assessment insulting. He tried to persuade the crowd to drop the issue earlier. Alas, the Taoist seemed to be fanning the fire by reminding the big shots here. Due to the stealthy nature of the crowd, they could outbid and win the grass without suffering any consequence. You must be tired of living to spew such untruths, he uttered coldly with an aggressive expression, aiming for the Taoist alone. Of course not. A nobody like me wouldn't dare to compete against true immortal. The Taoist hid behind Li Qie. Humph, good. The youth snorted. At least the guy knew when to give up, so this looked good for his reputation. Wait, this depends on if our young noble is interested in it or not. The Taoist smiled while standing behind Li Qie. Young noble, this grass might be crucial for true immortal young emperor and his Tao in the future. Do you think he should be the one? The big shots became interested in the answer. In fact, they thought about this matter when the youth brought it up. The grass might be pivotal to the young emperor's Tao journey, or perhaps some other uses unbeknown to others. A selected few thought about how detrimental it would be if they were to buy the grass instead. Right, our young noble has to assess whether he should become the next Tao Lord or otherwise. Jian Ming stroked his chin and spoke even more brazenly. If I remember correctly, true immortal was sealed by Emperor Yi and stopped having Tao Lord from then on. What is your opinion on this, young noble? He spoke as if the next Tao Lord would need his young noble's permission first, reminding the crowd once more of how annoying he could be. Not all were fans of true immortal, albeit none would be so public about their distaste. Attempting to stop true immortal from having another Tao Lord meant a fight to the death. Their sect has yet to produce a Tao Lord after Emperor Ye's invasion. Of course, there was World-Bearer Tao Lord who could arguably be considered one. However, when strictly speaking, World-Bearer was not from the sect. The details included World-Bearer being the disciple of Skywheel Tao Lord, the actual last Tao Lord of true immortal. He hibernated at a young age for some unknown reason and didn't come out until many eras later. Because of the seal, World-Bearer left true immortal and returned to his original clan, the Sima. He proved his Tao later and became a Tao Lord for his clan. Nonetheless, some still considered him to be a Tao Lord of true immortal. The sect also shared this opinion. As for the Tao Lord himself, he refrained from speaking on this issue. Alas, he only ruled the Sima and didn't return to true immortal. Thus, adding him to their list of Tao Lords would be inaccurate. Therefore, breaking their shameful history was of pivotal importance. True immortal young emperor was the one to shoulder this burden of breaking Emperor Ye's seal. All the big shots here knew that true immortal was willing to do anything to make him the next Tao Lord. They also hated whenever this dark past was brought up. Therefore, Alchemy Child's expression darkened along with his fellow sect members. Li Qie only smiled and didn't comment. Ignorant fool! Do you know the consequence of insulting true immortal? Alchemy Child shouted. I'm so afraid. Jian Ming got what he wanted and hid behind Li Qie. Even a fool at this point could tell that Li Qie was their backer. Because of this, Alchemy Child turned his focus towards Li Qie and threatened, I don't care which sect you are from, you better disciple your juniors well or disaster will come calling. What kind of disaster? Li Qie finally spoke, seemingly amused. Alchemy Child declared, being disrespectful towards true immortal is a grievous sin. Death is the light punishment, the end of the spectrum being the execution of all seniors in the sect or even clan extermination. Once the young emperor becomes the Tao Lord, he'll also seal your sect and prevent all of you from ever entering the reincarnation cycle. If your young emperor is the type to do that over some words, then he is not qualified to become the next Tao Lord. Li Qie shook his head. Such impudence! Alchemy Child roared. This comment had crossed the unforgivable line. True immortal had absolute confidence in their effort.
They would spend all resources and do anything to make the young emperor into the next Tao Lord. Therefore, any disparaging comment about this issue was seen as ominous or bad luck. This was especially true for Alchemy Child since his future was predicated on his master's success. He wanted this more than anyone else, so Li Qia's transgression was intolerable. Say one more word and we'll exterminate your 10 clans. Alchemy Child lost his cool, acting unbecoming of someone from a prestigious sect. Slap him. Li Qia ordered without looking at the guy. Pop, pop, pop. Wise Ancestor followed the order right away. Alchemy Child and his fellow sect members tried to stop him, but this ancestor was too powerful. Alchemy Child was slapped repeatedly until his mouth was filled with blood and his cheeks swollen. A junior like him was not qualified to stand before the ancestors. It's just that the latter gave true immortal young lord face and left the kid alone. Any of them could have easily taught him a lesson. Wise might not be a supreme ancestor, but this was not a difficult task. The only issue here was offending the young lord and true immortal. The crowd didn't stop Wise from doing this because some of them wanted to do the same thing. Clank, clank, clank. True Immortal's members unsheathed their weapons, furious. You! Alchemy Child became livid due to the unprecedented disgrace. He felt a fit of uncontrollable anger overwhelming him as he glared at the group and gritted his teeth. Chapter 4501. Slap again. Alchemy Child's face twisted with anger. He has always been pampered by everyone, so this was an unbearable experience. You! He had a hard time speaking coherently at first. I am a disciple of True Immortal. My master is True Immortal Young Lord. You are finished, you and your whole clan. My master, a future Tao Lord, will see to it. The big shots frowned while listening to the enraged youth screaming like a cat with its tail stepped on. This was unbecoming from a member of True Immortal. On the other hand, they could see why the youth went crazy. Being slapped in public like this was too much to endure. Slap him again. Li Qia ordered without batting an eye. Alchemy Child was horrified while his fellow sect members tried to stop Wise with their weapons and treasures. Unfortunately, regular disciples like them had no chance. Pop, pop, pop. Blood spilled again as the youth got smacked repeatedly. You! He lost all sense of direction while shouting, nearly becoming unconscious from the humiliation. The auction wasn't a dangerous area, so he didn't have any escorting experts. They thought that they would be safe just because they were members of True Immortal. Alas, this alone wasn't enough to frighten Li Qia. Just you wait. The trembling youth uttered hatefully. He stopped asking for trouble and could only wait for revenge in the future. He glared at Li Qia with absolute hatred. After returning to True Immortal, he would tell his master about this. At that point, they would bring a force including ancestors to kill both Li Qia and his clan. This was the only way for him to feel better. A few big shots enjoyed this development. They disliked the haughty youth but didn't want to antagonize True Immortal over a few words. Now, someone else had taught the brat a needed lesson. They stared at Li Qia, aware that the brat would come crying to his master and embellish the event. This would certainly start a feud. Not even Cloud Grasp Elder of 3000 Dao would want to do something like this. It was unwise antagonizing True Immortal over nothing. However, Li Qia knew all of this and still humiliated Alchemy Child. This was akin to insulting True Immortal. It was as if Li Qia didn't care about the young emperor or True Immortal in the slightest. The big shots became curious. An ancestor like Li Qia should have enough sense to know about True Immortal's might. How was he so confident? Turtle Seeker Ancestor thought that he would never do something so risky. How could this ancient ancestor be so bold? Ahem. A worker from Grotto Courtyard came into the hall and coughed. Gentlemen, the auction shall soon commence. Please enter the private room. Creak. A portal in the form of a gate opened with guards standing in front. This was for the sake of verifying the guest's eligibility and keeping the location a secret. Let's go. Turtle Seeker told the group. His disciples got up to follow him. Turtle Seeker whispered to his friend, I'm using my clan's reputation to enter. What about you, Brother Wu? Wise stared at Li Qia because they didn't receive an invitation. This secret auction had incredible treasures, meaning that the requirement was also unreasonable. Ancestors alone weren't prestigious enough. Gentlemen, Please take out your invitation letter or proof of qualification. A disciple from the grotto asked Li Qie once they got close.
Don't have any.
Li Qie chuckled. The guards exchanged glances and frowned. One of them said, I'm afraid this is a private auction requiring an invitation. The one standing behind stared at Li Qie. Was he trying to make a fool out of himself? Coming without an invitation?
I don't need one.
Li Qie chuckled. His attitude frustrated the guards. Did the guy want to force his way in? This is not the place to be unreasonable. A guard warned him.
Humph, kick this unqualified wretch out.
Alchemy Child saw the chance and loudly shouted, Who knows what he is planning, coming here without an invitation? He must be trying to steal the treasures. Please leave. The guard's tone became serious.
How impudent.
Jian Ming glared at him and said, The young noble is the greatest in history. Open your dog eyes and tell your seal ancestor to come greet him. Otherwise, we'll flip this place over. Chapter 4502. Qualification? The guard's expression soured after hearing the blatant contempt. This was more offensive than anything Alchemy Child had done thus far. Though Grotto Courtyard wasn't a traditional sect, its power was obvious since it has been around for eras now.
Moreover, Seal Ancestor was a renowned cultivator in all of 8 Desolaces who had all the advantages while being in the grotto.
Seal didn't need to personally greet someone like Skybreak Monarch, let alone anyone else. Therefore, Jian Ming's demand seemed outrageous, akin to kicking the grotto's prestige in the face. Though the grotto focused on business and didn't care for trivial conflicts, this went beyond that. Some guards glared aggressively at him and would have attacked if it wasn't for their creed. Brothers from the grotto, don't let this ignorant fool run his mouth like he owns the place. Make mincemeat out of them and feed them to the turtles. Sounds like someone wants to be slapped again.
Jian Ming glanced at the youth, acting rampant as if he was not afraid of the grotto and true immortal.
The youth's face became unsightly. He couldn't respond because he didn't have an ancestor protecting him. Otherwise, he would have cut off Jian Ming's head.
Sir, you are out of line.
An annoyed guard remained relatively calm. Out of line? The truth can often be harsh, but it is your grotto's honor to have our young noble here. If he didn't remember your ancestors, he wouldn't give a second look here. The reception should have been your sect kneeling for 300 miles. Jian Ming said flatly.
Enough.
Wise ancestor said because this brat was becoming crazier and crazier. Li Qie only smiled and the Taoist refrained from speaking. This eventually captured the attention of everyone in the hall. They seemed amused to watch because Jian Ming looked like a country bumpkin unaware of the actual world. In reality, he was the only one acting correctly in this place given Li Qie's status. If the grotto were to know the truth about Li Qie, they would indeed line up and kneel for 300 miles. This would still be the case if their 2 saints were still around. The 2 saints' life goal was to meet Li Qie again. Furthermore, they knew that it would be an ultimate fortune. Jian Ming was actually trying to remind the grotto of this, albeit in a blatant manner. It was up to the grotto whether they could take advantage of this or otherwise. Sir, please don't break our rules.
The guards appeared to be losing their patience and readied themselves for a fight.
They had dealt with top masters before and had never been afraid of anyone. Suddenly, a sweaty old man ran into the hall and immediately bowed toward Li Qie. Esteemed guest, it is an honor to have you here at our humble abode. Our disciples were frogs under the well and didn't recognize you. Please, come inside. This old man had a high position in the grotto. The guards immediately bowed and let Li Qie's group through.
Now that's more like it.
Jian Ming commented. Remember, it is the highest honor to be in the young noble's presence. One word of his can topple your grotto and then he can take whatever treasure he wants. Both the guards and the guests found this comment to be outrageous. The grotto has lasted so long in history and wasn't easily bullied. Jian Ming was clearly underestimating them. Alas, Li Qie could actually do whatever he wanted here. If he desired a treasure, he could just take it from them. However, since he had ties with their ancestors, he chose to follow the rules instead.
It is our honor indeed.
The old man didn't seem angry at all.
All right, we've wasted enough time.
Li Qie nodded and entered the portal with the rest right after him. Once all the guests have entered,
the guards from the grotto were confused and agitated. One of them quietly asked the old man, "Ancestor, why were we so subservient? That brat basically rode on our head and then took a dump. Since when have we been such cowards?" They had done countless transactions with the behemoths before. Why did they need to bow down to this average cultivator? The old man shook his head and elaborated, "Untrue. That little fella's words were harsh, but he was actually trying to help us. It is a warning to not miss this godsend opportunity." Trying to help us? The guards remained confused. They thought that they were utterly humiliated. They exercised ample restraint in order to not beat down Jian Ming. "Who is the guest then? He must be a big shot to warrant your reverence, ancestor. Which sect is he from?" one of them asked. All were curious about Liqia's true identity. "Do not inquire on this matter," the old man solemnly said. "This is beyond your station right now. Just serve and satisfy all of the guests' demands." "We understand." The disciples obeyed despite lacking information about the mysterious guest. Chapter 4503. Invincible Sword Art. The auction didn't take place in a private room without any windows or openings. It wasn't hidden underground either, like a basement. Surprisingly, the location was rather refreshing and scenic, with blue water and gentle breezes. It took place at a lake of unknown location. The big shot sensed that it wasn't the same lake found after entering the grotto. After all, they were strong enough to discern the little details. In the middle of the lake was an island with willow trees and pavilions. A perfect place for an auction. The big shot sat down, then the workers began to bring them appetizers and drinks. An auctioneer with a goatee appeared and coughed to gather everyone's attention. He bowed slightly and began, "I'll commence the auction here. We don't have that many auctions tonight. Only 10 or so. The highest bidder takes it, so please, gentlemen, pay careful attention." This auctioneer was powerful and experienced. Thus, he had no problem speaking in front of the big shots. "Start then." One big shot couldn't wait any longer. They came prepared and knew exactly what they wanted since they were on the invitation list. The auction house had given them a list before. 10 auctions were rather few in number but still truly desirable. These cultivators have prepared ample money for their goal. A disciple from the grotto brought up a wooden box with all the archaic characteristics. The few runes were majestic and powerful, a sign of the great treasure within. The auctioneer opened it and revealed a scroll made out of unknown material, slightly resembling leather yet not due to its golden and metallic luster. It emitted an invincible aura despite its rolled-up state. A sword could soar through the pages and pierce the throat. The first auction is a sword technique created by Sky Blade Dao Lord. The auctioneer introduced. Though some knew the level of this auction, they still took a deep breath. The opening item was a Dao Lord level sword technique. Not bad at all. "What is the source?" a big shot in stealth inquired. Should the Dao Lord sword arts be gathered in Sky Hut? This person hid their identity and appearance. Skyblade Dao Lord was a sky spirit who came from Divine Ridge. With this impressive background, he was destined for greatness. After becoming a Dao Lord, he created another top lineage in Sky Border, Sky Hut. It became the gathering of many various tribes of their race. Sky spirits were blessed from birth with great innate gifts, hence their numerous geniuses. As the founder of Sky Hut, he left his legacy in Sky Hut. Thus, it was strange to see one of his techniques up for sale. Please rest assured, esteemed guest. All of our auctions are traceable. The auctioneer elaborated, this sword art isn't stored in Sky Hut, they do not have any version either. This was created by the Dao Lord during his youth. It is the original copy. The Dao Lord hasn't modified its content either. He paused for a bit before continuing. Those who know anything about the Dao Lord should be aware that the Gu helped him quite a bit at the start. He cultivated and learned the sword Dao there, this technique being one of them. Therefore, he remembered their kindness and left the whole scroll to the Gu. If anyone here is from Sky Hut, I'm sure you have read about this in your sect's annals. Today, the Gu entrusts us with it on consignment. The big shots exchanged glances. One of them nodded and said, I've heard of this before. Another nodded and said, This is verifiable and trustworthy. Very well,
The auction for the sword scroll from Skyblade Dao Lord will start at 300,000 Dao Lord Jade Stones. No other levels are accepted. The auctioneer began. This was quite a start because 300,000 Dao Lord Jade Stones was a large sum for any great power. Of course, the big shots knew whether this scroll was worth it or not. 310,000. A cultivator in stealth bid. After a few seconds, another answered. 320,000. The auction wasn't too hot. This didn't mean that the technique wasn't worth the price. It's just that the participants were from prestigious sects and had access to their own. Dao Lord merit laws weren't too rare. There were other treasures in this auction that were rarer, so they couldn't afford to waste their resources here and needed to stick to their conservative strategy. 330,000. The cultivator in stealth seemed to be interested in the sword art. No one else continued the auction because they wanted to conserve their jades. 340,000. This lasted for a bit before another bid. 380,000. The stealthy cultivator immediately raised it by 40,000 to show his determination. This cultivator asked about its origin from the start, clearly interested in it. Finally, no one else wanted to try. 380,000 sold. The auctioneer repeated the bid 3 times and concluded the auction. The stealthy cultivator heaved a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that this didn't go too far. Others speculated that this cultivator could have been from Sky Hut, a descendant wanting to bring back their Dao Lord's technique. Of course, this was mere speculation since no one wanted to overly pry. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.